Yops up, everybody, and welcome to this very special episode. If you did not tune in last time, I will just go ahead and quickly repeat what's about to go down. I want to be fast here because he should be here any moment, but basically, the insider at the Watchtower, there's like an insider there who believes that the Watchtower is bad for this nation and for this platform, whichever one you value more. And basically, this insider is going to be contacting us today, and we're going to be discussing some of the plans we have for taking down the Watchtower. I'm not going to get into the specifics of those plans right now because there's really no point. We're going to be getting into that in this call in just a moment. So right now, I'm on Zoom, and I thought I would record this so that everybody could kind of hear what our general plans are for the near future. Um, there's a lot on the table here, and I'm going unscripted today, so you'll have to forgive me if sometimes I seem like at a loss for words or anything. But hey, this is all natural. This is Yop uncut, if you will. We're just gonna kind of see where all this takes us, and in like a minute or so, the insider is gonna go ahead and give us a little call here on Zoom, and we will yop in, if you will. I'm gonna have to write that one down. Hang on a second. Let's see, this is one of the pros of not having a more scripted episode. Not that like they're always scripted or anything, but generally speaking, like I kind of like know what's gonna happen per episode. Like I know what all my talking points are. And that's not necessarily like not the case this time. Like if you watched the last episode, which again I would recommend, so you know what our big plan is. There's a lot on the table. There's a lot ahead of us, and I know most of the details, but there's still some things that I'm sure are gonna like surprise us a little bit. I don't expect the Watchtower to fall overnight or anything. These things take time, and a bit of waiting never hurt anybody. We waited this long for the fall of the Watchtower, and I think we can wait a little bit longer, can't we? So, yeah, we're just gonna wait around a little bit, and they should be here pretty darn soon. And if you're concerned about, I know there were some concerns about they'll be calling us here on Zoom. Won't we be hearing their voices, and won't the Watchtower then suspect who this insider is? And they could get like fired or demoted, or I don't know, they might go missing. This is the Watchtower we're talking about here. Some very shady things going on behind the scenes. I would not worry about that. I was informed by the insider that they will be using a voice synthesizer of some kind to disguise their voice in a way that no one could determine who they are and what rank they hold within the Watchtower or anything like that. So don't worry about that. We've taken all these precautions. We've thought them all out ahead of time. We know what to expect. So, and I'm actually really excited to be able to talk to the insider again. Because like basically, if again, this is from the last episode, I was required to send over a pretty hefty sum of money to them for us to be able to hire some of the players involved in this plan. Um, I hate to always keep bringing up money. Like, I feel like I bring it up almost every episode or something. And, I don't like doing that, but the thing is, like, plans this expansive, they just require that you invest a little bit. We're investing in our future here at the Yop Tower, and I think that's important because, like, I've dedicated my life to being a true Yoppie dude, not one of those fake Yoppie dudes you hear about over at the Watchtower or something. Like, no, like this is real. This is legit, and being a legit Yoppie dude means making sacrifices. You don't get to make silly jokes on your podcast show as you review episodes of Batman the original trilogy. It's frankly kind of pathetic, really. I mean, there is room for fun here, don't get me wrong. I definitely had a lot more fun with this stuff before things went downhill. I've been thinking a lot about that lately, but you know, this is war now. And all I'm saying is I think that one side of this war is taking it a lot more seriously than the other side. Not naming names. Oh, no, I will name names. It's the Watchtower or the Pod Tower or whatever they like to call themselves. They have like, I don't know, like isn't one channel enough for you guys? Like seriously, it's such like an old YouTube kind of thing to have like two channels. Who does that anymore, right? People who are out of touch do that, and that's why like I only have this one channel because this is my home here. The Yup Tower is my home, and it has been for a very, very long time. And that's just kind of how it is, you know? Yup Tower has been around since like what, 2009 or so, and I will not abandon it just because it's convenient for me. Even though originally the platform that we used for the Yup Tower was on a completely different site. And I did have to migrate to YouTube at a later time because, but anyway, that doesn't count though. That doesn't count. That was like there was a distinct line of succession there. You know, the previous platform that the Yup Tower was hosted on, that was migrated very efficiently, and it had the continuity was kept intact. So I'm sure you guys can appreciate that. Maybe even the Watchtower can appreciate that. I know how much they love their continuity. So. Continuity, continuity, what's the right way to say that? Are those two different words, or have I just been saying that wrong? Because whenever I say that, I usually say continuity, but I know that continuity is a word too. Is that the same word? Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? Well, you know, while we're waiting, I think maybe the insider might be running a tad bit late. I'm going to look that up. Why not? Let's see. Continuity or continuity? Yeah, I think that might be the same word. Oh geez, hang on. Let me look up what the pronunciation is. How to pronounce continuity. All right, let's hear this. Here, I'll play it into the mic. We can both learn this together.
Continuity.
Continuity, not continuity. Oh boy. All right. Well, I really have. Oh boy. Yeah, I have egg on my face now, don't I? Jeez. Well, I guess I could always cut that out. But you know, I mean, I think I've said it before here at the Yup Tower. We keep the mistakes in sometimes because we make mistakes, and you know, I mean, just kind of comes with the territory, I guess. In war, people make mistakes, and obviously, we try to make as few as possible. But now I know it is continuity. I mean, I've always known that. Again, I'm not an idiot. I'm not. I don't know. I've said continuity sometimes. Continuity, continuity. They both sound. I mean, I like the sound of both of them, to be honest. Continuity kind of like is almost easier to say. Continuity requires like you really like you have to hit all those consonants. I don't know. I don't know anything about. This isn't my ballpark. Okay, I'm not the linguistics guy. Right? I'm the Yoppie guy, Yoppie dude, if you will. Yeah. Yep. Sorry. Sorry. I'm just checking I'm just checking to see if I got any new messages. No? Okay. All right. Well, you know, I guess we have a little bit longer to chat. You'll have to forgive me if there's like maybe some lulls in this waiting period. Again, I wasn't really planning on like chatting too long. So but what was I saying before? Yoppie dude, right? I've been noticing more and more whenever I like occasionally tune in to watch like a Jump on the Batwagon episode, which isn't often. I don't do that very often or anything. It's reconnaissance is what it is. It's reconnaissance. But when I do, I'm noticing more and more that these frauds, they keep using the term Yoppie dude or Yoppie dudes or Yop or Yoppie. Basically, Yop in all its forms. It comes in many forms. It's a very diverse word. And I noticed that they've been saying it like more and more lately, it seems like. I don't know if that's them trying to get under my skin. If it is, then it's kind of working because I very clearly told them in the past, I made it very clear that every time that they say yup in any of its forms, they owe me like a certain amount of money. I don't even remember anymore. That was how many episodes ago was that? It was episode 3. Good grief. I don't remember what happened back then. That's like a blur. I live in the moment. That's the thing about me. That's the thing about me that you need to know. You're getting some yop lore here. I don't like to live in the past. Those old episodes, they have their charms, but you're not going to win a war by living in the past. The past can't teach you anything. I live by that credo. Is it credo or creed? Oh man. Dang it. Oh gosh. Am I doing it again? Have I been saying this wrong all along? Is it credo or creed? Are those different words? Hang on. Creed. Okay, so creed is a word. It's a system of Christian or other religious beliefs of faith. Okay, well, I don't really know if I'm using it in that context, but credo. Okay. Yeah, credo is basically synonymous with I believe. What was creed again? Okay, I mean, they both have to do with belief, I guess. I didn't know this. Creed is spelled with 2 E's. Credo, only 1 E. That's interesting. In my head, I always assumed that credo had 2 E's. So, all right. Well, there you go. Another little learning experience here. I'm gonna try to message my insider again real quick. So guys, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna send a little message to make sure that they know that we're on Zoom and that we're waiting for them. So 1 moment. Okay. Okay. Just send them like a quick message, quick little memo to tell them that hey, we're waiting here and we're ready to get things rolling. I don't know exactly how long of a conversation this is going to be with them. I mean, we got the broad strokes again of the plan. Like we know, like that we'll be hiring the private eye, we'll be hiring the building inspector and all that, and obviously I sent over the money to the insider, so they are handling all the financing side of this kind of stuff, which is good because I already have enough on my plate as it is. If you ask me, like there's a lot going on. Like in war, you make plans, right? You can quote me on that. You make plans in war, and so I already have a lot on my plate when it comes to just juggling, like dealing with the Watchtower and the Pod Tower and keeping up with them and all the crimes they're committing, and that's a full-time job. That's why I haven't bothered getting a job. I'm just kind of living off of, just some of the good fortune I've had in the past, I suppose. Yeah, kind of digging into my savings a little bit. And some of Yop's money kind of helps too. So, there's that. It is kind of like worrying because I am digging pretty deep into the savings and I'm just kind of concerned because I spent many years accumulating those savings. And I don't know, I'm just kind of hoping that in the long run that this kind of pays off. It's kind of like an investment, I guess. I'm not one to really talk about investing very often. I don't I don't really know how that works, right? Like, I'm not an investing guy. Um, I know Yop, the second Yop 2.0, he was big on investing in like crypto or whatever he was talking about. And I just don't get it. Like, why bother? Why bother investing? I say just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and do the work. Right? That's kind of like how that's my credo to to coin a phrase. Uh, it's I don't know. It just kind of seems to me like why bother investing in things if you unless you're lazy. You got to be lazy to invest in things. That's something that lazy people do. And basically, how I live is just like what I do is what I do. I don't know if that makes sense exactly. I guess that harkens back to what I said earlier about living in the moment. Right? You know, investing that requires that you're living in the future. And I won't pretend like I know what the future holds exactly. All I know is that the Watchtower is going to go down. That's all I know. That's like my one insight into the future is that we're bringing the Watchtower crumbling down. And I'm confident in that. So I guess in that way, maybe I am investing in my future, not with money, but with plans for domination over the Watchtower. That's a kind of investment. So yeah, I'm kind of a clever guy. Oh boy. Okay. Wow. How long have we been waiting? Almost 17 minutes. All right. Well, a lot more talking than I imagined I would have to do. Guys, I'm going to run off real quick and get some water. Because, I want my voice to be nice and silky smooth when I talk to the insider. I want to be in our best behavior and all that, and just kind of give a really good impression. So I will be right back. BRB, as the kids say. Just have to run to my kitchen real quick, and I will be back with you momentarily. All right? Oh, shoot. Every time, like, I roll my chair back, I end up, like, rolling over one of the wires, because I'm surrounded by many wires around here. Anyone else have that problem? Leave a comment below if you have that problem of, like, running over wires with your chair whenever you're rolling backwards. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna go get that water. Be right back. Type that comment while you're waiting. I'll be right back. Type out the comment. Let's get some engagement going. Yeah. Let's hear it for the engagement. All right, I'll be right back. Be right back. All right. All right, yeah. Sorry, didn't keep you guys waiting too long. I'm drinking regular water. I can't really afford much else. So it's actually a pretty good money saving method I've found. What I do is I turn on my faucet, my sink, and I fill up an empty water bottle with the water, and then I put it in the fridge for several hours or so, and it gets nice and cold, and you drink it, and there's a bit of a weird taste. Something weird I found. The faucet in my bathroom, the water there actually tastes better than the faucet water from the kitchen. It's a very subtle difference, and I don't know why that would be the case exactly. I'm not a scientist. I don't know. They both taste odd. Like they're both of them aren't like store-bought water or anything. For all the fancy folks who buy store-bought water, it's a scam, if you ask me, is what that is. That is a scam, buying store-bought water. Because what is that, like a 500% markup or something? Costs like nothing to make, but then selling it back to you, they can just like really jack up the prices. It's like ridiculous. I'm gonna take a quick sip. Ugh. Yeah, just terrible. I don't know. It almost tastes like carrots. I don't know what that is. It's like a rusty carrot kind of taste. I don't even like carrots, so that's a big problem. But hey, we work with the cards that we're dealt, right? And I was dealt some rusty carrot water. So I'm gonna take another sip. Oh gosh. I wish I could like drink other stuff. But just do not have the money at the moment. It's sent most of my money to the insiders so they could get these plans off the ground. And I think it almost seems like the Watchtower is kind of rubbing it in my face that they can just drink whatever they want. And he's like, they act all like highfalutin over there with like their like what do they drink over there? They're always talking about like drinking champagne or like scotch on the rocks or something. They've drank Yop, the drink Yop. Like, come on, give me a break. You guys are literally just gonna like go that low that you're just gonna brag to me in particular because you know that I can't afford that kind of stuff. Give me a break. That's the thing about these people. They're so petty. Watchtower and Podtower are so petty. Like, they do these little things that, like, it seems like they're just talking on a podcast. Like, if you were to be listening, you just be like, oh, okay, well, they're just talking. They're just, like, making chit-chat. No. No, no, no. You don't understand. They are specifically talking to me. 95% of the time, what they are saying is directed directly towards me. They don't make that, like... It's not obvious to the layman or anything, but like I pick up on it. They're using like subtle little cues that they know that only I would pick up on. So basically like 95% of their show is about me. Ridiculous. Like, come on guys, you can't do anything else with your podcast, really? And then when I do watch their podcasts, I have to like sit around for like 3 hours or something. Like, their podcast episodes are ridiculous. Who on earth has time to... Oh, hang on. I just got a notification. 1 second. Oh. My latest e-bill statement is ready. For rent. Okay. I'll do that later. So what was I saying? Yeah, basically they have these super long episodes. I don't think it was always that way. I don't remember. Like, I feel like in the early days they were at least, they could keep it a little brief. Now they have like these 3-hour episodes where like they just can't stop talking. You like skip to any random time code and you just hear one of them like cackling like a jackal. It's kind of disturbing, honestly. Like, it's like the old expression goes: brevity is the soul of wit. That is an expression that I think the Watchtower and the Podtower could both learn a thing or two from. I don't know what the expression means exactly, but I think it has something to do with talking too much. It's kind of like that other expression goes: 'tis better to leave your mouth closed and be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Basically, what that means is that foolish people tend to talk a lot, and that by not talking, you are the people who are looking at you are like determining that your foolishness is being like restrained. So when people wait, no, that's not right. What and it's a complicated saying. It's like you can a saying like that is something you can analyze for a very long time and not know all of its intricacies. I certainly don't. Who even said that saying? Was that Dostoevsky? I think. Am I saying that right? I don't know. Oh, whatever. Sorry, I was checking my phone again. Nothing new. Yikes, it's almost been half an hour. Kind of regretting starting this early, but I'm not going to cut any of this stuff out because I've mentioned some important things. So, like, I can't, like, cut all this opening stuff out because then, like, you won't hear some of the important stuff that I've talked about. So, I guess all this is staying in. Guess you're in for a longer than normal episode. Again, I don't know how long this conversation is going to be. We know all of the broad strokes, but getting into the finer details in the call and just kind of talking to one another, we might, I don't know, we might be talking for like 20 minutes, 20, maybe 30 minutes, on top of the amount of time that I've already been recording for, of course. You guys remember back when like water bottles had like the caps were like thicker? They're not like thicker, but well, yeah, kind of thicker. They were like taller, right? Like they were wide enough. I don't know, wide, tall, thick, whatever. They were like wide enough that you could like balance them on their edge very easily, and they could like roll around. Now they're like really thin. They're like the thickness of like 3 nickels stacked on top of one another. Whereas old bottle caps, those used to be like 8 nickels tall. Back in the old days, back in the 8 nickels tall days. Now they're really thin. I don't like that. I don't like things that are different than what they used to be. Because why change that? Like, there's no, I can't think of a single good reason to change that. Just like, what are you doing? And maybe, I don't know, maybe this has something to do with like, I know that businesses are always trying to get more like sleek and fashionable. And maybe they just think that the thinner bottle cap design is much more sleek or something. I don't know, it just kind of looks dopey to me. It just kind of looks dopey. Kind of like how there was that whole fad of like, oh, it's not really even like a fad. There's just like an ongoing problem of like logos getting more simplified over the years. You guys aware of this? Just like tons of logos keep getting like boiled down more and more and more into their component parts until you just end up with something very abstract. That's what happened to these bottle caps. And that's a real shame. You know, I actually had a theory for why a lot of logos get boiled down like that. Why, like, they keep getting simpler and simpler and simpler. My solution is that it's very unlikely. There's very little reason or incentive for it to go the other way. Because what's the alternative? The designs get more and more complicated? That introduces a lot of problems because then you have issues with customers not even recognizing your product as well. But whereas if you boil it down into its component parts, it's still identifiable in a way because of the colors or the design or the shape. So that's why you tend to see designs get more simple because that's really the only direction they can go. They can't get more complicated to get more complicated, that requires like adding to it and adding to a design in terms of like depth or like a literal like I don't know, a literal like insignia or something added to it. It just adds a lot of extra visual noise. And I think it's just a lot easier, a lot more simple to simplify logos and products. So, with that being said, you should know I have no plans to make the Yopptower logo any more simplified. I think it looks beautiful as is. It is a beacon of hope and integrity, and I see no reason to change that. I think our brand is very strong. Could be stronger, but I'm pretty happy with what we have now. There is no need to change. Remember that. You can quote me on that. That is on par. That what I just said is on par with my whole quote earlier from Dostoevsky about the squeaky wheel gets the oil or whatever I said earlier. I don't know. I have trouble sometimes like thinking about stuff for too long. Or that sounds wrong. Like it's like remember a while back when my computer like failed, it like bricked, it turned into a brick basically, and a bunch of fumes went into the air, and I was breathing the fumes. After that incident, I found it very hard to concentrate on things for too long. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. It's just kind of like a brain fog almost. you know. Probably nothing to worry about. I mean, what? That was pretty recent, really. That was only a couple months ago, or something. Now, how long ago was that? It was a while. I don't know. I don't really. I'm gonna look at my messages real quick. All right, well, I feel like I was pretty clear in these messages. Yeah, basically, I was like, all right, I'm on Zoom, ready when you are, I said. And then earlier, I sent another message saying, still on Zoom. Hop in whenever you can. It's about as basic as it gets. He knows how to get in. Or she knows. Just forget I said anything. Again, sorry about the silence. I don't know if there's too much more to mention right now. I've talked about all the important things. Talked about what the plans are for this call. Talked about what the Watchtower is up to. I've talked about how bottle caps are getting like reduced in size. Not much else going on in my life right now. That's one thing, like, I always kind of, I wouldn't say I envy or anything, but I can get a little, I don't want to use the word jealous or anything. I'm like, I'm a little, I'm a little, I'm left wanting a bit sometimes when it comes to listening to the Pod Tower and hearing like some of the wacky adventures they go on, you know? Like they like they like get to go places and like hang out with friends and stuff. I do not have time for those kind of luxuries anymore. I haven't for a very long time. I just kind of sit around here and I plot. I plot. That's what I do. And no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, that's kind of just what my role has come to. And if that is my role, then I will play it. So, there it is. But, sometimes I kind of do miss going outside. I still do it sometimes, like when I have to leave to get groceries. Uh, don't have a car right now, so I basically had to walk. So I can't get very many groceries at any given time. I have to just kind of get whatever I can carry. Thankfully, it's not too long of a trip. It's about 2 miles, 4 miles round trip. But I have lots of spots to sit. Here's the problem, though. The problem is that I can't get a lot of cold products. I used to like get milk sometimes. That's not the case anymore. It would spoil before I had the chance to get back. So that's one of the other reasons why I've just turned to getting water now. Basically, everything I can get, it cannot it cannot spoil. Basically, is the problem, or it at least has to be able to like last out in the heat for a while. I guess when it starts getting like really cold, I could like start doing that again. That's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. I guess I could pay like an Uber. That is a lot of money though. What is that like? I don't know. I've never even gotten an Uber before. Is that like $50 or something? I wouldn't even know what to say really. Like I don't talk to people very often. That's why it was such a surprise when I was talking with this insider, because I was like, "Whoa, hey, I'm like sharing thoughts and you're like responding to them." That's weird, right? Like if you think about it, that's kind of strange. That like that's what people do. They talk and one person says something and then another person says something and before you know it, like everybody's saying something. It's kind of funny. Cuz normally what I'm used to is that like I say something and no one's there to hear it. And so then I respond to it because it's rude to leave myself hanging, right? And and so basically that's how that persists for a while, is just kind of, just me kind of talking in a loop. But it's really good though. Like some people say that it's bad to talk to yourself, or they say that it's bad to like answer yourself. I disagree. Respectfully disagree on that one. It helps me think, all right? Because otherwise I just kind of feel like I'm going crazy in here. But but I'm not crazy because I have me. And that is all you need. That is all you need. That's a song, isn't it? That is all you need. That is all you need. Is that a song? What is that? Hang on, I'm going to look that up. Let's see. That is all you need. Song. Let's see. That is all you need. There's All You Need by Jaquiz. I don't know if I've heard of that. Hang on, is this it? Let me look at the lyrics. You say you need someone real. I got something. I've been stressing about your bills. That ain't about nothing. Ain't about nothing. I know I could be your light. I want to shine with you. I'll flood your folly on your wrist. What? Won't waste my time with you. Girl, all you need is me. Girl, I just want to lift your spirits. Yeah. For anyone that ever hurt your feelings. That's kind of a clever rhyme. Girl, all you need is me, right? Be my partner in this life sinnin'. For sure. My love for life, girl, like I caught a sentence. What? All right, those lyrics are a little bit beyond me. I don't know if that's the song I was thinking of. So we can look that up later after the Zoom call is over. They should be joining soon. They can be a little late, a little tardy sometimes. So I'm good to wait. I'm sorry that you guys have had to wait a little bit. Hopefully you guys haven't had too much going on. But hey, this is important though. Like, you knew what to expect if you watched the last episode. I warned you guys that, hey, we would be doing a big call where we planned everything out. And so, like, set some time aside is my advice. Like, come on, seriously, I only upload every now and then. It's not like I'm uploading every day over here like the Yopptower, or like the Pod Tower. Oh, gosh. Got that one mixed up in my head. Oops. Got that one out. Cut that one out. No, I don't upload that often. So seriously, like, come on, you can't spare a few minutes to hear me out a little bit. Come on, what do you got going on? Are you really that busy of a person? Really? I mean, if you made it this far, clearly you are not that busy of a person. Clearly you don't have much else going on in your life. Hey, same. Well, not same, because I do a lot of warplay. I'm gonna take another drink of water. I'm kind of getting used to it. I'm getting used to that flavor. It has like a texture to it almost. It's like I'm a wine connoisseur over here. Ah, yes, a very vegetal bouquet to this water of mine. Best not to think about it. Almost wish that I'd done this live. Now I could have like live chat over here telling me some stuff. Chatting away. Could answer some questions or something. That actually reminds me, a while back, I was like, hey, if you guys want to do a Q&A, send me some questions. And I want to say that we did not get any questions per se. I don't blame you guys for that or anything. Maybe I just wasn't very clear in my messaging. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to reply. I'll reply to it all. Any question that you may have. I got to be a little careful, of course, because, there was that whole incident before of the Watchtower potentially, like, sending the police or, like, some kind of armed unit to my house before I had to move. And, yeah, basically, yeah, I don't know if you're not aware of what I'm talking about. They, like, made threats against my home. So I had to, like, kind of move out early. I had to stay at a hotel for a while. Then I was able to pretty quickly transition to the apartment that I'm still using. Both of them equally drafty, of course. But, roll with the punches. Well, I forget what the point of all this was. What was I saying? Gosh, so hard to concentrate. I'm going to drink more water. It still tastes like carrots, but in a way that's kind of like, it's almost a good thing. Because water's healthy for you. Carrots are healthy for you. You mix the two together, and I'm practically drinking a smoothie right now. So, yeah. And frankly, it's kind of good for me to have, like, any kind of, like, nutrition. Because otherwise, I can tend to eat a little unhealthily. Because, again, long walk home from the grocery store, I can't really buy veggies anymore. I kind of just had to buy, like, I don't know, things they're kind of just good forever. So and it can't be too heavy either, so I can't get a lot of like canned goods. So basically I get a lot of like salted meats, you know, like processed meats that like you could leave out for like a month and they're perfectly fine because they've been like cured or whatever in like a salty brine. I get a lot of salted foods is my point. One of my favorite foods, here's a Q and A thing that you don't have to ask now. One of my favorite foods to get are jalapenos. I love spicy food. Love it. I was thinking recently, would I like jalapenos if they weren't spicy? And that's a deep question to ask oneself. It really makes you think. I don't know. That's the answer. I don't know. I don't know if the flavor of a jalapeno is worthwhile without the spice to accommodate it. I have heard that, what are they? Habaneros are like delicious. I mean, they're like considered the most delicious of the spicy pepper variety. Don't know if that is true. I've never had a habanero. That's me being honest. And because I can't find like sliced habaneros anywhere. I can find like whole habaneros, I guess, maybe. Or you can find like a habanero paste or something, but honestly, it's kind of hard. Like I don't know of any place that just sells like sliced habaneros that you can just take out of the jar and eat by the handful. Not a thing. That at least not at any of the stores I go to. That's a shame. Tell me if you guys know of a place for me to get sliced habaneros. This is very important to me. Very important. Almost as important as this call that we are about to have with the insider at the Watchtower / Pod Tower. I really need to like, should I just call them the Tower? Like, it's kind of a pain to always have to distinguish the two, even though they're basically the same thing. Should I just call them the Tower? No. No, because that gives them, if anyone should be called the Tower, it's me. I was here first. I have like more quality content. I care more about my audience. And there is like a value to the things I have to say. Of what value is there to learn about a yellow bat suit? Wouldn't you rather hear about peppers? At least because in real life, you're never going to encounter a yellow bat suit. That's never going to mean anything to you. Literally useless content. Useless content. Jalapenos, though, and habaneros, you will encounter those in the wild. You might eat them for pleasure, or they might be like forced upon you by like some outside force. What if you are attacked by a gang of pepper-toting gangsters? Right? And what if this gang of gangsters forces you to eat a habanero? Imagine that. Can you imagine that? I can. I live in a pretty shady neighborhood. I could see that happening. You got to be ready for when that happens. But no one on this planet is ever going to pull you aside and say, tell me why that bat suit was yellow in that one episode, or else. That is highly unlikely. All right, I gotta be honest, guys. I kind of have to go to the bathroom. This is not what I expected the call to be over by now. Honestly, gosh, I don't really know what to do. I guess I'll just leave this running. Oh gosh, and I really hope that the insider does not join while I'm away. That's what I'm worried about. I hate to like leave the computer. But I guess I'll just try to be fast about things, and hopefully they just know to wait around, right? So I will be right back. I'll be back with you momentarily, and we will continue this discussion. I have a lot more to say. especially once the call begins with the insider. So stay tuned for that. There is some powerful content ahead of us, and I want you guys to be present for that. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I have to go somewhere. Oops. Forgot to put the cap back on my water bottle. Do not want a spill to happen. Okay. Did I get that? That's the problem with these thin caps. Like, sometimes they don't screw on correctly. That could have been a disaster. See what I mean? Things that are different are terrible. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. Hope I didn't miss anything. Hang on. Still not here. Dang it. Okay. Wow. Oh wow. I really hope I didn't miss it. Hang on. Let me just see if they texted me. No. Okay. Wow. Where is that message? I really thought I would get a message by now. Do I still have minutes on my phone? Is that the problem? Like, yeah, no, I paid the bill For once. Wow. I guess I should have known that things wouldn't be, like, super easy. When are they ever easy? When has my life ever been easy? Oh well, if I have to wait a couple minutes for the call, it's worth it. Again, you can spare a couple of minutes. You don't have anything else going on. You don't have anything else going on. Did you just wait through that entire bathroom break? Like, good grief. No, I'm just joking around with you though. Like, no, but we will be starting really soon. Hey, I got a fun idea. While we wait, why don't we come up with the title for this episode? It's got to be clever. Let's think. It has to have the word yop in it. And that's about it. That's basically all it requires. Yop. Yoppapalooza? Maybe. We'll use that when we're really running out of ideas. We'll use that one. That's not really a phrase. I like it to be like a phrase or like a well-known word. Let me think. Yup. Yaplomb. Yaplomb. It's like the word aplomb, but with yup. No, that's stupid. Is aplomb even a word? I think it is. What does aplomb mean? Hang on. Good grief. These kind of things keep me up at night, folks. Aplomb. Yeah, aplomb. Self-confidence or assurance, especially when in a demanding situation. Obviously. I knew that. Dang, I shouldn't have looked that up. I knew that. Aplomb. Yaplomb. No. No, it still doesn't work. This is hard. I feel like a lot of people, they don't even pay attention to the title. And they don't even recognize that a lot of work and effort goes into it. I don't just this isn't just like a passing, like, oh, okay, there it is, decision. Like, no, I put some real thought into my titles. I put a lot of thought into everything that I do. As much thought as I can through the brain fog. Let me think. There's got to be a good one. We can't have used them all already. Yup. Yup pooling. It's like carpooling, but with yup. It's too forced. That one's too forced. That's the problem. It's too forced. Ooh, got it. Yopping the floor. Okay, that's pretty good. That's like mopping the floor, but yopping the floor. All right, there it is. There it is. All right, we're going to use that one. That's good. That is good. All right, that's good. I'm going to have to write that down. Beautiful. Wait. I've already used that, though? Hang on. Hang on. Guess we have the time, right? You're not going anywhere, are you? Let's see. I don't think I've used that. Whoa, where's the channel at? I typed in Yoppie. Where's the channel at? No, wait, did the Watchtower take it down? Where's the channel at? Oh. Okay, false alarm, everybody. Put down your pitchforks. I typed in Yoppie database. I guess, wow. One letter off and my entire channel doesn't show up. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm sure that happens with lots of channels. Like here, what if I typed in, instead of Watchtower database, I typed in Watchhour database with no T. Bet that won't appear. Oh, there it is. Well, that's what happens when you're manipulating the algorithm, right? I hope you guys are happy with yourselves for manipulating the algorithm to favor you. Pretty sure that's illegal. Just add it to the list of crimes. Anyways, yopping the floor. Let's see if I've used that. No, no, no. Yop goes the weasel. That was a classic. No. Oh, dang it, we did. We used yopping the floor. Wow, okay. Jeez Louise. They're getting tough. How many episodes have we done now? Like 33? This is episode 34. I need like a team. This is why you guys need to send me more money so I can hire a team to like do stuff like this so I don't have to. This is taking up valuable brain resources for me to come up with this. And someone as busy as me should not have to be dealing with stuff like this. Yup. Yoperation. That's the one. Yoperation. It's like operation, but with yop. All right, let me see if we've used that. I'm almost positive we have not. No, no, no. 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 Hot Yopic. Another good one. No. No. We have not. There you go. There's the name of the episode. You were here. You were here for the creation process. You helped. You have like stake in this. I guess you're kind of peering behind the curtains here a little bit, kind of seeing how we operate behind the scenes here at the Watchtower. You are welcome. Yoperation. That is good. That is good. It's like operation, but with yop. What are we operating on? I don't know. I guess this episode's kind of like an operation because it's not like a medical operation, but it's like a military operation because this is war, and the operation today is to have this call with the insider and discuss what's going to go down. So there you go. It's relevant. All the titles are always relevant. Remember that. I think some people think that these titles are like meaningless. They all have meaning. They are all very valuable. Remember the Hot Yopic episode? I know that was just a play on Hot Topic, but you gotta believe me on this one. It's relevant. Hot Topic was relevant to that episode. Listen to it again. If you don't believe me, listen to the Hot Yopic episode again, and you will notice like some eerie similarities going on. But you got to be smart about it. If you listen to that episode and you don't see the correlation, maybe pick up a book or two. You know, educate yourself, better yourself. Read literature. That will make you appreciate the Watchtower a lot more, because this is the thinking man's podcast. This is where like people go when they want to be informed by an unbiased perspective. There's a lot of biased news out there, I've been told, and the Watchtower is free from all of that. I have no political affiliations. Frankly, I don't even understand politics. My position, my one thing that I'm shooting for is the destruction of the Watchtower, and that is something we can all get behind. It's bipartisan. On a related note, if you want to join this Yoppie war, if you want to like help, please send some money over to me. I'm not begging or anything, but please send some money over. Anything you can, just send it over, please. I'm not begging. This isn't me begging. I'm just. This is an operation, a operation. You know, I'm running a very large operation here. It needs finances coming in. We are not getting enough finances coming in, and my savings and Yop's money that I borrowed, will not last forever. if you want to see this war continue in earnest, you need to help out a little bit. Gotta be honest, this kind of feels like a one-sided relationship right now between me and the fan base. Doesn't have to be that way. You guys can help out. You can lend a helping hand. Even in small ways. Maybe you don't have money. All right. I don't know if I believe you. Because, like, come on, you don't have like 30 cents or something? I'll take anything. Literally anything. Not begging. But, okay, you don't have money? Fine. Use your talents to give the Yopptower a boost. Make some fan art of the Yopptower and share it with the Watchtower to show them, wow, look at all this cool fan art of Yopp and his big muscles and chiseled jawline. Show that. Strike some fear into the heart of the enemy. Maybe you're not good at drawing. Okay. Make a song about us. Create a new intro song. That old intro song was garbage. It was trash, okay? It frankly gave me a headache every time I heard it. It was awful. I hated it. You can do so much better and probably take a lot less time doing it. I'm pretty sure that I was told when I was first sent that message of the song, the original song, like the person said that they spent like a solid month like getting people together to like make that and then edit it together and like balance it out, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Okay, that's a lot of wasted time on your part. Imagine wasting that much time on like some kind of silly project. Some like silly side project. Imagine wasting that much time. No, you do not have to spend that much time if you make us a new song. Make us a new song. We'll play it here as an intro. As long as it's good. That's the one thing. We are no longer going to be playing bad songs on the podcast. Only good songs. So send me a good song. Okay, maybe you don't know how to make music. Leave some comments. Leave more than one comment. Maybe you can comment throughout the duration of this video. Leave like little time codes below telling people, hey, Yopp makes a really good point at this point in the video. Go check out the 38-minute mark for some insightful commentary. And then leave another comment at the hour mark, which we passed 7 minutes ago, and say, he's still going, don't give up. Post a time code when the insider shows up, so that way people know what time code to skip to if they don't want to hear me talk, and they can just skip right to when the insider joins the call, which is going to be very soon. So leave that for your fellow Yopptowerians. Yep. Yoppites? No, we don't really have a name. Maybe we'll talk about that later. Okay, maybe you don't want to leave a comment. Maybe you don't have fingers. All right? Hey, this is a judgment-free zone. All right, you freak of nature. Why don't you go to some of the Watchtower's social media places and you leave a comment. Oh, wait, that would require fingers. Dang it. All right, if you don't have fingers, we don't want you here. Everybody else, yeah, go to the Watchtower's videos and say, hey, stop viewing this garbo and go check out the Yopptower database. Leave a little link to my channel. And if the Watchtower takes it down, just post more. For every comment they take down, post like 3 more. We're like a Hydra here at the Yopptower. I leave a lot of comments on Watchtower videos, but most of them get auto taken down because they're so apparently violent. Whatever that means. Or incendiary. Yeah. Yeah, excuse me for being incendiary when I'm at war for the very existence of my channel against an evil corporation that is seeking to take over, just completely corner the market on Batman, Superman, and DCAU, or just DC-related material in general. Yeah. Excuse me for being mad about that. What are some other ways you can help out? Hey, maybe you can make your own little channel where, like, you kind of talk about some of this stuff. You know, you need to make it clear that you are not, like, you're not directly affiliated with me. unless like you have my permission for that kind of thing. But if you want to make your own YouTube channel where you break down this drama as it unfolds, hey, that's probably a very accessible thing. And that will show the Watchtower that there is a lot of voices out there who are upset about this situation. You know, I'm not just screaming into a void here. There's a lot of people listening to what I have to say right now. A lot of people are tuning in. They're hearing what I have to say. And then, if you make your own channel, they can tune in and they can listen to what you have to say. That is powerful. That is real power in your hands there. Don't pass up on the opportunity. Opportunity? Ooh. Ooh. Opportunity. Whoa. Okay. All right. You know what? I was a little upset that we had to wait this long. That's good. That is good. Oh, wow. What do I go with? Yoperation or Opportunity? They both work because this episode is our opportunity to talk with the insider and get our opportunity to take down the Watchtower. It's like opportunity, but with Yop. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. That's just another little bit of cleverness that just happens. Hey, if you make your own channel and you're not like cranking out clever lines like that every couple minutes, don't feel bad. Not everyone can be on my level. So, there it is. I'm out of breath. I am out of breath from how excited I got over the opportunity thing. Brilliant. All right. I'm going to send another message real quick to the insider and see if they are on their way. So give me 1 second. Okay. Just kind of trying to think of what to say exactly. Because I don't want to like come off as being like upset or anything. I don't want to come off as being ungrateful. But did have other stuff that I wanted to do today, so hoping that he gets here sooner rather than later. Hang on. All right. Well, we will see how well that goes. Fingers crossed. Guess while we're waiting, I could mention some of my latest efforts in working on the Zeta Project timeline video. Why not? I know how much you guys are looking forward to the Zeta Project timeline video. Fair enough. And sometimes I feel like I can be a little dismissive about it, just because I treat it like it's a very secretive project, you know? Like, this isn't the kind of thing that, like, I just come out and, like, talk about on a day-to-day basis. Like, no, this is something that every morning, every night, like, I wake up thinking about the Zeta Project timeline video, and I go to bed at night thinking about the Zeta Project timeline video. Honestly, when I was stuck in my car, waiting for someone to rescue me, really what kept me going, I think, was just thinking about the Zeta Project timeline video and how much work still needed to be done when I got home. And during my trip across America, it is what kept me going, I think. So, yeah, kind of a big deal. Kind of a big deal, you know. And that's the kind of passion that I bring to my work, you know? I mean, do you think that the Watchtower's ever put in that much work for something? Doubt it. No, like, it's like a different level of, like, it's one thing to care about something. You know, I care about lots of things. Like, I care about my health, my family, my friends, but then there's things that, like, you really care about. And for me, that is the Zeta Project timeline video. There's so much about Zeta that people are not talking about these days. I feel like we kind of lost our way when it came to Zeta. I mean, maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but, like, Zeta, he, like, oh, gosh, I mean, what, maybe I shouldn't even get into it, because if I start talking about Zeta now, like, by the time my insider gets here, which will be very soon, I feel, uh, it'll interrupt all my thoughts. So yeah, really, I don't want to talk too much about Zeta as a character right now. Save that for the video. But basically, what I'm working on right now in terms of the video is I'm about to start with some of the animation a little bit more. Got a lot of animating to do because it's a big video. It's a big video, and I want to I appreciate the artistic stylings of Zeta so much that I know that I want to add some of that. I want to give back to Zeta. Understand? Zeta has done so much for me, for just anyone who has seen the show. It deserves only the best, way more than whatever the Watchtower gave it. So, that's why it's taken a while, That and the fact that, I just get distracted and I forget sometimes, but, and it'll be worth the wait. That's another thing, too. I know some people are probably a little concerned. They're like, oh, well, what if I overhype myself? What if I just keep waiting for this thing to come out, and then it comes out, and it's okay, but it still leaves, some open-ended, areas. Maybe there's some loose threads. No. No, that's why it's taking so long, is that I am trying to remove all those loose threads. Tie it together into a beautiful tapestry. So, that kind of thing takes a while. It takes a while to assemble a tapestry as ornate and grandiose as what I'm putting together here. So, it'll be worth the wait. I'm not saying that you should overhype yourself, but I'm also not going to tell you to underhype yourself. I mean, you gotta kind of think about what your expectations are, right? I mean, what are you looking for in a Zeta Project Timeline video? Are you looking for quality? Are you looking for in-depth conversation, for deep commentary, emotion, thrills, chills, a bit of humor sprinkled in just because I can? That is the power of the Zeta Project Timeline video, and I am really excited to be able to share that with everybody. If those are the kind of things that you're looking for in the video, then you're not going to be disappointed. That's what I'm saying, so there it is. Sorry, just checking my phone again. No answer just yet. The insider will get back to us soon, though. Also, I guess some people have been wondering, what do we call this insider, right? This is a major player in the Yoppie war. And I feel like they should have, a name that accompanies that. Right now, I've mainly just been calling them the insider. If you have, a cool code name, I could see that, working out. I'm just trying to think, what's, a cool name? I don't know, cool name. Yop? Yeah, that's pretty good. Hey, why not? This is an idea. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. This could be the next big co-host. Why not? Why not? The first Yop, he had his benefits, but ultimately he betrayed our cause over matters of, money. As if you can put a price tag on this war. Kind of ridiculous. Yop number 2, massive disappointment. And so maybe Yop 3.0. I mean, if anything's gonna give you that title, that honorable title to go by, then I guess it would be this, right? Carrying out this operation smoothly and taking down the Watchtower. If that does not make you the next big Yop, I don't know what will. I mean, come on. So, I guess we'll talk about that when the insider gets here. Maybe I'll ask him. I'll be like, hey, the position's open. The pay is non-existent, but eventually I'm sure it'll be steady. It's a good fallback. How much are you really earning over there at the Watchtower? I know that they're making a lot off their merch. I haven't checked the stores in a while. I don't know the numbers like I used to, but I'm sure that they're selling their typical stuff. Overpriced t-shirts, $60 a pop, I think. Autographs, I'm sure. I mean, these people are big-headed enough that I wouldn't put it past them that they're like autographing like their own artwork, probably like drawing up like Bruce Timm style characters and passing it off, as if he made them, but it's really just them. They're forging it. That's the word I'm looking for. They're forging it. I mean, come on. This is just kind of what you expect when you're dealing with crooks who operate at this level. What else do they sell? Leggings, I think. I think that was their big seller, leggings. Making a killing off those. For all the people out there who like the DCAU and wear leggings, which, as I understand it, I mean, the crossover is higher than you'd think. So, takes me back to when I was making my Yoppie merch. Looked so good, too. I might bring that back someday, you know what? Because, like, there was something to that, and I think people were really pumped for that. I just need to bring that back. I need to get the materials together and just find the time. It's so hard to find the time in my busy schedule. So, it'll probably happen, but I just don't know if I'm going to be able to get leggings anytime soon, because that's, I mean, come on, that's hard to find. I don't even know who to reach out to, so there's all kinds of merch that I would like to make. Like, what about, like, a Yop? Ooh, okay, here's an idea. A Yop action figure. What do you think? I'm trying to think, like, maybe it would have, like, a little drawstring on the back, and every time you pull the string, like, it says, like, a little line. It would say, like, you'd pull the string, and it would yell, Yop to it, you know? And all my other famous catchphrases would be on there as well. That'd probably sell pretty well. A stuffed animal, right? A Yoppie stuffed animal, maybe of the Yopptower logo. You can snuggle up to it at night. Here's an idea, a Yop body pillow. Now, I realize that might seem a little strange out of context, but really, like, think about it for a second. There's probably a massive crossover of people who listen to the DCAU and who sleep alone. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to, like, make any accusations or anything. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that, you're picking up what I'm laying down here. Do I have to spell it out for you? There's crossover here, okay? That's all I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with that. So maybe that's an angle I could take. I don't know. What else? Oh, man. Maybe I could bring back the Yoppie burlap sack. Now, hold your horses. That is not a guarantee, just because I'm throwing out ideas here. We're waiting for the insider. I'm just kind of throwing out ideas as they come to me. The Yoppie burlap sack was our big, like, touchstone, I think, with buyers, and I would love to bring back the Yoppie burlap sack. Not easy. Not an easy task, but I think one perhaps worth pursuing someday. Because that's where the money is. Yopptower, dang it, I do that a lot. Watchtower, or Pod Tower. Ooh, hit my mic. Sorry about that. I hope that didn't sound too weird. I gesticulate a lot with my hands. Anyways, the Pod Tower, they have their leggings, and we have our Yoppie burlap sack. And let me just tell you something. There's a lot more you can do with a Yoppie burlap sack than you can with a pair of leggings. What do you do with leggings? You just put them on your legs, right? End of story. Yoppie burlap sack, on the other hand? Oh boy, I mean, where do I begin? You can put valuables in there. You can use it as like a purse if you're a woman, or just somebody who likes to carry a purse. I'm not judging here. Hey, we accept all kinds here. If you want to buy the Yoppie burlap bag, then, like, by all means. What else? If it's a sunny day outside, you could, like, place the burlap sack over your eyes to act as a sort of filter, save you from some of those UV rays. It's getting hot out in some places. And the sun shines. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do if you don't have sunglasses on hand? Take out your Yoppie burlap sack and hit the town. It's a fashion statement. Don't put anything inside of it. Just walk around with it dangling off your hip or something. And that sack will get some attention, I bet. People will look over and they'll say, like, hey, check out that guy's sack. More power to you. Um, hmm. I mean, the list goes on and on. I could probably come up with like a dozen more. But really, I don't want to get too distracted though. Let me check my messages again real quick. Still nothing. I'm gonna check my email. There's a possibility that it's through email. So let's see. If it's on, if this entire time my insider was trying to get in touch with me through email and I was missing it, I'm gonna be so embarrassed. I'm gonna have egg on my face. Oh boy. All right, here we go. No, nothing on email. All right. Well, at least now we know. Now that's something I can pay attention to. So I'm thinking ahead. Trying to think if there's anything else to talk about. Talked about the Zeta Project timeline video. Not much more to say about it. Working on the animation soon. Maybe I'll share some of that. If you guys want to see some of the early rough drafts of the animation, leave a little comment below. I'm not the best animator in the world, but I mean, practice makes perfect, right? And I've been doing a lot of practicing. Had plenty of time, so. Really, how hard can it really be? I haven't done a ton of it yet, but like it doesn't seem that difficult to me. I don't understand what all the hullabaloo is about this. Doesn't seem all that difficult. You just draw the lines, you color it in. So, I don't know. I think animators sometimes get like a little bit too much credit. Really, I think it's the writers who deserve the credit when it comes to these kind of things. Like, they're the ones crafting the story and the actions of the characters and the dialogue, and like that's big boy stuff. Drawings for kids. Like crayons, Need I say more? There's a reason that we give crayons to kids and not to like your 45-year-old uncle or something for his birthday. Like, no. Drawing's a kid thing. Only kids like drawings. And I feel, I guess that might be kind of like maybe I'll get a bit of flack for saying that. But it's just the truth, Nobody likes drawings. Nobody likes animation. Nobody likes cartoons. Well, okay, hang on, let me back up a little bit. Some people like that, but they like the writing more. That's the point. Lucky for me, I am a writer first and an animator second. I am a storyteller. I am the teller of tales. And I just have a knack for it. I don't know. I guess it's a gift or something, you might say. Just like when I was young, when I was but a young lad, I grew up in a small village, and I had a knack for telling stories. It's what I did. Something to pass the time, right? And that's kind of what helped like birth the Yopptower. Was a desire to share stories. That's why I think podcasts really are like the pinnacle of art, right? Like how do you top that? This is just like raw storytelling. It just doesn't get any more like direct than this. Like you are listening to my voice, unfiltered. There's no distracting animation, no graphics on screen, no visuals. You are completely honed in on my voice and my voice alone. You better not be doing anything else while you listen to this. Understand? This isn't something to zone out to. This isn't something to play in the background. If you're doing that, stop now. Stop the activity. Don't stop the episode. If nothing else, maybe I'll get some good ad revenue from all this. So, trying to think glass half full here. But no, like really, there's a certain power to podcasts that you're just not going to get out of other mediums, because you can just focus in on this and really like take in all the subtleties and what I have to say and like really cling on to every word. Anyways, with all that being said, I'm going to run off real quick and get some water, so I'll be right back. Yeah, I ran out of water. I drink a lot of fluids, especially when I get all worked up about the Watchtower, which is fairly often. Probably not great for my blood pressure, and that isn't helped by all the salty foods I'm ingesting. Never let it be said that I do not suffer for my art. Because I do. I suffer a lot more than a lot of other creators, I'll tell you that much. Suffering now. Just waiting is suffering, I guess. Wait's almost over, though. We're almost there. I mean, it was kind of fun to have like a little conversation, I guess. A little chit chat for a little bit, even if it is one-sided. I mean, if you wanna reply to things like live while I say it, then by all means, like it'll feel like a conversation for you. Maybe you want the companionship. You know, I don't need companionship. Not anymore. Maybe at one point I did. I was weak back then. You know, I had a loving girlfriend and everything. In the end, things didn't work out. The Watchtower ruined it. It's like they've ruined many elements of my life. But you know, I've taken those hits and they've only made me stronger. So, but yeah, no, if you want to like reply to what I'm saying and pretend like we're talking, then by all means, I'll play into that. Why not? Hey, how's it going? You can reply at this part. Oh, really? That's interesting. Hey, have you heard of the Yoppie database? Really good YouTube channel. You heard of it? No, it's very different from the Watchtower database. Those guys are frauds. See, what happened was they basically deleted all of his old content and stole some of his ideas and like rhetoric, and they used it to make it big on YouTube. Basically, they're a bunch of frauds. They're charlatans. Don't watch their channel. Understand? Cool. Thank you. Maybe you should subscribe. Maybe you should give them some money. Think about that. You have any money to give them? Oh, they accept all kinds of money. You got change. They'll accept change. You have any change on you? Sweet. Yeah, send them everything you got, man, within reason. Maybe even a little bit out of reason. That's right, bro. We're buddies, basically. You and I, we're pals. We'll do things that friends do. I don't know what those things are. What do you like to do? What are your interests? That's interesting. Hey, you want to join the Yoppie War? You want to be a soldier in the Yoppie War? Sweet. Yeah, I mean, you could sign up or we'll just draft you, really. There's really not that much paperwork involved. Cool. And I'm glad that you're willing to give your life for this cause. That really means a lot to me. Thank you, friend, buddy, old pal. All right, end of conversation. So there you go. You're my buddy now. That was a little snippet of what it's like to be my pal. Hope you enjoyed. Yeah. You know, me and Yop used to talk a lot. The first Yop. He was a pretty busy guy, had a lot on his plate. I wouldn't always be able to talk to him too much, but, you know, when we did talk, it was pretty fun. We knew each other for a while. We go way back. I don't even really remember how we met exactly. I'm trying to think. Oh, this used to come so much easier to me before I breathed in all those silicon fumes. Just gotta get the silicon out of my brain. Where did we meet? Where was it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, if you can't remember something, it's probably not important, right? Speaking of Yup 1.0, I haven't tried to call him in a while. There's a very real chance that maybe I could, reach out to him and establish a dialogue again. I know people probably missed him a little bit. I mean, I'm the star of the show and everything, but sometimes it's nice to hear, an alternate voice and get a different take on things. I do realize that Yop used to kind of, prattle on a little bit, He didn't know when to, all right, slow down there, quiet down, we get it, He was a little bit on the rude side, a little blunt. But he had a good heart. So. And I thought pretty highly of him. Why don't we try to give him a call? Why not? Don't see any reason why not. We're waiting here. Think I still have his number saved. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right, let's see. It's ringing. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm trying to put it up to the mic, but it cuts out low frequencies. Still ringing. Uh-oh. Hey, went to voicemail. Went to voicemail a little bit faster than I think is natural. Maybe he was taking another call. So. Well, we can always try again some other time. Maybe you'll call back. That'd be kind of funny. Imagine halfway through this call with the insider, if I get a call from Yop, and the first thing I can tell Yop is, hey, I'm talking to the insider at the Watchtower. Remember that? It's like old times. Gang's all here. Maybe he'll stick around a little bit. See what we gotta say. Gonna take a sip of my water real quick. That is the good stuff. Nice and lukewarm. Just like I like it, I guess. Ooh, it's getting a little chilly in my apartment. Weird thing is, it's still it gets fairly hot outside. I don't know. It's like something supernatural about this apartment. It gets so drafty. I'm not looking forward to when winter sets in. I really have to start cranking the stove up and leaving the stove door open. Yeah, that's gonna kind of stink. Literally, it smells. It smells like eggs, like sulfur. But you do what you can to stay warm, right? I'll layer up as best I can. Not looking forward to winter. That's cool. I'm kind of hoping with any luck, we can take down the Watchtower before winter. That'd be amazing. And I hit it big. I start making the big bucks on YouTube. My honor is restored, and hopefully I can stay warm for the winter time. Yep. Gotta be careful. I don't want to stay silent for too long because I'm worried that people are gonna tune out. They're gonna lose interest in what I have to say and they're gonna tune out. Don't tune out. It's gonna get good. It's gonna get good in a moment. It's just I've said most of the things I wanted to say. It's hard to find people who like will give you the time of day to like hear you out, hear what you have to say, and like appreciate it. That's an interesting conversation to have. Like, it's really rare to find someone out there who like deeply cares about you and what you do. Like deeply cares. I feel like most people like they hear that and they're like, "Oh yeah, well I care about what my friends do, and they care about me, right? Like we care." I'm talking about deeply caring here. Like it is a very rare thing, like to find somebody who distinctly like cares about what it is you're doing and they ask you questions about that thing and they have follow-up questions and they check in every now and then and they offer advice here and there and they say how can I help. That if you find somebody like that, like hold on tight, right? Like because that's a rare breed. I don't know if I've ever known anyone like that in my entire life. uh People like they tolerate you, I found in my experience, but it takes like a really special person, I think, to be able to like look at something that someone else does, even if you don't know them that well. That's another thing. Like it's one thing to care deeply about a friend, but what about even like something like a relative stranger does? Like you see somebody who puts a lot of work into something, and most people they just have the natural reaction of just being like, "Oh, okay." We live in a world now where we just absorb so much content on a 24-hour cycle, and it's just easy to kind of get blasé about it, to overlook those kind of things, and just be like, "Yeah, well, yeah, they're doing what they're doing. I know their shtick by now. No real need to go the extra mile." It is rare to find people who will go the extra mile. They just don't want to, and it's just kind of in human nature, Like you want to maximize what you get out of other people and minimize what you have to give. That's just like human nature for you. That's how many people operate, because it's just like the path of least resistance, basically. You get the most while expending the least. And it can be frustrating, right? To like really like find somebody who can glob on, I don't know, to whatever it is that you do, whatever it is that you like, even if they don't know you that well, and to be there for you in a way that is strong and legitimate and not like coerced or forced in any way. That is a rare thing. That is a rare thing. So if you know somebody like that, or if you are somebody like that, good for you. And maybe you can still strive to be that way. It's good to be like curious and open to checking out new things and just being really open and social. Those things are apparently important, from what I've been told. I don't know. Sorry, I just what was I saying this entire time? I like zoned out there for a second. I like my mouth was moving, my lips were flapping. I have no idea. I think I was just talking about like caring about stuff or something. Don't mind me. I tend to ramble sometimes. Bit of a rambler. That just kind of comes with being like a good storyteller, right? The best storytellers just tend to ramble. That's just kind of what they do. It's in their DNA. Yep. Yep. I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Um, See, I sometimes wish that I knew my fan base a little bit better, so I knew what like touchstones there were for us to chat about that we have in common. Like I don't know what do the kids like these days? Uh, Fortnite, right? That's pretty big. I know that Fortnite. Uh, Discord Nitro. I heard that's pretty big with the kids. And um, I don't know what else. Shia LaBeouf, is he still big these days? I don't know. I kind of gave up on following pop culture after Party Rock came out. That song. After Party Rock came out, like everything since then has just kind of been a blur. Did not progress very much. I know, I mean, I guess that's a problem with me is I need to do a better job of like relating to the youth today because when I release the Zeta Project timeline video, I'm going to need to like use their lingo a little bit. I know it's going to be like a video for the ages and everything. It's going to live on for many years and stay in the hearts and minds of people for potentially their entire lives. And that's great and all, but you only will attract people if you kind of meet them halfway a little bit. I'm going to have to adopt some of their language, some of like what they say and what they do, what they like. I need to be aware of that kind of stuff. I know, don't kids these days, like they use the term like stay frosted, right? Like that means like to stay cool. Stay frosted, bro, right? Like, bro, that's frosted, dude. Frost up. I think they say that. So I at least have that going for me. Otherwise, yeah, I'm kind of in the dark. So I don't know if you guys know any good like hip kid phrases or something. Let me know. Let me know. Because anything to help the Zeta Project timeline video, like I'm gonna have to relate to the youth, and I'm gonna even have to relate to the elderly. Right? That can be even more difficult because they don't know the internet as well. I'm gonna have to bring up the jitterbug or something to get their attention. World War II. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Maybe I can just like throw some of those phrases out there occasionally and like that'll perk their ears up a little bit. Their elderly, saggy old ears. Most other people will just kind of be like drawn in by Batman though. I know that Batman isn't really directly related to the Zeta Project and everything. Although there is some connective tissue there. I don't want to go into too much detail. You're gonna have to watch the timeline video for that. But Batman's still gonna have a presence in the timeline video. I that's a bit of a spoiler, but you know you've earned it. You've earned it for making it this far. If you're listening to this, I assume that you are a Yoppie. You're a Yoppie dude, a real Yoppie dude, not a fake Yoppie dude. Like this is legit. Sometimes, you know, people at the Watchtower, they'll call their fans Yoppie dudes. No. You are a bootleg Yoppie dude if you fall for that. Generic. Just generic America's Choice Yoppie dude. If you want to be the genuine article, you come here and you listen to all this. Maybe multiple times, you know? I mean, at the very least, you should listen to the conversation between me and the insider a couple times because after we lay out our plans here, like, it's full steam ahead. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to reiterate things. Like, a lot of stuff's going to start happening kind of fast. I bet. I don't know that, but that's my assumption. And you need to be ready for that. So, like, listen carefully. Listen carefully to what I have to say because it might be the last time you hear about it for a bit. Before things go off the rails. I have like this song stuck in my head. Do any of you know what this song is? Here, I'm gonna clap it. It goes like that. Do you guys know what song that is? It's been in my head like all day. It's so annoying. You know, I used to think that I like had it really bad. I'm getting like songs stuck in my head and stuff. But then I heard some people can get songs stuck in their head for like 5 days or something. Jeez Louise, I've never had anything like that. If like the worst I've ever had might be like 2 days. Even that is kind of a stretch. That might be like an extreme. But have something stuck in your head for like a week or something, like I don't know how you can cope with that. Especially if it's like music. Like who cares about music? Now if you get this podcast stuck in your head and you want to keep re-listening to the podcast because it's just in your head so much, like that's okay. That's a normal, healthy thing to do. But music, I don't know. I mean, I like music and all, it's fine. But, it's kind of like I said earlier. The true art form are podcasts. I know that you can deliver a message through song and stuff, but not nearly as much as you can through a podcast, you know? Podcasts have like emotion and weight and personality to them. Good luck getting any of those things out of a song. Songs are just kind of like a little diversion, like they're like a little bit childish, kind of like drawing. A little bit childish, but sometimes it's fine to like little childish things. Like for example, a little personal, I guess, but I kind of like the Avatar series, the animated Avatar stuff. I haven't watched the ones with the blue monkeys, but no, yeah. Aside from that, like the Avatar, I love those shows. Good fun, just like a fun time. You watch it and you just have fun. And they had their problems here and there, which is why I prefer the live action version that came out recently. So good, just so well done. Just hit the nail on the head, and they just kept hitting it, I know quality when I see it. And it kind of just makes me hope that for the future of the Avatar franchise, I think they plan on doing more. Just stick with live action, right? It kind of stinks that they're so, like, wishy-washy about this. They had that amazing movie that came out a while back, and then the vocal minority spoke up, and they were like, oh, this isn't accurate. They didn't get the main character's name right. Blah, blah, blah. Nitpicking out the wazoo. And when you know it, the studio gets cold feet, and there's no sequel movie. Where is it? I'm still waiting for it. I assume it's still coming, but just annoying. Same thing happened to Morbius, one of my favorite movies. Let's talk about Morbius for a second, everyone. Morbius is probably one of the better films I have seen this year, last year, the year before that. I mean, and I know some people are going to say that I'm being like facetious. Is that the right use of that word? I don't know. But I kind of just like to throw out big words. Makes me feel smart. And I kind of just have a theory that the more big words I throw out there, like the smarter I'll get just by proxy of being near them. That's a working theory of mine. I'll let you know how that goes. Anyways, back to Morbius. Like, I know people are going to think that I'm joking around. Oh, Morbius, there's that dance scene that's so cringy. No. This is actually, like, legit. Yes, Morbius has a couple problems with it. I understand that. But Jared Leto as Morbius, he just knocked it out of the park. I can't think of anybody else better for the job. Morbius is going to become a cult classic. It really is. And that's fitting considering that Jared Leto has a cult. He has a cult of women who follow his every beck and call, and now he has the cult of Morbius. What a legacy. That's why I'm hoping Morbius 2 comes out and maybe some of those naysayers will back off a little bit. They'll realize that they didn't understand exactly what Morbius was trying to get out there. It's a deep film. It's not about vampires. Like watching Morbius and saying, "Oh, it's a vampire film," is like watching Rocky and saying, "Oh, that's a boxing film." It's not a boxing film. It's about grit and hard work and determination and love. And those exact same things apply to Morbius. Spoiler alert. So, and that's why I get like a little upset that Morbius never appeared in the DCAU. Like, it's really annoying. It's because even back then, the studio was getting cold feet. They were like, wait, we have this character Morbius. Everybody loves him. Oh, but wait. He has a few detractors because they don't like vampires. When have vampires ever done us wrong? Have you seen Vamp from Metal Gear Solid 2? Brilliant character. Great for the franchise. Have you seen Hotel Transylvania? Drac? He has that whole song about You're My Zing. Was that the song that I had stuck in my head from earlier? No, okay. No, that's not it. That's not it. But, make no mistake, that one does get stuck in my head pretty often. Hotel Transylvania is a pretty underrated movie series, too. Not as good as Morbius. But someday I'm hoping Morbius has as many movies as Hotel Transylvania. Don't want to hold my breath, but, a man can dream. I don't know. Maybe once I'm done with my Zeta Project timeline video, I'll make a Morbius timeline video. Would that be something you guys would be interested in? Timeline's more interesting than you might think. You know, it's something I haven't really considered too much. Like, what happens after I release the Zeta Project timeline video? Like, what is left for the channel at that point, right? What is on the horizon? I assume by the time that we release the Zeta Project timeline video, the Watchtower will be long destroyed. They'll be washed up. Their videos will be getting like 12 views, if even that, if they're even still on YouTube. They'll probably like migrate over to like Daily Motion or something where all the trash ends up eventually. But yeah, you know, at that point, you know, we won't have an enemy to be fighting. I'll be able to focus a lot more on the channel. I don't know. Yeah, Morbius videos, Hotel Transylvania breakdown, maybe. Hey, maybe I can talk about Avatar a little bit. The second season, it's coming out. Have a lot to say, I'm sure. Be just as good as the first one. So, yeah, looking forward to that. I love me a good sequel. What can I say? Isn't there like a Crow sequel coming out to the Crow? I hear it's amazing. I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna see all of them. Sequels are only ever a good idea. It's just more what you love, right? That's something I've never understood about people who get all up in arms about sequels. Have you guys seen Star Trek Picard? Brilliant. A much better ending than the original The Next Generation TV series. Especially because they decided to end it exactly like how they ended the TV series. I thought that was brilliant, that they repeated themselves very explicitly and openly. Yeah, just brilliant. Well, I'm just talking about all sorts of media. Just laying it all out there, huh? Yeah, see, I'm media savvy. Of course, my real passions lie with the DCAU. Kind of just always been the case ever since I was a young pup. I was just always into the DCAU. I was just like, this is my place. This is my home. I was on all the message boards, you know. I was always chatting away with the other mega fans out there. I'd release like my own little pieces of art because I was a kid back then who liked to draw. And we would talk about the latest episodes and everything. And, you know, I miss those days. There's something special about the early internet that I feel like it's not like quite a thing anymore. I feel like a lot of people try to like nail down what made like the early internet special and interesting. And nobody can ever quite, I found at least, nobody can ever like quite like enunciate exactly what made it something special and interesting and notable. I don't know, it had like a vibe to it. It really was like the Wild West. I think that's like a kind of a good descriptor for it. It was less corporatized, I guess, a lot more just kind of randomized. You just get on the internet and it would just be like random assortment of things that everybody there weren't like people hadn't like created their echo chambers yet. Things hadn't been like completely siphoned off into their own distinct little bubbles or anything like I don't know. I think that's one element of the early internet is just like it was a lot more just random and chaotic and there was something kind of beautiful about that. Not to say it didn't have problems, of course, but I kind of miss those days sometimes. I don't know if we're ever going to get them again. With how the internet's set up, it does not prioritize that kind of thing. So I don't know, and I think sometimes maybe whether I realize it or not, I try to like embody some of that old YouTube stuff. You know, because sometimes, you know, I'll just chat about what I want to chat about. It's not always, you know, it doesn't always have to be about one specific thing. I can talk about all sorts of things. Takes me back to the old days where YouTubers would just talk about their day or something, you know? Maybe I'll start doing that. Maybe I'll start doing a daily vlog. You guys can see what it's like to live life in my shoes. Trouble is, I'm going to have to start doing more interesting things, because I don't know how much people are going to want to be in my shoes as I sit at a computer and wait for an insider to show up for almost 2 hours. Oop, dropped my phone. Speaking of phone, I got a message. Nope. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, it's just a message from my mom. Dang it. I'll answer that later. I told her not to message me now. Like, you tell. Good grief. Whatever. Old people don't remember things. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? It was, was I talking about crayons, I think? Yeah, crayons, basically. They come in all sorts of colors. I remember when I was a kid, I wanted one of those jumbo boxes with all the different assortments of colors in there. Never got it. Parents were such cheapskates, they never got it for me. That's why, I feel like my love for them has been stamped down a little bit because they never really got me that when I needed it. I would just get like the box of like 12 or something. 12 colors is not enough to reach the heights of my dreams, I can see so clearly in my head how good the animation in the Zeta Project Timeline video is going to look. It's going to be phenomenal. Phenomenal. Probably better than Static Shock. That's like a good indicator, I think. Maybe as good as Gotham Girls if we're lucky. Kind of depends on just how much time I have to work on this kind of stuff. You guys know me. I'm a big Gotham Girls fan. We're always talking about Gotham Girls on this channel. It's, that I think might be the bar to reach. And that's going to be tricky. So, we'll see what we can do. Gotham Girls doesn't get the love that it needs. It's like Morbius. They're both just kind of misunderstood gems, Diamonds in the rough, right? That's the expression. Oh, gosh. Again, I should apologize, guys. People who've been waiting for me to talk to the insider. They will be here soon. I've not gotten any messages yet, but I sent them the money. They have the funds. So as far as I know, the operation's already being carried out. As far as I know, like the private eye has already been hired. Maybe that's what's taking so long here is my insider is like contacting the private eye right now. Talking about like what we're looking for, what we need. Like that might be a long conversation. I've never talked to a private eye before. I don't know how any of this stuff works. So yeah, maybe I don't want to be too like rude or anything here because if they are working in our best interest here, the insiders. So yeah. Someday I hope to meet the insider in person. So I can give them my thanks, shake their hand, because they helped us win this war. More so than that, though, I would just kind of like them to join the call. I think I would just go with that. That takes priority at the moment. Joining the call. I sure hope Zoom doesn't have like a timeout period or anything. Like if I'm on for 2 hours, is it gonna like turn off? Well, I guess it has been over 2 hours. So I guess we're probably good. I don't know. I don't want to get kicked out of my own call. That'd be annoying. I could try refreshing my computer in case that would change something. I don't know. No, I won't do that. I don't want to leave the computer any more than I already have. I'm still a little worried. I still have some worries in the back of my head that when I went to the bathroom earlier, what if the insider joined and saw I wasn't there and now this whole thing's thrown? Oh, I'm going to be so upset. You know what I miss about the old internet? I miss like skit videos. You know what I mean? Like skit videos used to like rule the old internet. Like that was the big thing. I've tried to find in the past like what the different eras of YouTube are, what people were like into. And I haven't really been able to find anything all too conclusive. Maybe there isn't anything. I feel in my heart that there were different periods of time where certain things were more popular than other things. Gaming like blew up on YouTube at one point, and YouTube became the place that you go for gaming. That was like a whole thing. And I feel like at one point skits were a big thing. I think there was like a big music era too, where like music was getting all the views, or like late night TV. I don't know. Like it's kind of hard. Again, maybe this might. I don't know any of this. I don't have the science to back it up or anything. But I just liked in the old days that skit videos were like a much more accessible thing. You would just click on a video and you wouldn't even know exactly what it would be about. It was just like it's just a skit. Like, this is like a comedy skit. And I feel like people these days, they kind of can have short attention spans a little bit. If something isn't like 30 seconds long, they zone out. And that's a real shame, because some of the best skits, in my opinion, are the ones that are a bit longer. They kind of like leave you hanging on a bit, for the big punchline at the end. It's usually worth it. Like that's a good indicator of old YouTube. It's just like those old skit videos when people were like open to checking out just some random skits. I feel like now there are still skit videos now, but I feel like they're a lot more like vibe based, right? Like you click on a video and the video is titled like "What It Feels Like to Wait in Line at Target" or something like that you're supposed to like relate to. And that was never like a thing with early skits that I felt, at least. That like if somebody titled their video, I don't know what's another example. How what it's like to have Discord Nitro. Here I am trying to get in touch with the kids again. Like that's the kind of stuff that they'll tune in for, because like they're like, oh, hey, I have Discord Nitro. What a good deal. And that's the kind of thing that they're going to be attracted to. They're not going to click on a video that's just like titled something vague, like I don't know, what's a vague title. The Secret. Like people aren't going to click on that. It's too vague. Unless it's like 30 seconds, then all bets are off. So, sorry, I'm acting like an old man, It's not like I have a problem with new things. It's just that I don't like things that are different. Still have that song stuck in my head. What is that song? It's driving me nuts. Maybe the insider will know. Seem like a smart cookie, maybe. I think that's kind of been a problem when it comes to this podcast. This podcast gets plenty of views, but it doesn't get as many views as the Podtower's little podcasts that they do, because their podcasts are very direct in what they're about. People know, oh, okay, this is about this Batman episode, and this is about this Superman episode, and they tune in expecting that they're gonna like get to listen to some fans discuss these great episodes. Instead, half the time these guys are just making fun of the episodes, telling them off, talking about how like poorly animated they are and making fun of the characters and the writers and the animators. It's quite frankly, it's disgusting and disrespectful. Did you hear what they had to say about Torch Song? I talked about this last episode. Did you hear what they said about Torch Song? They did not like it. I think they put it on their bottom 10 or something. What a bunch of losers. They should put themselves on the bottom 10, if you ask me. Torch Song it's like not my favorite episode or anything, but it's a classic. Firefly is in that episode. That's his big debut. Did they not realize that? Like what did they not pick up on here? Seriously, guys, come on. Frustrating. I'm getting Morbius vibes all over again. I'm getting frustrated. Well, all this frustration is going to wash away when the insider gets here and we start talking about our plans. So, yeah. I guess some people might be a little worried, like they might be thinking to themselves, well, what happens if the Watchtower listens to this and they hear about your plans, won't that like literally ruin absolutely everything? My answer to that is no. No, it won't. I think that's a silly question to ask. I think that's very short-sighted of you. Listen, we're not dealing with the sharpest knives in the drawer here, okay? Do you need me to say it? These guys didn't like Torch Song. That says enough about their intellect. Yes, they've pulled some stunts that have tricked me in the past. Those days are over. I have had my journey across America. I have survived off the land. I am a strong and capable person now. Before I was young and naive. Now my eyes are open to what they're capable of, and believe me, guys, I am miles ahead of them. Miles ahead. Do you think when the insider gets here, should I have something to like say? Like, should I have like a witty line or something? What took you so long? That's not very witty. I don't know. What's like a witty thing to say? Uh, Looks like you were late to this bat signal. Yeah, okay. I'm probably gonna say that. That's pretty good. Because it relates to Batman. I think they'll appreciate that. Looks like you were late to this bat signal. It's all about the delivery. It's a good way to break the ice, too, you know. Want our guests to be comfortable. This, I'm realizing now, this is the first guest I've ever had on the podcast, right? Like, if you don't count my co-hosts, like co-hosts, they're co-hosts, they're not guests. This will be the first guest you've ever had on the podcast. That's kind of a big deal. I didn't even really think about that until just now. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of open to the idea of having guests in the future, aside from like the insider. I don't know. It's just kind of like tricky because I'm worried about the Watchtower potentially like sneaking their way in. That's why I try to be a little bit careful about who I talk to. You know, you got to be mindful of that kind of thing. Because you just don't know. You don't know when these guys are going to sneak in and try to deliver their messages and their hateful rhetoric, try to spill that onto my podcast, get me demonetized. I mean, I'm currently not monetized at all, but someday I plan to be monetized. You know, I have concepts of a plan to be monetized someday, and when that day happens, I'm going to be rolling the dough because I will have a dedicated fan base, and we'll have guests on, and maybe I'll probably have like a vetting team who's like responsible for like looking at, okay, who is this person? What is their background? Do they have a criminal history? Even worse, do they have a history with the Watchtower? All those people will be culled out of the pool of potential people to be on the show, and we'll just be able to have normal guests on who want to talk about all sorts of things. You want to talk about live action Avatar and how much you love it? Get on the podcast. You can be a guest. So there's another thing. Go ahead, comment below. Tell me what you would like to be a guest here for. And that's the thing here. You have a lot of options. The Watchtower, you become a guest on the Watchtower, a sucker, as I call them. All you can talk about is whatever episode they're watching that day. Boring. Who cares? Like, no, I don't care about any of these episodes. Like, anyways, forget. But if you get on my show, you can talk about all sorts of things. The sky's the limit. I really appreciate that kind of like liberty that you have. Just do what you want to do. Be free. There's a freedom to it. This all comes back to old YouTube. There's like a freedom to that. People just kind of set up their camera and they just did a thing. It wasn't like this mass-produced, like tons of money behind it, whole operations with teams and like it was something a bit more personal than that. We've lost that. We've lost that, people. Real shame. You know what? I was talking earlier about what I want to do with this channel after we've taken down the Watchtower and I've released the Zeta Project timeline video. Maybe after that, I can go to war against YouTube. Right? YouTube's done a lot of things that I disagree with. Getting rid of the dislike button? Like, come on. What am I supposed to do to all these Watchtower videos now? It's ridiculous. It's shameful. So, yeah, I say, take down the Watchtower, and then we go for the next biggest fish. And that's YouTube. They've made an enemy out of me in more ways than one. The YouTube police, for example, never got in contact with me. Not the real YouTube police. Anyways, I got in touch with the fake YouTube police. I don't know what the real YouTube police are doing, that they're just letting people act like they are the YouTube police. That is a felony. It is a felony to impersonate an officer of the law. Am I wrong about this? Am I wrong? Is there a hole in my logic here? Like, come on. So yeah, but they're not doing their job. They're not doing their job. The YouTube police's job is to make sure that things like this don't happen, that people's channels and ideas and very namesake do not get stolen. And they have just been sleeping at the wheel here. I gotta quit talking about it or I'm gonna get myself a headache. Oh, gosh. I'm getting tired. Sorry, hope I didn't make you yawn just now. Do. Oh. You know what it probably is? The YouTube police don't come to my aid because I'm not one of the big boy channels. Just because I'm not the Watchtower or Mr. Beast or anything like that, that doesn't mean that my problems aren't worth solving. I used to be a big name on this platform. Lots of people knew about the Yoppie dudes. It was a big thing. Back then, I bet I could have gotten in contact with the YouTube police. No problem. But look at us now. Good luck. Good luck getting in contact with them now. It's like talking to a wall. You just get nothing back. Oh, so frustrating. It's like a double standard or something, you know? Ugh. Dang it, I'm yawning again. Oh boy, wow. If I fall asleep and then the insider joins, that's going to be so embarrassing. I need to do something like keep me awake, like I need to play like a game or something. I don't know, do I have anything? Do I have anything I can play right now? Oh, okay, here's something. Hey, this might kind of increase the view count for this video. I know kids today like Bejeweled Blitz, alright? I have Bejeweled Blitz on my phone here. Why don't we play some Bejeweled Blitz? I'm really good at it. Okay, hopefully you can hear this. Alright, let's do a round. Here we go. You guys ready? I won't be able to talk too much because I get really into it, but here we go. We're gonna go for a high score. Oh, I get the daily spin. This is cool. This is cool. Boom. Heck yeah. That's the big bucks. Show me the money. Cool. All right. All right, here we go. Ready? Here we go. Hang on. They're trying to sell me a lot of stuff. They're trying to sell me stuff. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Dang it, come on. Come on, where is it? Where's the match? There we go. What the heck? I'm usually a lot better than this. 30 seconds. Almost there. 17 seconds. Come on. Come on. Forget Bejeweled Blitz. Good grief. I'm usually way better than that. I'm way better than that usually, guys. Seriously. I'm embarrassed. Maybe I'm too sleepy for Bejeweled Blitz. Dang. Well, they were offering me like some special packages to get better at the game. Like I can buy. Here, let me look at the store real quick. What do they got here? I feel like they got some good stuff here. Let's see. Ooh, okay. It's actually, there's a really good deal on this. I can buy 28.7K gold bars for $49.99, which is 15% more than the tier lower than that, which is 60K gold bars. Wait. Oh, no, 60K gold bars, that's more. That's 20% more than the standard. And if you go with 60K gold bars, that's $99.99. A little steep, but if you want to get good at the game, then I mean it's right there. So maybe I'll look into that when I have more money, which will probably be pretty soon because, well, you know why. I've already talked about it. Watchtower, Private Eye, Yoppie War, all that. All the buzzwords. Alright, I'm sending another text. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not coming across as, like, clingy here or anything, but, like, I really want to get things started, so bear with me for a second, guys. Sending a quick text, and then we'll get things rolling. Get things rolling out. I'm just trying to come up with, like, what is a friendly way of saying, hurry up, right? Hurry up, you're horribly, horribly late. Just trying to find the right wording for that. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I just kind of... Okay, here, I'll say, like, please arrive expediently. That sounds fairly friendly enough. You know, I don't want to scare the insider off or anything. It's just, you know, there's other stuff I kind of wanted to do today, so we'll see how that works. And we'll be kicking things off here soon when they show up. I will admit that since they are running a little bit late, that probably means that our conversations might be cut like a little bit short, just a little bit. Originally it was going to be a pretty long discussion, and I think it still will be, but I just have to, like, bear in mind that there's other stuff I need to do. I want to respect your time as the listener, and so, you know, I think we might just, like, cut things down a little bit, keep it to the essentials, you might say. So, yeah, you know, and really, like, that might be for the best, right? There's no need to really get into, like, the nitty-gritty of every single little thing. that there is to touch on here, because it is a complicated plan, right? It's complex. It has moving parts. I still think that it won't take too long to go into effect or anything, but still, all things considered, it's we can still summarize everything without people getting too confused. That's my point that I'm trying to make here. So, I mean, one of the big things we're probably going to be talking about is where on earth do we think this database is going to be found, right? We know that the Watchtower has like a real physical, tangible location, a real database where they store just about everything related to their channel and their operations. And I just gotta kind of wonder where it is. I'm thinking a lot about that because I don't know exactly. Apparently, it's kept pretty hush hush. That's understandable because this is such like an Achilles heel, you know. If the Watchtower were a boss fight, this is like their crystal gem weak spot, this database. And we find it, and we don't even have to hit it 3 times. You just hit it once, and boom. Everything topples apart. It's like a house of cards, you know? And it could be anywhere. It really could be anywhere. The hosts often mention Big Bus, Oregon, I believe. It could be around there. However, that's like the first place I think anybody would look. So I have a feeling it's probably not there. It could be in another country, to be honest with you guys. It could be in another country. It could be underground, right? It could be positioned on some kind of offshore oil rig. That's where I put it. You know, if you have the resources and you have the manpower and you have the connections, then yeah, I guess keep it in the most out of the way location possible, so that your enemies cannot find it. And so that might be pretty difficult. But you know, again, that's why we're gonna get a private eye, because that's their job to kind of trace stuff like this. I couldn't do it. You know, I'm a man of many talents. You guys know that. You know that well. But being a sleuth, both in real life and in the cyberverse, not my thing, not my cup of tea. I'm no cyber sleuth. I'm sorry to say it. I bet it's underground, though. That's my guess. They probably have like some kind of like underground like salt mine that they keep it all in. And that could be tricky. That could be tricky to infiltrate, you know? Especially considering, like, I don't know what the security might be like whenever we, like, whenever we're in the process of tracking this place down. I don't know if, like, they have feelers out there who are going to be able to tell, like, oh, hey, hang on a second, we might be in a little bit of trouble here. And they might fight back in their own way. So I might have to, like, invest in my own defenses here. It's war. You know, how many times do I have to say it? I think I've said that like 20 times now. It's war. 21. I don't expect it to be easy, but if it's easy, it's not worth doing. That's the motto I live by. Except for when I tried to do short form content a while back. But if you ignore that, pretty much everything else, the easy way is not the best way. Just because it's the shortest path to a destination doesn't make it the best path. The optimal one, you know? Because in the long run, you might find that taking the longer path yields better results. You might come across new opportunities, meet some colorful new characters along the way who help you on your journey. That's how I look at it anyways. But yeah, it's probably an assault mine or something. Deep underground, like 700 meters below ground or something, some kind of huge facility. I can't imagine it's a small place. I mean, have you seen how many videos these guys have, like, churned out? Oh boy, it's almost disgusting, the amount of content that they're just churning out. And you notice, like, the decline in quality. You can't keep making content this quickly and in this quantity without, like, the quality taking a massive hit. It's quantity over quality. over there at the Watchtower. I'm sorry to say it. Well, no, I'm not sorry to say it. I'm quite happy to say it because it's just true. It's just a fact. I've noticed that they have started doing a lot more clickbait here lately. You know, don't believe me? Just go ahead and take a look over on their channel. Don't stay too long, but take a quick gander, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, I mean, literally, like I don't have it pulled up right in front of me, but they were doing a video over Wonder Girl recently, like the history of Wonder Girl and like what her status is within the DCAU. Wonder Girl, of course, is one of my favorite characters from the DCAU, and then lo and behold, they make all this clickbait content featuring Wonder Girl because Wonder Girl gets the clicks. It's disgusting. It is so transparent what they're doing, but it gets clicks. So that's new YouTube for you. Back in the old days, people had class, okay? There's some class on YouTube. You didn't need to capitalize off people like Wonder Girl or other clickbaity things that I can't come up with any examples of at the moment, but you didn't have to use those things. You could just be yourself, and that would get views, but unfortunately, that is just not the case anymore. And I work pretty hard not to do anything clickbaity at all, you know? My videos are like, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Like it's just there it is. You know what you're getting into when you watch, or rather listen to, a Yopptower video. You know what you're in for. There aren't any big dramatic surprises here that I orchestrate. Obviously, we've hit some snags. There's been some bumps in the road up to this point, but those don't have anything to do with me personally. That's because either the Watchtower got involved and they started screwing things up, or one of my co-hosts went rogue and just completely lost sight of what it is that we were trying to accomplish here. None of that says anything about me. You know, I'm a very stable person. I know what I'm doing 99.9% of the time. And that's just like a consistency that I think people really appreciate about the Yopptower. So yeah. And you know, I think another thing that kind of factors into that level of like consistency that we strive for is that we don't sell out. You know, that's something I barely ever discussed. But you watch a Watchtower video. By the way, very presumptuous of them to name themselves the Watchtower, just assuming that they would get views. Like, oh yeah, come watch us. We'll literally call ourselves the Watchtower because we want you to watch us. Give me a break. Like really, that is so transparent. You may as well have called the channel like the View Hogs or something. Give us all your views. We're a bunch of ravenous swine over here. Anyways, what was I gonna say though? Oh yeah, but really though, yeah, they sell out over there. They sell out over at the Watchtower. They're always doing like ad reads and stuff for all sorts of junk. You know, I don't remember exactly what are some of the things that they've shilled for before. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are like in Big Oil's pocket. You know, I'm sure that these guys have done ad reads for Shell, right? And probably like pharmaceuticals. I don't know. Are these guys in like Advil's pocket? Probably. They probably done ad reads for Advil. It's literally in the name. Advil. Yeah, of course that they're gonna pump out tons of ads for all the unscrupulous people who are willing to pick it up. So, and not only that, but they also they shill for like their own listeners sometimes. Like at the end of the Pod Tower episodes, they normally read like comments that were left on the previous videos. Or and they also like do shout outs whenever they get like donations and stuff. What a bunch of shills. Seriously. Like I firmly believe that their shows would not be nearly as successful if they didn't have to like give all their fans little pats on the back for like giving comments on the videos. No, like people should comment on the video because they want to comment on the video because the commentary in the video is insightful and it incites them to comment, to get their thoughts out there, and without any expectation of those things being read back, you know? And then when it comes to like donations, well, first of all, these guys don't deserve a cent. They don't deserve a single penny of donations. They're rich. They're rich beyond anything that you could ever hope to achieve in your entire lifetime. These guys are loaded. How else are they affording the salt mine for the database? Seriously, think about it. That ain't cheap. That cannot be cheap. What is that? I don't know. That would probably cost like $2,000 a month minimum. So yeah, these guys are not struggling for funds, but yet people donate anyways, and they give them little shout outs. And and in doing so, they have cultivated like a crowd of people who cannot pull themselves away. I think in the mobile gaming industry, they call these whales. Basically, these are like, you know, because lots of people play a game, right? But you know, you get, when it comes to like getting funds and stuff and getting like feedback, you're gonna get it from a very small percentage. However, there are what the industry calls whales. These are the people who just keep coming back. They are obsessed. Right? They will just keep donating and funneling more and more and more and more and more money into the Watchtower's pockets. And these people are highly treasured, right? I mean, I don't know the names of all these people, but you know, you hear a lot of the same names at the end of a lot of these videos. These are the whales. They are lining the Watchtower's pockets, and they either don't know it or they do know it and they just don't care. It's sad to see. It's very sad to see that these people are being manipulated like this. It makes me angry. It makes me angry to talk about. And to make it even like more disgusting and cynical, they foster this environment with the fans. They like foster it by like, some of the fans have like bits that they do. Like they all, like some people do like a little like a weekly show where they're like talking on the sidelines saying like, oh, and now the plot continues with blah, blah, blah. Or they ask questions to the host. Like they turn the tables. They're like, oh, hey, here's a question that I have for you guys. You know, it's just annoying, very presumptuous. And just like some of these fans, like just like scrambling for control, basically. That's all they want. Because they see that the Watchtower is successful. So I think a lot of people see, they see these podcasts and they're like, oh, hey, I want a piece of that pie. You know, let me get in on this. Let me be the center of attention now. You know, you have like the banana saga, I believe is a thing over at the Pod Tower. I don't know all the details. I don't follow this too closely. But yeah, apparently something about the Pod Tower, they have this big banana saga going on with a banana family. I think this might, I don't know if this is true. This might be related to the Watchtower mascot. This is a bit of a deep dive, but you might remember from a while back when they hacked the channel and they uploaded that video to the Yoppie telling you to subscribe to them. They had their mascot. It's like a little yellow dude with like a monocle or something. I think he's from like something called Despicable Me. Is that right? Yeah, basically that's the Watchtower's mascot. I don't really see the relation, but this is what I've been told. And apparently those guys have a habit of saying banana a lot. Like these little yellow fellas. Maybe it's because they're yellow. I don't know. There's a lot of extrapolation. Basically, though, I guess the mascot says the word banana a lot and it's funny. Apparently. I've heard. So I think that that's related to the banana family. There's some kind of connection there. I don't quite understand it, but yeah. So that's like a whole thing, the banana saga. Just something else to keep people coming back. Whatever we got. What do we got? What do we got? Banana family. Why not? Why not? Bananas have been ripening a lot faster here lately. Have you guys noticed that? Like seriously, I can't buy bananas anymore, of course, because again, long trip back and forth. But back, even when I go to like the store and I see them on the shelves, like you can just tell, like bananas are ripening faster now. What's the deal with that? Like, maybe this is just me speculating here. I'm not making any accusations. I'm just asking questions. Like, why are they ripening so quickly? Could it be that Big Banana is like they're injecting something into their bananas to make them ripen quicker so that you have to buy more bananas? There might be something to that. Maybe somebody should do a little bit of digging. Because I bet that's pretty annoying for people who can still buy bananas. Again, I can't. Someday I hope to. It'd be nice to eventually return to a somewhat normal diet. But even if I could buy bananas right now, I wouldn't. Because they are clearly ripening much faster than they were before. They're on the shelves for like 3 minutes and all of a sudden they're already brown. They're spoiling. So either somebody's going to have to call them out on this, or this entire system is going to implode on itself. That's what happens to shady business models. Like, they might help you out in the short term, but in the long term, it's going to come back to bite you. Watchtower is going to find that out pretty soon, I bet. Because they have like all of these like short-term goals. My apologies. Short-term goals. And, with all the clickbait and stuff and using these whales, taking advantage of them, that is going to come back to bite them. It just is. I don't know what else to tell you. Because that's just kind of what happens to a model that works like that, If you abuse your fan base or your followers or your consumers, you're abusing yourself in the long run. The Insider will be here soon, don't worry. But it didn't really have to be this way, I don't know if I've ever really discussed this before. I don't remember, but it didn't have to be this way. They didn't have to be the bad guys here. If the Watchtower had just decided to leave my channel alone, not steal my content and my ideas, they could have made their own channel dedicated to this kind of stuff, They could. I think I have mentioned this before. They could have called themselves the Superhero Boys, and whenever they would address their fan base, they could have called them Super Boys. That's what they call them. And they could have come up with their own ideas, right? Oh wow, what a novel concept, right? Come up with your own ideas and your own identity. You don't have to steal from somebody else. Were we that alluring that it had to be us? Why couldn't this have happened to someone else? Seriously. I just don't get it. I mean, we made great content. We were huge back in the day. Old-time viewers know this already, but come on. Would it have been so difficult? Was it so much to ask for you to just come up with your own ideas? I could easily imagine an alternate universe where they decided to make their own channel and not rip off anything of my own, and they were legit. Everything was on the level, and we could have done crossovers and stuff. We could have worked together on some projects. We could have collabed. I would have collabed back then. In that alternate universe, they could have been a force for good. Like, the DCAU, there's a lot of episodes of the DCAU, right? I mean, how many are there? Like, gosh, 70, 90? Like, so many episodes of the DCAU. I can't cover them all. I'm not going to live that long. Especially not with my current diet and habits. It's just not going to happen. We could have split the work. I could have focused on like the first half and they could have gotten the second half. We could have combined forces into one big channel. Yoppie Nation, we would have called ourselves. They just decided to burn that bridge before it could even be built. I don't even know if that expression makes sense, but I'm using it anyways. Try to stop me. And so that's just depressing because, like, I feel like fans of the DCAU, they deserved more, they deserved better, and they could have had that. There's an alternate reality somewhere out there where we weren't enemies. There was no war. The war never began because people, they were legit, you know? They weren't trying to trick people. They weren't trying to steal from people. But, I don't know. Maybe it's an upbringing thing. You know, if you're not raised being taught, like, hey, do not steal what doesn't belong to you. Right? Maybe they weren't raised that way. The people who are at the Watchtower. Maybe that's just a foreign concept to them. Personally, I think they know exactly what they're doing, to be honest. I mean, you've seen the kind of stunts that they pulled, right? Like, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. They know right from wrong. And they just choose not to follow a brighter path. And I pity them for that. And I bet we have, like, things in common, you know? I'm sure that we're not completely dissimilar in every way, shape, and form, right? It's kind of hard to know because I don't know what their personalities really are like. They hide behind layers and layers of quote unquote comedy, right? And you don't really know at any given time where their opinions lie exactly. They're very wishy-washy like that. They contradict themselves all the time. It's disgusting. But yeah, we could have been friends. I'm sure we have some things in common. Well, maybe not. I mean, obviously not anymore, but I guess there are some problems even outside of this whole war, you know. Like the main guy in charge of the Watchtower. I know that there's some allegations going around about him. Some pretty serious allegations, kind of nasty stuff, and, like, I'm sure that kind of would have, that might have caused a bit of a divergence between us. I think, like, the allegations were basically, like, and I'll try to keep it brief, that he was a Redditor, you know, and he used Reddit. Yeah, so pretty despicable stuff, and, I don't know if that's true, you know, for legal purposes. I don't want to say any names here. I don't want to get too in detail. This is all, just, it's out there. You can look it up, but, you know, I gotta have some plausible deniability here. I guess that's the phrase I'm looking for. Make your own decisions. Look into the research. I've looked into the research. I've read the literature, okay? Sorry, I hope that my sounds of drinking aren't, like, disgusting or off-putting to anyone. I guess some people don't like that kind of thing, but I gotta stay hydrated. And really, like, you don't really have much room to complain here because over at the Pod Tower, in some of their episodes, like, the hosts will, like, disgustingly, like, burp, and they won't even cut it out. Sometimes it'll be like a focus. Like, they will draw attention to the fact that they are burping. They'll laugh about it. They're just basically throwing it in your face like, wow, I can't believe you're listening to this. You are actively listening to us burp, and in some cases, you are giving us money for it. Don't you feel like such a fool? It's disgusting. Name one time I have ever burped on this podcast. Name one time. You can't do it, can you? Because it's never happened. It's a disgusting thing, and I keep it far away from my podcast because who would want to listen to that? That is not professional. Okay? Not professional. And here's another thing that just came to mind. Like, I'm pretty sure one of the hosts has dogs, and sometimes you hear the dogs start barking. The dogs they just decide to start barking, or they just walk in. Like the hubris of these dogs. Like seriously, barging in on a podcast, a quote unquote professional podcast, and they just let their dogs just walk on in, just start saying whatever they want. Name one time my dog has walked in and ruined a podcast episode. Name it. Name it. I dare you. I double dog dare you to name it. You can't do it. Because I don't have any pets. Because I wouldn't be able to afford to care for them. Struggle to care for myself. You get the idea. If I did have a dog, I would make sure that it didn't just mosey on up and ruin the podcast. Like, seriously. Show some quality control. Where is the quality control? Yeah, I don't really have any pets, but I did buy a plant a while back. It's a ficus. Or rather, it was a ficus. It only survived for like a few months. It was healthy when I bought it. I think. I don't know. I don't know plants that well, but I watered it. I did water it. And then I don't know, it just like just went it went turncoat on me. I don't know. Yep. Maybe it was. I mean, it could have been sick when I bought it. That might be. I mean, anything's possible. I don't know. So yeah, I haven't really tried getting a plant again since then, and that's my ficus story. Not the most interesting story I've ever told, but again, I'm just trying to fill some time here. Okay, you understand what I'm doing here, people? I'm stalling. Okay, this is what we in the business call stalling. But the insider will be here soon, and we'll have a laugh at this. We'll be like, hey, remember that time that you had to talk for like 2.5 hours, and you had to tell your ficus story that had no real resolution? Yeah. We'll have a big laugh about it. It'll be like a big laugh. We will look back on this and laugh. This will be like a funny moment in Yopptower history. I'm laughing right now. On the inside. I'm gonna kick up my feet for a second. I've just been sitting here and like my back's starting to hurt, like my lower back. When I went on my trip, hang on, much better. When I went on my little trip around America to get back home, I took a couple of falls because I had to go over some really rocky terrain, and like I think I hurt my back sometime during all that. Sometimes it really flares up. Sometimes it's fine. Other times like the pain just starts like it screams like a banshee. It's just awful. Just awful. Just like unyielding, searing pain shooting through every nerve in my entire body. So yeah, someday I hope to be able to afford a doctor to take a look at that. But in the meantime, I'll just man up and we'll just deal with it for right now. Wish I could get up and like walk around a little bit, but I don't want to step away for too long. Maybe if I could just do some stretches, that would help, but it's fine. It's fine. Frankly, I think that stretches are a little overrated. I don't know if they really do anything. You hear that they do stuff, but like, I don't know. What does that really accomplish? Yeah. Don't go anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere. I know I'm not saying anything, but I'm just relaxing a little bit. Kind of catching my breath, There's a lot of talking. I'm not used to talking this much. I mean, good grief. Just like, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted already. We haven't even gotten to the phone call yet. I really hope that the insider, when they get here, I hope that they're feeling a little energized, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to carry as much as I normally do. Back in the old days when we had the original Yop on, like I feel like I was always carrying the conversation. Don't you hate it when you have to carry a conversation? Feels like a one-sided conversation. Thankfully, I don't have those anymore, but you guys know what I'm talking about? Of course you do. Like, don't you just hate it when you have to be the only voice of reason? It's tiring. It's heavy lifting. It's back-breaking work. Maybe that's why my back hurts so much. Maybe it has nothing to do with my trip. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. If you say that enough times, it doesn't even sound like a word anymore. Don't know? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's my English accent. Or like my English impersonation of an English accent. I don't know. I actually do a lot of accents. I can't use them too often on the podcast because, like, how often would that come up? Not very often, but I have a few in my repertoire. Like, I can do a pretty good Scottish. Let me think. What's something I can say? Onions have layers. There you go. Boom biata. I've thought about becoming a voice actor before. Honestly, I have. Obviously, now my passions lie in, like, podcasting, taking down the Watchtower, being a hero, those kind of things. But, yeah, I wouldn't mind, like, someday, maybe I can do a bit of voice acting. And I could do all sorts of roles. Obviously, I have accents down, but, like, maybe I could, I mean, I don't know. It just kind of depends on who's hiring. I could see myself doing, like, some Disney productions, like, big league kind of things. Big picture. I have the passion for it. I feel like I have, like, a really good, like, protagonist voice. Like, I feel like I could, like, really deliver, like, some passionate lines as just, like, as the hero who's setting out on his journey to do good in the world. Yeah, it actually kind of reminds me of, I don't think this is how me and the original Yop met, but it was one of the earlier things. We were writing, like, an anthology series. We would, like, trade back and forth. We would both, like, it was, like, a series of stories, basically. But it was all kind of, like, and all the stories were, like, different scenarios, basically, but it always had the same protagonist. And the protagonist's name was Calloway. He was like a hero, Calloway. And basically, Calloway, he would like romp across the land solving problems and being a hero and taking names, just kicking butt, you know? And yeah, that was some like the earliest stuff that me and Yop worked on. Man, I haven't thought about that in ages. Wow. It's like a flashbulb memory right there. I say that and I'm like taken back in time to simpler times. But you know, Calloway never really took off, but I mean, hey, I might be able to dig around and find the old scripts and maybe those could be adapted into like a feature film. And I could play Calloway. Either I maybe it could be animated or live action. I'm fine with either. I'm trying to think of like what Calloway's lines were. He had like some cool lines. What he used to say. I think one of them. I remember he would always like have like puns on it, like his own name. Like whenever he would beat a bad guy, he would say like Calloway with you, you know? Or when he would be victorious at the end of a mission, he would be like Calloway to go. So that was pretty cool. You know, if we'd played our cards right, maybe me and Yop, we could have like got Calloway into the DCAU. Right? It's not too late. It's not too late. He could have been like, I mean, I'm not saying he would have been as big as Batman or something, but maybe there could have been some crossovers there, right? Instead of Batman and Harley Quinn, the movie, what about Batman and Calloway, the movie? Think about it. Calloway meets Batman. It's like world's finest all over again. We could have called it world's finerest. Because they're just that fine. I guess in some ways, maybe subconsciously, I try to like embody Calloway a little bit, you know? Someday, I hope to be a legend. I go around and I try to save people from the Watchtower's evil grasp. Usually those people don't listen to me, but I have their best intentions at heart. And I will not stop. I will not give up, and I will not surrender. Because heroes don't do that. I think we could all learn a thing or two from Calloway. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Calloway to go. I think like if I do ever play the character, like I should like, you gotta add like some personality to the line, you know? Like really make it yours. Calloway to go. Really chew the scenery. But you know, I'm just kind of proving my own point now. See what I mean? I'm a creator. I create things. I don't steal things. I make things. And there's something really beautiful about that process. You want to talk about the creation process for a bit? That's something that I'm very passionate about. Is like, you start with just an idea, right? It has no tangibility whatsoever. It starts out as something that is purely contained within the little meat box tucked away in your skull. In that meat box, neurons are connecting in just the right way to form thoughts, to form ideas, and that's about as tangible as it gets. And right now we do not have the technology to read those kind of things in other people that I know of. And so at that point, it's all you. It's completely contained. It's self-contained, this entire idea, and it can grow and morph and change And yet nothing is really changing at all. Nothing that anyone aside from you can detect and appreciate. And there's something really powerful and beautiful about that. That for that brief stint of time, it is all yours, that idea. And you can choose to use it as you see fit. You can choose it for good, or you can choose it to like set it free in a good way or for evil, like the Watchtower. And again, there's just something very powerful about that idea that it just all starts out inside. But then for the creation process, you have to start externalizing these things. If you have like a cast or crew, you have to start telling them your ideas, start enunciating. Okay, well, here is the idea. Here's what this means. Here's what this will look like. And slowly but surely things start falling into place. You can start like seeing it take a real physical shape. And that's like a really good feeling when something that was previously all up in the air, non-existent, basically, for all like reasonable intents and purposes that are detectable by 99.999% of the population, undetectable, unknowable, now all of a sudden it's just there. Amazing. Amazing. One can only imagine how brilliant the creator of Morbius felt when that idea sprang forth in his head. And in that moment, he must have felt like a little, like, I don't know, a little coy about it almost. Like, you guys have no idea what I have on my mind right now. You have no idea. You could ask me forever and you'd never know. You never know. You would never know that I just came up with one of the best DC superheroes in all the land. His name is Dr. Michael Morbius. And then you start telling about Dr. Michael Morbius. He's a scientist, he works with bats, he's bitten by a radioactive bat, and he becomes Morbius, the Morbmeister, as his friends call him. That's the creationary process I'm talking about. And it ultimately culminates with the final product. People might like it, they might hate it. But at least you did something, at least like you created something. You put yourself out there, and that is worth something. You know? Even if nobody appreciates it, at least you tried, right? It's who's going to be interested in somebody just thinking of an idea and then doing nothing with it? Oh, wouldn't it be cool if XYZ? Oh, yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah. It can be fun to spitball ideas, I guess, but like, there's something a lot more, I don't know, respectable about actually doing it. Getting out there and doing it. No matter how it turns out, at least you tried. And there's something also very beautiful about like merging your ideas with other people's ideas, you know, and sometimes that can lead to a greater whole. Especially if you are someone of more, shall we say, like limited creativity or limited intelligence, you know. Someone like me, like my ideas, I can just have them and make them, and they're basically flawless. Some people need to collaborate. I understand that. But, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being limited to the extent that you have to collaborate with others. You know, hey, if that's what it takes to get your idea going, then by all means, I won't stop you. Yeah. And that's just the power of ideas and creativity, right? I've often thought, like, if it were possible to just project your thoughts and make them tangible, like immediately, like a movie, let's say. If you could just think of the movie in your head, and it could be projected exactly like how you imagine it, and you could like make little revisions here and there for any like stray thoughts that linger in. But if you could just do that, can you imagine like the kind of things people could create? Because you wouldn't be limited by like budget or by people being around, like a staff or something. It would just be there immediately, exactly like you envisioned it in the exact art style that you imagined. delivered exactly like you imagined with all the effects and splendor that you could imagine. No limits. That's the power of imagination, is that it is limitless. Absolutely limitless. And it is kind of a shame almost that you can't just like immediately project those things out there and have it be precisely what you want with like no, like you didn't have to yield for anything. You didn't have to make any concessions. It's just all there. That'd be pretty cool. But, you know, at the same time, working within limitations, there is something kind of like interesting about that. Like working with, as long as the limitations remain like sensical, then by all means, sometimes that can push you in interesting directions that maybe if you could just project your thoughts freely without anything getting in your way, no hurdles whatsoever, it might be less interesting if you're not me, you know? Sometimes people need limitations. It kind of strengthens the final product. But, you know, there is such a thing as going too far with limitations. Are you guys familiar with Paper Mario? Do I need to go on my Paper Mario rant? I'm going to go on my Paper Mario rant now. I bet you guys didn't see this coming. Okay, here it is. Hope, strap in. Strap in. All right. So, Paper Mario. Original one came out for the Nintendo 64, and people loved it. It was a fun new take on a Mario RPG. Of course, before that, there was Mario RPG itself, another game that has been heralded for years as just like a masterpiece. And a large part of that was just that, like, there was a freedom of ideas. They could just be wacky and crazy with it. There were whole new races, and they could have like a story now. Whereas Mario, typically you think of Mario, and he's just a guy who bounces around and he says "wahoo" a lot. That's it. It's very limiting. But then Mario RPG comes along, and then Mario, Paper Mario, and they just turn all that on its head. They're like, no, there can be a story. There can be unique characters with unique names and unique races designed in unique ways. And we can take old elements of the Mario franchise and like turn those into like, morph it into like its own little world, their own little society. There's different ages, different genders among them, different ideas and passions. New areas, too. Like, you weren't limited to, like, your generic, oh, here's the grass world. Here's the winter world. And that's all it is. It was so expressive back then. You were allowed to just kind of go crazy with it. It was kind of like the Wild West of Mario. We were talking about the Wild West of the internet before. Now we're kind of moving on to the Wild West of Mario, where there was not such like a firm stance on, you cannot do this. This has to be this way, and this has to be like this. And so what ends up happening? They slowly end up getting better and better with that formula that they're cooking up. What happens? They make Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, one of my favorite games of all time, maybe my absolute favorite game of all time. Thousand Year Door, if you have not played it, is genuinely an incredible game. It really is. It has like an actually deep and interesting story. Like, there's actual like emotion in it. Like, you actually feel things for some of the characters in that game. There's a character in the game who like suffers like a loss of someone that he cares about. I don't want to spoil it because I hope that if you haven't played it, give it a shot. Like, there's like, they mention things like death, depression, they mention like, I don't know, poverty, all sorts of like very serious adult themes. Like, this is capitalized like so clearly in like the hub world, a place called Rogueport. It's a place that like is just scummy. You're just like at like this dock where a bunch of like literal criminals hang out. You are told the criminals live here. And it's just dirty, and everyone is just kind of like out to get you. Literally within like the first 5 minutes of the game, Mario gets mugged. I'm not joking. He literally gets mugged in this Mario game because it's a more serious take. Like, they knew, okay, we set up like we can do these things with Mario RPG and then Paper Mario, and now things are getting even more adult. We are expanding our horizons further and further and further. So, and that's just some of what makes Thousand Year Door amazing. It has great music, too. Great characters. Amazing gameplay. It's really just fun to play and addictive and just fun to return to. It's one of the few games that I, like, that I returned to multiple times. I probably played it like, I don't know, 7 times now, maybe 8. And I know it like inside and out, like the back of my hand. It's just like one of those things that you just know and you love. Even if you're not a big Mario fan, I've introduced people to Thousand Year Door, and it is so anti-typical Mario. You know, it still has Mario elements. Mario is the main character after all. There's still Goombas and Koopas and all those things that you would expect out of a Mario game, but they've been remixed in certain ways. And there are still new species, and they all have different personalities and designs and like things to set them apart. But it does things that any Mario game before that, and really since, has never done before. You know? It was not afraid to be different and go out there and just kind of expand again what they were already kind of setting up with those previous RPGs, but make it even better. It was the Mario RPG formula perfected. And then they ended up moving on to Super Paper Mario, which changed up the gameplay in a big way. This was kind of like Paper Mario started to go downhill at this point. Super Paper Mario is kind of considered the black sheep of the family. Very different gameplay, completely different, I should say. It's no longer really an RPG. It's more of like just like you're playing it live. It's very hard to really enunciate. But the story was still there. In fact, a lot of people say that Super Paper Mario has an even better story than Thousand Year Door. I personally disagree. I'm not really big on love stories for one, but it is a love story, which is unique for Mario. And it does have depth. It has little twists and turns here and there. I personally prefer Thousand Year Door just because I feel like there is just more depth to its overall story, and I feel like it's still accessible without like getting too carried away. Super Paper Mario, I feel like, can get a little carried away with its plot to the point where you kind of lose focus on like the actual gameplay of the here and now, you know? And there's other little things here and there. You know, I don't want to give a full review of Super Paper Mario or anything, but the story was still there, and it was very good. And then everything changed. Everything changed because basically Miyamoto, who's behind Mario, allegedly came out and just said to the developers for the next game, they were making the next game, and it was apparently going to have, again, a story and unique characters and stuff. And Miyamoto comes around and he's like, did these really need a story? You see, Miyamoto's not a huge fan of like deep, complex stories. He's more a fan of just like the raw gameplay side of things. And that's been walked back a little bit in recent years. It might not be completely his fault. Some of the blame, I think, also lies with Kensuke Tanabe, who's the producer of Paper Mario now. And, you know, some people say, oh, well, you know, producer, what does he really have to do with these kind of things? This has to do with like writers and the rest of the team. But Tanabe is a very hands-on producer. And he has heard the feedback from fans who have said like the later games are just not measuring up. After Super Paper Mario came out, you got Sticker Star, which stripped everything. It took everything that was unique about Paper Mario away, and it just turned it into a bland Mario game with like a battle system that was universally despised. It was just cumbersome and obtuse, and nobody liked it. There were no longer unique races anymore. You just had your essentials. Goombas, Koopas. That's about it. Lots of Toads. Toads took over everything. They no longer had unique designs. Like you had Bobbery from Thousand Year Door, who's like this salty old pirate dude. He has like this big white scraggly mustache, and he wears like a torn up captain's hat, and he's like a different color than most Bob-ombs are. He has like a unique like tail fin that's like shaped like a wheel instead of like your typical dial. He's like a character. He's a unique design that you look at and you're like, oh wow, they like remixed this classic Mario baddie, a Bob-omb, and made him something unique. And now all that's stripped away. Everything is just, oh, that is a generic Toad. Nothing unique about it. And characters can't even have names anymore. That's the thing, they don't even have names anymore. Admiral Bobbery could not exist within New Paper Mario. He would just be called Bob-omb, because that's what he is. You know? Goombella, a Goomba from Thousand Year Door, would never be called Goombella anymore. She would only be called Goomba. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not exaggerating to like make more of a case here. That is literally like a mandate. This has been made clear over the years because Paper Mario has refused to change whatsoever. You know, they moved on to Color Splash, and then you got Origami King most recently. And while those things have improved the formula a little bit, like it's Paper Mario is slowly building back up to where it once was, it still has not reached that peak that Thousand Year Door hit. Like they really threw the baby out with the bathwater when they decided to just strip away all of the uniqueness of these Mario RPGs and just turn it into a generic, fun little Mario puzzle game. Where here's the Toads, because you know Toads, they've been around forever. Everything's generic. We can't be new. We can't have new ideas. We can't flex our creativity or anything. It's all just what has been established. Because apparently the things that have been established before are the only things that matter. We can't have new races. Oh, Toads can't be different ages now. Like in the old games where there were like young Toads and old Toads. No, they're all the same now. There's no gender anymore, like there were female Toads and guys and all sorts of like that's never mentioned. They're all the exact same in every way, shape, and form. They are indistinguishable. They've made jokes about this within the games that like you can't tell them apart, and that's just ridiculous. Furthermore, the newer games have capitalized on the whole paper aspect of Paper Mario. If you've like looked at Paper Mario and you've been like, oh, okay, so it's like paper. Like everything is paper. That apparently is what it is. That's the identity of the game. No, that is not what it is. That has been turned into that. Like the newer games, it's all about paper. You know? Sticker Star, stickers relating to paper. Color Splash, like coloring paper. Origami King, that one speaks for itself. The games have just become all about like literal. Everything is paper. The characters are made of literal paper. The world is made of literal arts and crafts supplies, and that's how they interact. That's how they know the world. They live in a fake, false, constructed world for some reason. That was not the case in the old days. Thousand Year Door has some fun little silly paper mechanics that are poking fun at the art style, but that's all it is. It was an art style choice. Paper Mario the original and Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario, they weren't literally paper. It was just an art style choice told because the whole conceit of the game was like you were being told a story. This is, oh, here was the story of Mario and the Thousand Year Door. And by virtue of that, it's a storybook. Okay, so we are depicting the events that transpired in a flat art style that, oh, when you know it, it kind of looks like paper. Oh, Paper Mario. The original Paper Mario for the N64 in Japan was just called Mario's Story. Did you know that? Because it wasn't about paper. That was just a coincidence. They just came up with like, oh, doesn't this look kind of cool that we have like these flat little sprites running around? It's fairly cheap on like some hardware that might not be able to handle anything too like intense, but you know, it's Mario and we like it to be cartoony and stuff. Why not? It's an art style choice. It's the only franchise I can think of that it confused its own history and made that the substance of it. Like it took its art style and missed the entire point of the art style and made the game all about the art style. What other franchise has ever done that? Who makes that kind of mistake? Apparently Kensuke Tanabe does. He's like my mortal enemy. I almost hate him as much as the Watchtower, but really, like, it is a shame what has happened to Paper Mario because it still has not reached that peak. The creativity is gone. They are focusing on all the wrong things. People don't care about these paper mechanics. It doesn't have to be about paper. I want a story. I want tangible characters. I want this to feel real. I want a world that feels lived in and deep and not like the most generic locations and plot points that are so predictable and just uninspiring. I want more than that. And that's just something that Nintendo is not keen to deliver anymore. And that's what makes Thousand Year Door such a unique entity. And of course, it did recently get a remake, which I was very happy about, and I played it and I enjoyed it immensely. I think it did a really good job of remaking things. It added some things, not a ton of stuff, but it did add some stuff that I felt was really cool. It fixed some of the problems with the original. The original suffered from some backtracking problems, which was a big issue for a lot of games back then. And it largely disposes of a lot of those issues, and I adore the remake. I really, really love it. Mario RPG also got a remake recently, and I'm just really happy that apparently these things can be remade. But again, according to Kensuke Tanabe in an interview from a while back, he made it clear that there is a literal mandate behind the scenes at Nintendo where the creators of the game are told you cannot make this too interesting. Or okay, they're not told that you can't make it too interesting, but they are flat out told characters cannot have names anymore. They cannot. That is a literal thing that Tanabe said. You can look this up. They are not allowed to have names anymore. They cannot have unique designs that differ too much from the baseline. Like you can put a hat on a Toad now, apparently. You couldn't do that in Sticker Star. But you can put like a hat on them. Okay. But you can't like completely alter the design to something that's like very different. Like again, Bobbery, I'll bring up. He has like, instead of like a normal dial like most Bob-ombs, he has like that steering wheel on his back. And he has like a unique like color scheme and just like overall aesthetic to him. That would not be allowed because that's changing the design too much. You can only go so far, just a little bit. And I do mean a little bit, barely at all. So yeah, you can't change those two things. Also, he said in the interview that story has taken like, they've decided to make that less of a thing. Because apparently when Super Paper Mario came out, there was a poll that went around to people who was, and the poll was basically asking like, did you like the story of Super Paper Mario, or what's something that you think could be cut out? And apparently it was largely voted on that people did not like the story, something like that. And most people now in the modern day believe that something was wrong with that poll, because clearly there has been massive backlash to things like Sticker Star and to Color Splash because people want story. They want unique characters and situations. And they don't like that everything's focused on paper anymore. Clearly, whatever happened with that poll, whether it went out to like the wrong people or there was some kind of glitch in how the information from that poll reached the higher ups at Nintendo, or maybe they're just flat out lying for some reason because making a complex plot is too difficult. I don't know. The point is, we are clearly seeing with these modern Paper Mario games that people do want story. Clearly. Like, that is just obviously what we are seeing here. Sticker Star was panned, not only because the gameplay was wretched, but because there was no story. It was just a generic Bowser kidnaps Princess Peach. Then you look at Thousand Year Door and crazy stuff happens in that game. You go to a fighting arena with like some kind of mystery in the background. There's like all sorts of strings being pulled and like people are going missing. And you're getting all these mysterious messages, but you have to fight in this big arena to find a star to eventually fight like, I don't want to spoil too much, but Bowser is not the main antagonist. There's more going on. There's more steps along the way, more unique locations. There's like a whole like train level where it turns into like a detective mystery or something. Like, it's not the most basic, boring milquetoast ideas and characters you could possibly imagine. Clearly people want more, and I don't know if Paper Mario will ever reach that point again. These remakes seem to imply that Nintendo is at least aware that this is what people want. But I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for that, and I'm just kind of holding out hope that in the end they make the right call and they're able to inject a bit more story and personality into their games. Because it really is a shame. Nintendo makes great games, obviously, with a lot of like hard work and effort put into them, but like a lot of times they can be really short-sighted and alien about some of how they approach their IPs, where they can just like completely miss what made some of their previous entries so magical and interesting and drew people to them in the first place. And that's a shame, because it deserves a lot better. So if anyone here has not picked up the Thousand Year Door remake, I would highly recommend it. It is a full experience. You can also get the Mario RPG remake if you'd like. that is a much shorter experience. And I think Thousand Year Door obviously has like the stronger story. The gameplay has much more depth to it, a lot more going on with it in terms of just like how it operates as an RPG. Thousand Year Door, you're gonna get more bang for your buck, and it's much more memorable in my opinion. Although Mario RPG does have some great music. But yeah, pick up both if you can. If you can only pick one, I definitely say Thousand Year Door. But anything that you can do to show Nintendo that this is something that we care about and that we want more games like that and less games like Sticker Star. Pretty please. Pretty please. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the Pod Tower. Yeah, those guys, those are scumbags. They're just the worst, aren't they? I'm gonna take a sip of water. And what makes it even worse is that the newer Paper Mario games, the combat is still terrible. They still have this super obtuse system that changes in every single game. The series doesn't have like a set identity anymore. Every single game is something completely different. And not in a good way, not in like oh, look at how imaginative they're being. Like, no. They're just doing it different because they don't know what to do with the franchise because every game gets panned because they are not doing what the fans were originally requesting. You have a fan base who want something. They want like a specific thing. They're like, hey, you did this. You made the perfect Mario RPG. Do it again. It doesn't have to be as good, but just follow those same footsteps that you did before. You did this. You have the recipe for perfection and you're not capitalizing on it. You're burning money. These are people who want this product, this kind of product, and you are not providing it. What kind of business does that? What kind of business model is that? Okay, sorry. I have a lot to say about Paper Mario. Let me see if I got any messages from the insider. Nope, just another message from my mom. Take a hint, Mom. Now's not the time. Oh, so clingy. Oh, boy. I got really worked up there, and now I'm feeling even more exhausted. Oh, boy. Well, I don't know. Maybe I will, try to send the insider an email. I haven't done that yet. I've never tried that before. I don't know why that would work any better than text, but I guess I'll try to send the insider an email. And we'll see where that gets us. So, let's see here. Okay. Again, no guarantee this will work, but it's kind of just the best option we got right now, so beggars can't be choosers, right? Okay. Well, I guess that's that. Boy. Yeah, I'm just kind of fiddling with things on my table now, just kind of waiting around. sometimes it feels like things just like really don't go your way, you know? You know something? Sometimes it just feels like that. And it's probably mostly like in your head, you know? Like you think that things are worse than they really are. Because a lot of people have it way worse out there, so you know. Like the amount of suffering that I'm going through right now is nothing compared to when the Watchtower loses their channel. Uh because you know, they built up a following. Granted, most of that following are bots. But you know, there are some genuine people who have been misled, and you know, I think the Watchtowers got very comfortable, right? I'm sure that they're all like, you know, sitting back in their mansions, sipping on like iced tea or whatever it is they drink, and they think that they're on top of the world right now, and that nothing bad could possibly happen. I know that feeling because I was there once. I mean, I wasn't quite as rich as they were, but I once thought that, you know, I could just run a YouTube channel and that nobody would come along to steal it and steal my identity and just basically make my life a living hell. I was just like, oh, yeah, what are the odds that that would happen? I would have ranked those odds as being very low. And then things turned around a little bit. And it just kind of seems like I can fall into a bit of a rut sometimes. But, you know, these things happen. These things happen. And really, it's just kind of like a journey, you know? It is a journey that I have gone through and I'm still going through. I don't know, maybe when all this is over, I'll write like a book or a memoir or something, just like something to break down like my life and all the things that have happened in it, because it's an interesting story at the end of the day, right? You know? Like I've tried to contact my local news stations and tried to like give them this story, you know, tell them like, hey, there's a story here. YouTube drama, like, come on, that's big, that's huge. And I've tried to break it down multiple times, and so far, basically, I either get no response or I get the response of like, we'll get back to you. So far, they haven't gotten back to me. Maybe they're just kind of waiting to see how things play out a little bit. They would, and you know, I think that's a really good bet because they probably don't want to like. They're a little uncertain on who to. I'm trying to think of the right word, like hitch their wagon to, so to speak. They don't know who's going to win this war. I know who's going to win. It's going to be me, but they don't know. They don't have all the information that I do. And so, you know, they're probably kind of hedging their bets that, like, well, it could go either way. You don't want to, like, take sides here and end up choosing the losing side. So I don't think that's why they're too keen on this at the moment. Understandable, I guess. But a little disappointing because, like, it would be nice for the world at large to be made aware of this. The news cycle, you know, we already have 24 hours of news a day. Come on, we can't slip some Yoppie news in there. Just a little Yoppie news segment. That could be like a whole segment. Like how occasionally they talk about weather and stuff. This is right on par with that. Right on par with it. After the weather, every time they talk about the weather. All right, and now for Yoppie news. That's like, I think that would actually be pretty popular. But no, instead they're more concerned about like politics and like, I don't know, murders and global affairs, wars around the world, and so like, come on. Come on, this is a war. I'm in a war right now. You report on wars all the time. How is this any different? Give me one difference. Oh, frustrating. That's why I say, like, being a podcaster, you undergo a lot of plight. You suffer for your art form. I said it before and I'll say it again. You suffer for your art form a little bit. Kind of just comes with the territory, I guess, because, you know, you're putting yourself out there. You are delivering art in its most pure and condensed and easily accessible form. And you're gonna get some hate. You know, I have some haters out there. I'm not afraid to admit it. And you know what? I embrace the haters. I say, go ahead, haters. Give me your worst. because I can take it. You know, I've gone through a lot, like I said, and so a couple of haters on the internet, whatever. And if this were broadcast on television every single day, maybe multiple times a day, you know, I'd get even more haters from around the world. People who don't understand the situation completely, or who just like to support evil. Those people probably would turn against me, and they'd throw some hate my way. Whatever. I'll drink the haterade. Why not? I don't even know. What would I even call my book? My memoir? Maybe like The Trials of a Yopper. Something like that. Like something that like really like made it clear. Like you could read that title and you know what's going to be in this book. What once was. You know, something like kind of flowery like that. You know, people like their flowery titles. From zero to hero? I don't know. Maybe if you'd ask me this question like at the very beginning of this episode, I'd have like a better title for you. But to be honest, I'm kind of running on fumes right now. Maybe I need to get more water to perk me up a little bit. Ooh, you know what I could do? Sometimes when I'm feeling a little low, I take the faucet water, and I sprinkle a little bit of sugar in it. Like, you know, just like regular sugar from like sugar packets that I snag from like local restaurants. And like basically if you just like, you know, one packet is usually enough. Sometimes I could do two. It's a really good pick-me-up. It's on the cheap, but it gets the job done. Maybe I could go for some of that right now. I think I could use a bit of an energy boost. So if you guys don't mind, I am going to run off really quick and sprinkle some sugar into my water. And we will go from there. I will be right back. All right. I'm back. Didn't go anywhere, did you? There goes the rest of my sugar. Thought I had more than that. Gonna have to like drop by a restaurant again and try to get a handful more when the staff isn't looking. Kind of a shame too, because I was saving this sugar for like a rainy day. But I guess most of my days are rainy, so it would have gone pretty quick. Yeah, that's good. That's good. It like really overpowers the carrot taste. Probably not very good for my teeth, but you know, I'll worry about that kind of stuff when the war is over. You can't get hung up on these small little details, right? And I gotta stay awake and I gotta stay focused on meeting up with the insider. And they'll probably be here pretty soon, I imagine. So just hang in there a little bit longer and I'll be as happy to see him as you are. Trust me. Trust me. Oh boy. Gonna take another swig. Yeah, very like it has a very bright flavor to it. It's like very very sugary and watery. It has like a certain like quenching ability to it. So it's quenching my thirst, and it is quenching my trepidation that the insider is going to take like an hour or something to get here. An hour longer. That seems pretty unlikely, though. I think they're probably going to be here pretty soon. Because, I mean, what? It's been a few hours now. And you would imagine that maybe a couple of those hours went to talking to our private eye, and then maybe another hour went to like getting their setup ready. You know, maybe they have a microphone, In my own experience, as we've seen, like microphones can be a real hassle to deal with. You don't know how to use your mic, you don't have a wire plugged in all the way, and then boom. When you know it, you lose like 2 months of work. Just trying to figure out how to plug your mic in. So, I don't think we'll be waiting here for 2 months. I don't really have time for that. But I do hope they get here soon, because there is a lot I want to do with my day today. And it looks like I will have to move some stuff around. Which is a shame. A little sad. But I think a lot of these issues will, like, be assuaged once the insider gets here, and we'll get to talking, and we'll forget about all this. You know? Like, we'll get to talking, and by the end of the call, I won't even remember the fact that we had to sit here and wait for like 3.5 hours. It'll feel like no time at all has passed. You know? It's kind of like, you know, when you're having fun, like time flies when you're having fun. And, but, you know, when you're kind of bored and you don't have much to do, it really, like, it's very sluggish. But after the fact, it feels like the fun stuff, you can remember it with a lot more, like, detail and stuff. Whereas moments of boredom where not much happens, you tend to not really allocate much space in your brain for that kind of information. So, trust me, I'm going to forget like 90% of what I said here today. And I'm probably going to repeat it in future episodes. Don't think of it as a mistake on my part, because I don't make mistakes. Think of it as a helpful refresher on some of my feelings and thoughts about various things. Think of it like that. So yeah, I don't know, I haven't really ever thought about writing a book about myself or a novel or something before, but, I mean, there's so many books out there, right? Like, I went to a library a while back when I was on my trip around the country. I stopped at a couple libraries, really. And I kind of, like, was able to find places to, like, sleep around there in, like, a nice, like, temperature-controlled place where, you know, you're not bothered. And they're just books all over the place. I didn't read any of them. But, just books lining the shelves. I couldn't believe it, the number of books at these libraries. Like, just packed to the brim with them. Like, where'd all these books come from, you know? And so, apparently, they must be pretty easy to make. Pretty easy to write a book if there's, like, this many of them around, right? So how hard could it be? I'll probably write a book or two. Maybe I'll make it like a series or something. That might be fun. The Chronicles of Yop. There you go. You see, that's the sugar water kicking in a little bit there. Chronicles of Yop. That would be a bestseller. I have no doubt I would get an Oscar for that. Seriously. I don't know a lot about books, but I would definitely be getting an Oscar for that. And in my acceptance speech, I would thank all of you, the loyal fans, and I would probably use the opportunity to put down the Watchtower some more. You know. That just kind of goes without saying, though. So Yoppie news, right? Like that is a good idea, though, right? Like, even if the big networks don't want to pick it up, like, that's something that I could just start doing in, like, my episodes, right? Like, one thing that I hate about the Watchtower and the Pod Tower, I mean, there's so many things, but one of the big things I hate is they have so many segments for their podcast. So many segments. And they have, like, all these, like, little things that they've learned to repeat every single time, like robots without fail. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, every time they say, like, when an episode came out, they're always like, this episode came out January 6th, 1995 or something. Wait, no, I need to back up. So basically, like, one of them will say, this episode came out, wait, what was I saying? It's like a segment that they do. What do they? Okay, I was getting, okay, hang on, let me change gears here. No, what they do, here's a segment, when, like, they name, like, what streaming services you can, like, watch certain shows on, they always say, like, this can be viewed on Tubi. And then they say, like, that's my dog's name. Ha 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 ha. And everybody's supposed to be laughing. And then they say, the other one's on Shudder. My other dog's name. Oh, it's even funnier the second time. And, like, for one episode, like, sure, I guess you want to fill time, I guess. Fine. But now they're just doing that every single episode. And I feel like that's really, like, there comes a point where you do too many bits for an episode and it gets more and more bloated with these jokes that I guess you would call inside jokes, right? I mean, you kind of have to have watched previous episodes to understand why that's even there. And that's got to be kind of off-putting to new people to tune in and just be like, wait, what does that mean? Why are they constantly interjecting with like these seemingly pre-programmed lines? And so consistently too. Like occasionally it would be nice for them to just be like, okay, you know what? Let's not do the bit this episode. And then we'll bring it back in a couple episodes, you know? You don't want to annoy your audience, first of all, but you don't also want to like constantly give them what you think they need, like some kind of like dessert. Like, oh, they can't go on. We can't get onto the main course without giving like this little treat that they know. Oh, yes, we always have to say that. It's now a rule, apparently. You know, it's too much of a snack. You don't want to give your audience a sugar rush or something. I don't know, whatever the term would be. Diabetes. You don't want to give your audience diabetes. And if you watch the Pod Tower, I don't know. I mean, I feel like they're handing out diabetes like candy. So yeah, kind of disgusting. But no, the point of all that was like, in my videos, I tend to just get straight to the point. I'm a kind of direct, no nonsense kind of guy, and but what if we did have like a little segment, and not one that revolves around like an inside joke that, oh, you had to be there to understand it? Like, no, you can just make a little segment that people understand. It is intuitive. And you just hear it and you know, okay, here's what I'm in for. And that segment would be Yoppie News, right? Yoppie News could be about anything. It could be about, I don't know, what's something that, just like some thought that I have, like something important that I think the world needs to know, like stretching. It's a scam, right? That kind of thing is something that belongs on Yoppie News because I could talk about it. We could dig into the research a little bit. And there you go. You have your little Yoppie News segment. Then you get back to the show. I feel like that might do a good job of like fostering, getting like a wider group of people watching because they're kind of like, oh, hey, I want to hear about what's in the Yoppie News this week. Maybe you don't even care about the war. You know, maybe you're very apathetic about that kind of thing. You know, you're a sociopath and you don't care about the suffering of others. Okay, fine. But let's talk about Yoppie News then. Whatever can bring people in. This is a very big tent that we're running here, and I seek to make it even bigger. And whereas this is a very big tent, the Watchtower's over there running like a tiny little igloo or something. It's frigid. It's desolate. It's manufactured, and it will collapse at any moment. Well, that's actually kind of like a good like expression, or like comparison, or whatever the word is. Huh. Well, that's what happens when you're drinking sugar water, I guess. It's good for the brain, not good for the teeth, good for the brain. But yeah, Yoppie News, that might be a thing. I don't want to make any promises because, you know, if I do decide to start doing Yoppie News, then maybe I'll need like a theme song for that in particular. If you guys want to get on that, if you want to make a Yoppie News jingle, hey, I won't stop you. I encourage it. I encourage you to flex your creativity. Show me what you got. Just remember to put work into it, because it shows. It shows if you don't put work into it. And I'm not afraid to call you out on that. The Watchtower They get a lot of, we'll say, input from their fans. And, well, I don't want to be too rude here because their fans will someday be my fans. But, some of their quality is lacking, right? I mean, these are just random people on the internet. You can't expect everyone to be like the next, I don't know, who's a smart person? Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, very intelligent people. Those guys understand creativity and they know how to express themselves. And, you can't expect your audience to be at that kind of level. You can't expect them to be on the genius level, right? Yeah, so, they get a lot of people who, like, call in or send stuff in, and the quality just isn't there, especially because they do their show week to week, right? And you can only like have so much quality. You can only make so much within such a short period of time. That's why I prefer my episodes to be much more spaced out because I have a lot more time to put more work into it, a lot more research, and there's a bit more of a thought process behind it. I'm going to bring it back to those waveforms again. Remember when I did those epic waveforms? Everybody loved them so much. They were so cool. That is something that took a lot of time to think out, to design, to put in the video, to sync up, to the concept. Like, what color will they be? Right? Like, that took some serious work ethic, and you would not have been able to do that in a week. I guarantee it. Maybe you had like a team. If you were working at like ELM or something, sure. Yeah, maybe then you would have like the staff and the resources necessary to make those waveforms in a week. If you like work double shifts or something. But otherwise you're going to need to be like me and you're going to need more time to really finesse that kind of thing and make it look good. And you're never going to get that. You're never going to get that from the Pod Tower because they are over there, missing. Sometimes they even miss like a week or two. And sometimes they don't even give like reasons. Other times they say that they quote unquote need a break. Yeah, wow. You need taking a break from war. Did Ulysses S. Grant during the American Revolution say to his soldiers, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I know that we're in the middle of a conflict right now with Vietnam and all, but I just need to take a break. I just need a little breaky poo." Think he said that? No, he didn't. Because he was the president of the United States and he looked at his soldiers and he said, "I am your leader and I'm going to lead you through this, through thick and thin, day and night. And I'm not going to take breaks just because I feel like it." What does that even mean? The Watchtower, we never rest. We've never, ever, ever missed the deadline for an episode, except for that one time. But aside from that time, though, every other time, we have always hit our mark. And I take great pride in that. Really, I do. And I feel like we don't get enough credit for that. I mean, really, I feel like a lot of our efforts are kind of overlooked, right? Because we don't have the same numbers that the Watchtower has. We don't have people analyzing these things super closely and breaking down like, "Oh, wow, did you hear what Yop said at this part? That's actually like a really deep thing. Let's discuss this philosophical concept that Yop brought up." You're not going to get a lot of that. I was making a point. What was my point? I don't know. I just completely lost my train of thought. Okay. Yeah, completely lost it. What was I talking about? What was I talking? Oh yeah, stretching. Total scam. Doesn't do anything. Literally, it benefits Big Stretch, whoever runs the Stretch organization. I don't know. And even the Watchtower knows that. Like for the Pod Tower episodes that they do, jump on the Batwagon or jump on the Super Wagon, both of their shows that they do. They occasionally do push-ups when people donate. And they don't stretch. They don't stretch. Even they know it's a scam. So, case closed, in my opinion. There's your Yoppie news segment for this fine episode. Hope you stuck around long enough to hear it. But I do feel sorry for some of the people who probably haven't stuck around this long, because inevitably I know that even though I have a fairly magnetic personality, I know people are attracted to listening to me speak, and I really appreciate that and all, but some people aren't going to stick around for this wait. That is unfortunate. People are going to be missing out on some of my commentary here and on the conversation that I'm going to be having with the insider when they get here very soon, very shortly. I would recommend that if you see people in the comments below saying well, this episode's a tad bit too long. Oh, well, I couldn't watch the whole thing. Help your brothers in arms out and leave a comment. Say okay, well, here's what it's about, and break down all of everything that I've discussed here today. Break it all down. Every single thing that I've discussed this entire episode, break it down in the comments below, because that will help people who have shorter attention spans. I know that YouTube and a lot of media out there is leaning towards short form content. This video is not gonna be the shortest one ever. It's gonna be a little long, and maybe I'm ahead of the curve a little bit here, because this is long form content, okay? And long form content is gonna be the next big thing. People are gonna realize that short form content, it's shallow. It is very shallow. You cannot get that much information out within such a short period of time. Brevity is the soul of wit. That expression was made by a moron. He had no idea what he was talking about. Long form content, you are allowed to very clearly enunciate your points and not only capture the audience's attention, but completely seize it. People grow a lot closer, I think. Don't you feel like we've grown a lot closer as you've listened to this episode? I feel a lot closer with you. I feel like we're almost best friends or something. And that's great, because I don't really have any friends right now. So and now, think of all the people who are going to watch this video, because it's the next big thing, long-term content. I'm going to have hundreds of friends, thousands of friends. Can we get this video to 1 million views, guys? Can we get it to the 1 million views? If we get this, okay, you know what? I don't normally like doing stuff like this, but I'm going to go ahead and say something. If we can get this video to 1 million views, I will do a big blowout event, a big bonanza. We'll call it the Yoppie Bonanza or something. I don't know. And I will do whatever you guys want. Maybe we could do a video podcast. I'll actually I'll record me sitting in front of the camera, actually speaking with visuals and stuff. You'll be able to see me and everything. It won't just be my voice. We can do that. I'll have balloons. I'll have cake. You won't be able to eat the cake, but you'll be able to see it. Maybe I'll eat the cake on camera or something. I don't know. If we get 1 million views on this video, I will do that. Big blowout event. Maybe we can sing some songs, tell some stories, whatever you guys. Seriously, I'm serious about this. I'm willing to do those things. I don't know what's something else that people do for big events. I don't know. We'll I don't know. I'll buy a mall. I don't know. I don't know what big. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna walk that last part back. But basically, yeah, if we get it to 1 million, there will be a big surprise bash, and you guys will be invited, every single one of you. So there you go. Share this video. Share it with your friends. Share it with your family. Share it with the clergy. Whatever. Whoever you can get to watch this video or listen to it, be it of their own volition or not. Get them on board, get those views up, and there will be a celebration unlike any other that the planet has ever seen. Yep. It's gonna be awesome. Oh. You know, if this video does get 1 million views, does that mean that I get like the diamond play button? Is that how that works? Like there's those little plaques that you get from YouTube. I want one of those. That'd be pretty cool. The walls of my apartment are very barren. I actually don't have anything hung up at all. I'm not really one for interior decoration, but I would definitely hang up some play buttons. So let's get some play buttons over here. Seriously, guys, that'd be so cool. Spruce the place up with all sorts of play buttons. I can see it now. I can see it right now. Play buttons lining the walls. I'd have them all. Every single one. Multiple ones. That'd be so cool. We'll get there someday. Of that, I have no doubt. I really have no doubt about that. Like, and maybe then, the YouTube police and YouTube as a whole will take me a little bit more seriously. Who will be laughing then? Me. I'll be laughing then. That's the answer to the question that I just asked. I'll be the one laughing. And they will be on their hands and knees. They will be saying, "We are sorry. We are so sorry, Yop. We're one of the best YouTubers out there. Take the play buttons. Take them. Be CEO of YouTube." And I will turn them down. I will turn them down. I will say, I'll say something like clever. I'll be like, "CEO?" More like, CE, I don't think so. And they'll just have to deal with it. So, they had their chance as far as I'm concerned, right? I shouldn't have even had to go through all this. I shouldn't have to be waiting on this secretive insider at the Watchtower to call in and give me the details on this massive operation involving a fairly large sum of money to hire multiple people to get like some kind of secretive subterfuge plan underway to take down a rival channel. Like, come on. This sounds nuts when you lay it out sometimes. I've tried to explain this to family members and some of them have cut ties with me because they say like, "Yo, this sounds nuts." Oh yeah, it does sound nuts. But that doesn't make it any less true. Right? I'm not making all this stuff up. I am like 99.9% sure that these guys stole my content, they stole my name, and that just is what it is. Like, that's just how it is. And I've tried to tell them that. I've tried to tell my family. I've tried to explain all this to them. And then they either like dismiss me or they say like, "Oh, yup, don't you remember? There's the big accident, the head trauma and everything. You're imagining these things. These are false memories, yup." And I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think these people might be in the Watchtower's pocket, to be honest. Some of my own family might be in on it. That's why I don't talk to them very often anymore. There is no way that the head trauma was that bad. It couldn't have been. That was years ago. Come on. I was like, how many years ago was that? I don't even remember. I can't remember anymore. I struggle to remember things sometimes. But that doesn't have anything to do with the head trauma. That's just because I have more important things to remember. I have a war to oversee, okay? I know that this is real. This is real. All of it is real. But, some people just can't be convinced. Some people just, like, they get an idea in their head and they just stick with it. There are stubborn, stubborn people out there, and if there's one thing that I do not like to see in others, it's stubbornness. It's fine when I do it, but when other people do it, it's just annoying. Gotta be honest. And I got a lot of that during my trip across America. Seriously, like, there were some times where I was able to, like, hitch some rides with some people, and they were friendly enough, most of them. But whenever they would ask, like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing out here? And I would have to tell them, like, well, it's a long story, and I would start breaking stuff down, and after a while, like, I don't know, basically when I hit, like, the Yoppie merch saga, I could kind of see, like, their eyes glazing over a little bit, and I at a certain point, I think I would just lose them, and I'd have to just terminate the conversation, basically. And there you have it, folks. Like, these people, they're used to short form content so much that they can't even stand to listen to someone talk about his problems for 3 hours. And that is pretty selfish of them, if you ask me. I mean, they're the ones that asked. So, yeah, I mean, I realize I haven't really talked very much about my trip across America. I guess while we have time here, I could outline some of that. Unfortunately, most of my trip, for most of it, I really had no idea where I was. I just kind of I took directions from strangers. They just kind of pointed in a direction and said, yeah, your state in question is that direction. And I just kind of had to take their word for it. Most of the time, they actually were correct. I think. I don't know. I think I got, like, turned around a couple times, but all in all, people were pretty helpful. And without them, I probably would have died during week 2 due to the starvation and the bug bites. I got bit up by a lot of mosquitoes. I had to, like, trudge through, like, a bog or something. At one point, I was chased by ravenous swine. I think they were like feral swine or something. And they chased me. They chased me into a bog. And I got bit up by mosquitoes really badly. And for a while, my legs felt really tingly and they struggled to work. I think I contracted malaria or something. Some kind of variant of malaria. I'm all better now, though. But those were some painful and itchy, weeks that I had before me. Not fun. Not fun. But, some of the trip went by pretty quickly. Like, I had to go through Iowa at one point, and that was very quick. Very quick drive through Iowa. It just felt quick. Other places were a little long. I think I either had to go through, like, was it Illinois or Missouri or something? I don't know. Not much to see out there. I could not get people to give me a lift, so a lot of walking. And, I don't know, it kind of starts to gnaw at you after a while. You start hearing, the voices, of course, and what was really annoying is that they were louder than usual, right? Don't you just hate that when your voices in your head get louder than usual? Like, come on, man, I'm already going through enough right now. Stop screaming at me. Because most of the time, like right now, I can barely hear them. Probably because I'm mostly talking. Normally, I can't hear them that well when I'm talking, but while I was on my trip across America, I wasn't talking all that often. Of course, I'd talk to myself sometimes, and I'd have, like, long conversations with myself to pass the time. And, I guess that kind of helped keep me sane. So, you do what you can. I did pass by, like, some, like, sites. I'm trying to think, like, what some of them were. Not really touristic destinations, but, like, just, like, some interesting spots. I think I went down someplace called, like, Queenwood Road or something. And I saw, like, a row of trees. That was pretty cool. And that's kind of the only thing I can think of right now. What else? I saw a cool bird while I was waiting in my car. That was before I made the trip. On foot. I saw like a cool bird. Um, yeah, I don't know. There just isn't a whole lot to tell. In order to keep myself fed, I would, yes, again, I'm kind of ashamed to admit it, but, I mean, full transparency, right? I would have to eat out of the garbage sometimes. All right? That's just how it is. And, it stunk. Literally and figuratively. It was not a fun time. Thankfully, people did take pity on me on occasion. I was able to, like, amass a small supply of, like, chips and, other, like, granola bars, things to, like, take along with me that I could snack on. And, I mean, good grief, by the time I went through Indiana, I think I was, like, I don't know, 20 pounds lighter. 20, 30 pounds lighter. And, hey, right? I mean, that's kind of like a good way of losing weight, really. Just strand yourself halfway across the country and then walk back home. You will lose weight that way. That could be a Yoppie news segment right there. I know a lot of people struggle with like losing weight. Good grief. Try my method and you will lose weight. I guarantee it. I guarantee it if you follow my method. You do have to sacrifice your car in the process, though. So keep that in mind. But you can't put a price tag on good health. I'm going to drink some of my sugar water real quick. Kind of met some interesting people on that trip. I met a guy calling himself Old Man Dan. Old Man Dan I met on this trip. And Old Man Dan wasn't even that old. I think he was just in his 50s or something. And basically, he said that he was a mechanic. And he would fix up cars and stuff. And he had just the craziest stories, Old Man Dan. Tell stories about like how he used to like fix up jalopies and stuff. And how one time he was fixing up a car and he found like a snake in the passenger seat. Whoa. That is crazy, I told him. And that was probably the most interesting person I met on my entire trip. This Old Man Dan and his crazy mechanic stories. Here's another one. One time he was fixing up a car, right? Or like somebody was bringing in the car to like get worked on and they were like, the car, like something's wrong with it. I don't know what's wrong with the car. Like it keeps on like veering to the right or something. And they didn't know why. And so, and they were really perplexed by this. And Old Man Dan takes it into the garage, looks at the car for like 3 seconds, and sees that the back rear tire is like completely flat. Problem solved. And he said to them, well, there's your problem. That was probably the most interesting story he told me. I drove with him for like 3.5 hours. He was very helpful. But yeah, everybody else, nobody else ever got quite that interesting. Kind of just like normal folks, people of the land. They, they just were doing what they were doing. So, still, I appreciated the help. And someday, I hope to find Old Man Dan, and when I'm famous, I'll call up Old Man Dan and say, hey, Old Man Dan, guess who just got his diamond play button? And Old Man Dan will have another story to add to his repertoire. I'll be the most interesting story in his entire arsenal. It's basically the equivalent of, like, picking up a hitchhiker and finding out that hitchhiker, Tom Cruise. That'll be what it's like. But right now I can't repay the favor, but someday I will repay him. Not with money, but with the story of how he drove me across the state for like 3.5 hours. And that is something he can pass on to his children, and they'll pass on to their children. It'll be like just a family tale. Someday it'll like probably become like a tall tale. They won't even believe it. Oh, crazy Uncle Dan thought that he drove around the Yop, and spoke with him before he got famous again. It'll all be true. The stories are true. Oh, I saw a golf course. I saw a golf course at one point in Iowa. That was kind of cool. Mostly I just saw a lot of trees and fields, and that's about it. A lot of trees, lots of fields. I stopped by lots of like restaurants, not to eat inside, but outside dining, if you catch my drift. And you know, yeah, it's really. I mean, I wish this story was more interesting. I traveled thousands of miles. You would think I would have more to say. It was very boring. It was very boring. I'll give Yop 2.0 this. Like when I learned that he was sabotaging the podcast, I was kind of almost in a certain kind of way. I was almost thankful. I was like, finally, I can focus on something interesting. So I don't know. Maybe that was a blessing in disguise. Probably not. No. That was terrible too. It was all terrible. I hated it. I hated every second of it. I think I'm honestly blocking out most of the memories. I'm trying to like just kind of like compartmentalize all that and just tuck it away and probably never resolve it. It's best not to think about. And of course, it was frustrating too, because I ended up finding out that, the entire reason that I drove across the country was I wanted to get to the live event that the Pod Tower was hosting. And I was going to go there and in disguise, incognito, and I was going to stir up trouble. You know, I had those eggs, and I was going to hurl some eggs their way. I was going to hurl some words their way. And I don't know which one would have been more debilitating for them, because I had some really choice words for them. And I couldn't go, of course. I didn't make it. Car broke down, and I ended up finding out that the event went very well. I was very disappointed to hear that. Very heartbreaking to hear that the event went very well and everybody walked away very happy. Both the hosts and all the guests had a great time, and they really enjoyed it and found it funny and informative and just a great use of their time and money, and that it was just really depressing for me to hear. You hate to hear it. You hate to hear it. And yeah, I was also disappointed because I think some part of me was kind of hoping that there would be protests. You know, maybe I sabotaged things a little bit by like hinting that I would be going. And so people were like, oh, well, I don't need to show up. If Yop himself is there, then I don't need to show up to protest. He's going to do all the work for me. And, of course, I couldn't make it, and so none of our people made it there. Just a bunch of sycophants, or people who are too scared to raise their voice. And so the event went out, sorry, tongue-tied, and the event went on without a hitch. So, disappointing, but not entirely unexpected. It would have been nice, though. It would have been nice to hear that, like, a couple people were there speaking out against this kind of thing, speaking out against injustice. You can't always assume that somebody else will do the work for you. You know? Sometimes it has got to be you. I think it's a very powerful message to walk away with. It's just like, you can make a difference. You individually can make a difference. Look at what I'm doing. obviously I do have incentive here. My goal is to get back everything I've lost. But at the same time, I feel like if I saw this happening to another channel, that I would fight for them. Fight for their right to continue being a channel. And that's very powerful. And I could talk on and on and on about how you owe it to yourself and to the community and to us and to morality as a whole to speak up and let your voices be heard. I could talk about that, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and play some Wordle real quick. You guys remember Wordle? It's that game where there's like a word that you have to predict. It's kind of like Hangman almost. You put in the letters and it puts them down, and but you only have so many attempts. And if you don't figure out the word in time, you lose. I'm actually really good at it. I'm gonna play some Wordle real quick. This was all the rage for a while. I don't know if people are still into it, but I play a version that has it's a 7-letter word. So let's play some Wordle. Okay. What's a 7-letter word? Justice. Justice. Okay. All right. So the S and the I are correct. They are in the correct spot, too. Wow. That's really lucky. 3rd letter is S. 5th letter is I. What's another 7-letter word? Revenge. What? Oh, okay. Really? Okay. Apparently there is no W in revenge. Okay, whatever. Okay. The N and the G those are letters that are supposed to be in it, but they are out of place. All right. And I don't know where they're supposed to go. Another 7-letter word. Yopptower. Dang it. 1 letter short. Yoppie? Yoppie. No? What about Yippie? What about Yoperate? Yop or 8. Good grief. Every time I try to enter a Yop word, it never seems to work. I don't know if this is built understanding that Yop is a word that people can use. I mean, good grief, I have this entire channel is Yop centric. There's a drink called Yop. It's a popular word. I don't know why it's not recognized. Whatever. Okay, what's another word? Not Yop related. What about washing? Washing. Oh my gosh, that's the word. Did I seriously just get that on the 3rd try? Guys, you can't see this right now. I just got that on the 3rd try without even I wasn't even comparing that to the 1st row. The 1st row, I had the S and the I. 3rd letter was S. 4th letter was I. Justice is what I had. And then I put in revenge. The N and the G were correct, but they weren't in the right spot. And then I typed in washing, and that's the word. I am a genius. I'm a literal genius. Okay, guys, okay, I don't like to brag. Seriously, I don't like it. I don't like people who brag. I feel like it is a sign of insecurity. I'm a genius. Who can do that? Seriously, did you know the word was washing? Were you playing along? Good luck getting that. That is amazing on my 3rd attempt with a 7-letter word. I mean, I always knew I was special. Ever since I was a little kid, I always knew. And really, I mean, I think I knew back then, and after my head injury, I knew it even like strongerly. Like I knew that I had like an IQ that was higher than most. I've actually, this is a true fact about me. I actually took an online IQ test a while back. My score was, we'll say, kind of shocking because according to the test, according to this official test, I have a 200 level IQ. A perfect 200. You gotta love it. You gotta love the round number. And believe me, I was just as shocked as anyone else to find out that lo and behold, I'm a genius. Like, how do you react to something like that? How do you react to someone coming up to you and saying, "Hey, guess what? Surprise, you're a genius." Oh wow, okay. I mean, like, what now? What next? And I think a lot of that just comes down to like I've really applied myself. I know my stuff. You know, I'm a clever guy. I'm an industrious guy. And the IQ test, it was tough. It was tough. I did struggle with the questions. I didn't think I was going to get a 200 level IQ. Like these questions were asking all kinds of things. Like they were asking like some complex like multiplication questions. And yes, I did use a calculator, but I think that you were allowed to do that. There wasn't like a rule saying that you couldn't. And I got those questions correct. It asked me to write a short like sentence here and there, like some sentences. I guess that was gauging like my linguistic skills or something. And it asked for my email and just your basic stuff. Wanted a photo of my driver's license, and you send those things in, give them your phone number, give them your email, and boom, be out of there you go. You get a reply saying, "Here's your score." It's actually pretty easy. I would recommend that other people, if you're curious about your IQ, go out there and take the quiz. Take the quiz out there, but, and this is a big thing, don't feel ashamed when your score comes up lower than mine, okay? Because, like, a 200 level IQ, that's like in the top 1% of the worldwide population. Like, for the test, I had to come up with like 19 words that rhymed with the word Q, like CUEQ. I had to come up with like a bunch of rhymes, like as many as I could. And I came up with 19 rhymes for the word Q. Boo, shoe, new, Lou. I had that's all I can think of right now, but I came up with like 19 of them, guys. And it's gonna ask you questions like that. It's gonna ask you questions about like yourself. It's gonna ask you what is your favorite color. My favorite color is orange. Everyone knows that. That's important because orange is apparently, as I now know, is the most intelligent color. It's going to ask you what have you dreamt about? Like what do you dream about? Do you have like reoccurring dreams? Yes, I do, and I entered that. Entered like a short little essay about how I dream sometimes, and this is going to sound a little strange, that I'm going into my bathroom and there is a chicken there, like a live chicken made of crystals. And the chicken will strike fear into my heart for some reason. I'm not afraid of chickens, but for some reason, this crystal chicken fills me with fear, and the chicken runs between my legs and starts running down the hallway. And I will proceed to chase the chicken and tell it that it does not belong here. Through the fear and through the turmoil, I will yell that, and I assume that the people who are monitoring the IQ test, they will look at that and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, here's what this dream means." Yes, of course, the crystal chicken. That is a sign of intelligence. I bet that Albert Einstein had dreams about crystal chickens or crystal wolverines or something. I don't know, whatever animals came from wherever he was from. Polar bears. I mean, because crystals are complicated. They're used in science. They're shiny. They're magnificent. They're beautiful. they're sought after, and they are probably one of the most intelligent objects on Earth. So you enter stuff like that. And also, the quiz asks you all sorts of questions about yourself. And I answered honestly. I told them that I am a Scorpio. And lo and behold, that increased my score probably by, I don't know, at least 12 points or something. That's just how it is. I didn't choose to be born in November. That is not a thing that I had any control over consciously. But it's just kind of the thing that, like, it happened. It was the perfect storm of events that led to the creation of something special. A star was born. That is going to be the first chapter of my book. A star is born. And then the last chapter, a hero is made. Bestseller. I'm telling you guys, bestseller. This episode will probably be in my book. There will probably be a whole chapter dedicated to the time that I was waiting for the insider to show up for, how long has it been? Oh my, okay. Oh my. Has it really been that long? Has it really been that long? Wow. Okay, well, yeah, so there's probably, okay, sorry. Felt a little lightheaded there for a second. Yeah, let's look at a chapter in the book. But, this is something that intelligent people do. They are patient, and good things come to those who wait, and better things come to those who wait, who are very smart. So I will just smartly sit here, and I will wait for the good things to happen. Give me the good things. Give me the good things. I will be patient, and I will wait for the good things to happen. They're on the way. They're on their way. Ooh. For every bit that I have suffered, I will be repaid tenfold with good fortune and success. And before long, wouldn't you know it, people are going to start crawling back to me. YouTube will come crawling back to me. Yop will come crawling back to me. Family members who doubted me will come crawling back to me. Old girlfriend will come crawling back to me. And maybe I'll take pity on them, maybe I won't. Maybe I will choose forgiveness. But, on the other hand, spare the rod, spoil the child. Alright? I'm not saying that people are like children to me. No, that's not necessarily true. But it can be a little hard to look at other people, I don't know, objectively, when you realize that they probably don't have the same IQ you do. On my trip with old Dan, he was gonna drive me for 5 hours. But I made a little comment about how him being a mechanic meant that he wasn't in the know when it came to the broader affairs of the YouTube ecosystem. I didn't put it exactly like that. I think I was a bit more blunt. I told him that I thought that he was just a redneck hick who didn't understand my greatness and was destined to die alone with his boring stories of snakes in passenger seats. I was in a bit of a mood that night, but seriously though, he took it way too far and kicked me out early. So, yeah, you know what? Old Dan, you will not be on my list of forgiveness. You don't deserve it. You went a little too far. Oh. Still no replies yet on email or text, in case you were wondering. But, these are things that you're just gonna have to wait. Wait, I feel like I'm repeating myself. Okay, yeah. So, I don't know. I mean, I could try calling. I don't know. Because the insider told me before to not call them under any circumstances. Because they're worried that the Watchtower might listen in. They might be wiretapping. Which I wouldn't put it past them. Should I call, though? Maybe I could speak in code? Okay, you know what? I'll give them a little bit longer. I don't want to be impatient here. I will write this down. I'll write down that I will call them and speak in code. Okay. And if they do not send me anything, or if they do not turn up here soon, we will give them a little ring, and we'll see what's going on. When I make my book, I'm going to put a lot of pictures in it. Because that's something that really turns me off from a lot of other books, is that I guess it's not cool anymore to put pictures in your books. I don't know why. Literally, most people are visual learners. And books, it just kind of seemed pointless to me because, like, there's no pictures. It's frowned upon, I guess. It's a taboo. And honestly, like, why would you want to follow, like, a path that's been so thoroughly dictated by someone else? You pick up a book and you are in their world now. You are completely playing in their court. And you have no control. You have no say over the matter. It feels very, I don't know, I just don't feel welcomed when I read a book. I'm just like, why am I listening to this author? What do they know? They don't have a 200 level IQ. So, I don't want to be prideful or anything, but like, it just kind of feels like I'm in the presence of a lesser being. I think that's another phrase that I used around Old Man Dan that got him all up in arms. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with, there are, whatever. You guys know what I mean. I don't have to break down every single thing that I feel at any given time. You guys get it. You're smart, not as smart as me, but I'm sure that you can follow along. I made things pretty clear. I try to be pretty easy to understand. So, if you do get confused, if you're that confused, leave a comment below, and I'm sure somebody will break it down for you. Some other person can break down the genius in a way that you and your limitations will understand. There you go. Yep. We'll just give it a little bit, give him a little bit longer, and things will get underway real soon, real soon. I appreciate your patience, everyone. I really appreciate your patience. You will be rewarded for your patience. All of this will pay off. Oh, it's gonna be getting dark soon. Oh. Really wanted to do stuff with my day to day. So, I'm trying to think what's something that I could talk about that I haven't already talked about. I've exhausted all of my all of my things that I could come up with. I've already mentioned the bananas thing. There's not much else going on in my life right now. I don't know. What's something that the pod tower would say? Oh, this is a dumb episode. This is a dumb episode. It was poorly animated. And I don't like Firefly. I'm the pod tower. I'm stupid. I don't know a good character when I see one. Yeah, I don't know. What else do they talk about over there? Oh, I was going on a trip the other day. I go on trips. I go places and meet up with people for my job or for leisure. Look at me. Look at me able to go places. Oh boy. Really rubbing it in people's faces, people who can't go places. I can't reach anywhere that I can't walk to right now, so I'm in a very small bubble at the moment. And that really bites because, it stinks to have like all this intelligence and it's being contained within a very small bubble. Like I'm being limited. I am not reaching my full potential right now. What's another thing they talk about? Oh, we got a donation. Get another donation from someone who doesn't know any better. Time to show our thanks by pretending to do 10 push-ups. Oh, here I go doing my 10 push-ups. Ugh, 1. Ha ha ha. 2. Ooh, I'm so out of shape. 3. Oof. Oh, I'm such a fraud. 4. The arm's really giving out. 5. Nobody loves me for real. All of this is a sham. 6. I'm gonna get. Oh, my arms are giving out. Oh, so funny. I'm so funny. 7. Insert line here. 8. 9. 10. And guess what? Guess what, guys? I made all that up. I didn't do a single push-up. Yep. Fooled you. You thought I did push-ups? You were mistaken. I mean, look, I can act just as well as they can. Probably a little bit better, to be honest. I mean, if you're not going to show it, like, as far as I know, there are no photos proving that they do push-ups. There's no video of them doing push-ups. They're afraid. They're afraid to show their true colors. Why do you think that they've never done a visual podcast before, aside from the live podcast? That doesn't count, though. I never saw any clips from that. As far as I'm concerned, it didn't even happen. I just heard stories about it. Oh, yeah, I went. I don't have any evidence that I went. Oh, but it was so much fun. We went. We saw the episode. How do we know that anyone went? That's my question. We're supposed to take everyone's word for it, I guess. Just like, oh yeah, totally, we all showed up. It was a load of fun. Wow, I just got to thinking, was that entire thing just a scam? Were they like scamming their fans out of money? And like, people who tried to show up just never found their way? What? Good grief, what if I wasn't the only one to get lost? There might have been other people who got lost and they don't have a big YouTube channel like me to reach out to their fans and ask for help and ultimately not get any help. But it's still, the process of asking was still very important. And, yeah, I mean, they might have lost like 7 fans, 7 people who drove out to attend this fake event and were never heard from again. They're not ever going to get any, like, mention. Nobody's going to notice that they're gone. These people are stranded somewhere in Wyoming or something. Who knows? And they might still be, like, waiting and praying that their saviors, the pod tower, will swoop in to save them. It's not going to happen. So, And yet, what if this entire thing not only was a fraud for the pod tower to make money, but like maybe they were trying to get me to drive out, and either they were gonna like ambush me, or maybe they were the ones who messed up my car. Because my car was working pretty well before. I mean, granted, it has like, I don't know, like 250,000 miles on it. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less, probably a little more. But, that's no excuse. I barely had any problems before. And then, wouldn't you know it, I drive a couple thousand miles and then, oh, suddenly there's something wrong with the car. Awfully suspicious, if you ask me. What kind of car even I never even thought about this before. Since when do cars just make mistakes? They're machines. They don't know any better. I've been fooled again, haven't I? I've been shanghaied. I've been bamboozled. The pod tower put something in my car. They drugged my car. I don't have any evidence. I don't know where my car even is anymore. As far as I know, they probably pawned it off or something. One of them are probably driving it. Oh, I had stuff in there too. I couldn't carry anything, I couldn't carry everything with me on my trip. I had to only take the essentials. I had to leave behind the fake mustache. Now I gotta save up to buy a new one. Travesty. It's a travesty is what it is. I never even thought about that. I was probably just walking into another trap. Why does this always happen? Why does it always seem like they are one step ahead? It's very frustrating. Because there's no way these guys have a 200 level IQ. There's just no way. The odds of that happening, it's almost impossible to even consider. Because only like 1% of the population have 200 level IQ. I just so happen to be one of them. There is no way that the Watchtower has a 200 level IQ. What are the chances? Just, I don't know. Maybe I have certain blind spots that they're able to capitalize on. Oh. Maybe I just have bad luck. Maybe I just have bad luck. When I was 13, I did walk underneath a ladder. And I didn't think much of it at the time. But maybe there is some lingering bad luck there. I don't think a black cat has ever crossed my path. But then again, what's even the range of that? Like outside of my apartment, sometimes there are feral cats that wander around. Like, does that count? Is that in my path? If I don't see them, I don't know what the rules are exactly. So, yeah, that could be problematic if that's the case. I seem to have a lot of trouble with feral animals. I have bad luck with this, from cats to hogs to raccoons. I don't know. I'm just not an animal guy. Just not my thing. The only animal I care about is Firefly. So cool. Well, he's more of an insect-based villain, but he's still a human, and I guess humans are animal. I don't know. It sounded better in my head. It sounded better in my head before I said it. That episode is so good. So good. Firefly episode, so good. I can't remember the name of the episode right now. My favorite episode, though. I love it. Oh, man. There's so many good episodes in the DCAU. It's almost a shame I don't usually have more opportunities to talk about them, I just haven't had enough opportunities. I haven't had enough opportunities to talk about. I mean, that's what this channel's all about. DCAU. Talking about the DCAU and everything. And, obviously I'm working on the Zeta Project timeline video. Everybody knows that. But it would be nice to occasionally talk more about the DCAU, I mean, my favorite episode. Oh gosh, I haven't seen it in a while. I'm pretty sure it's called like "hot as a whisper" or something. It's like the expression goes when something's hot as a whisper. And that episode is all about Batman dealing with the fallout of fighting the Scarecrow in the subway. You remember that? Remember that? I don't. And like in the fallout of that, like a bunch of people have the Scarecrow virus, is what they call it, and they're all going to turn into scarecrows unless Batman devises an antidote to save them. And I think a lot of like it involves like fish, like a bunch of fish show up and they have like big smiles on them because they were scared to death. And basically, Batman has to go to the office of like someone named like is it Sandra something. And basically he and Sandra team up to whip up an antidote for the fish virus. The fish. I don't remember. Am I getting these confused? The fish are related to the humans, and the humans are related to Scarecrow in some way. And I think there's a bad guy named Skullface in it. And Skullface basically has this big plan to unleash vocal cord parasites into the populace because he was a student, a protege of Scarecrow or something. Somehow they were related. I don't really know. There was a cassette tape about it. I might be getting this confused with something else. Okay, now I'm not really sure. Great episode, though. My favorite episode, though. Cold as a Whisper. That's what it's called. Look it up. Really good episode. And the dance battle at the end, unforgettable. I think that is actually the first instance of the dab in all of media. I think Batman actually invented that, and he doesn't get enough credit for it. Batman is such a cool character. Like, he's so cool, like he has, like, cape. Like, name another hero who has a cape like that. He's dressed up like a bat. And that's just so cool. I've never actually seen a bat, like in real life, but I assume that if I ever did, it would remind me of Batman. So, here's hoping. Here's hoping. Maybe someday. And Batman is cool and everything. There's a lot of cool superheroes out there, but maybe someday, like I was kind of mentioning this before, Yop, I could make a superhero called like Super Yop or something, and he could be in the DCAU alongside Batman. I'm just kind of wondering like what his backstory would be. Maybe we can draft up an idea here, folks. Like, so his name is Super Yop. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's like his superhero name. What should be like his civilian name? You know, I guess it could be like, what's like a normal name? Bob. His name's Bob, and his name's Bob Yophauser, and basically he is I don't know what's a job that people do. He works at Burger King because I feel like there aren't that many superheroes who work like regular blue collar jobs. You know, Batman, his job is being a billionaire. Superman, he works as a plumber. Green Lantern is an electrician. Those are not jobs that normal people can obtain. Burger King is something that we can all understand. We've all been there. We've all eaten out of the dumpster there at one point, and they're everywhere. They're just everywhere, and so I think that's very accessible. So there you go. You're casting a wide net. And basically Bob Oppenheimer, he is working over at the Burger King late one night. He works the skeleton shift. And maybe it's his job to so he's cleaning up the floors, right? Like he's cleaning up the floors of the Burger King. This is Yopperheimer, and basically he's like mopping up the floor with these chemicals, and they're experimental chemicals. They're experimental cleaning chemicals. And while working, he accidentally slips foolishly while working, and he topples into his cart of experimental cleaning chemicals, and they spill all over him. He is doused in the experimental cleaning chemicals. And at first, Bob, he shrugs it off. He's just like, okay, no biggie. Nothing seems different. He goes to bed. He wakes up the next morning, and he is 6 foot tall. He has massive bulging muscles, and he is a hero. And basically, he decides in that moment, I am no longer Bob Yop Man. I am Super Yop. And he dedicates himself to fighting crime, basically. And there you go. You guys aren't gonna believe it. I just came up with that on the spot. Okay, I swear there's not a script in front of me right now. That literally just spilled out of my head. Like, I barely had to put any thought into it. Like, that is how, like, good I am at just creating narratives. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, what his superpower is. He probably has superpowers. Like, he's strong. He probably has super strength. He can probably jump really high. He can fly. He has X-ray vision. We'll say maybe he has X-ray vision. He can, like, spin really quick. I don't know how often that would come in handy, but he can spin really fast, like a vortex almost. And he has really good hearing, like really good. Like, he can hear from like miles away. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I think that's a perfectly decent skill set, and maybe he could be like. He befriends people of the DCAU. He becomes friends with Superman. They become no. They become begrudging allies. You see, because they don't really get along too much. They have like different personalities, and they kind of come to blows sometimes. And let me tell you, they're evenly matched. Superman and Yopman, they're evenly matched in power levels. They have the exact same power levels. And you know that if push comes to shove, these guys they could like take out a planet. Like, they are super powerful. They're the most powerful heroes in the universe. They're the most powerful heroes in the multiverse. Nobody is more powerful than them. They can basically win any fight at any time. It's effortless. It takes basically no time at all. And they're basically unstoppable. I think that a good villain for Yachtman would be Skullface. Because Skullface hasn't appeared in a DCAU episode in a long time. And this ties back to what I said earlier about Bob working the night shift, the skeleton shift. What did I call it? Is that what it's called? Skeleton shift? I said it earlier. Is that right? Why does that sound wrong? Hang on a second. I literally said this earlier and it sounded fine. That is a term, right? People say that. Skeleton shift. Skeleton crew, whatever. So yeah, that relates back to what I said earlier about a skeleton crew. He worked on the skeleton crew. That's what they called themselves. And on that crew was a man named Skullface. And Skullface... Okay, I'm going to back up here a little bit. So when Bob trips, and he trips into his own cart of radioactive chemicals, the chemicals spill on him, but they also, they splash into an open cup. There's a cup nearby. And some of it splashes into the cup. Skullman comes by later. He drinks out of the cup. And he gets superpowers too. But they're not the same powers as Super Yop. They're slightly different. And there you go. And basically he wants to seek revenge on Super Yop for ruining his life, basically. And Skullman, basically, he's like super strong and buff and powerful as well, but he has the power to talk to skeletons. Okay? Like real skeletons. And if you're not careful, he can summon skeletons from the ground. Like, he can summon maybe 10 to 12 skeletons from the ground at any given time. And basically, he's a supervillain, and Super Yop has to save the day, but how's he gonna do it? How's he gonna pull it off? And that would make for a good like weekly show or comic, graphic novel, what have you. And there you go. That's pretty much all you need to know right there. I mean, I could build onto the lore even more. Maybe he has like a girlfriend. Bob does. Or I'm sorry, Yop Man. He doesn't go by Bob anymore. He's like transcended his past self, his past life. But he has a girlfriend named Yapina. It's a coincidence, but it's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek kind of coincidence. Superheroes, they have all sorts of these. Like, what's a good example of like a weird coincidental name? Oh, like Riddler. Riddler's name is Enigma. Like Enigma, like so it's basically like that. Like her name is Yapina, and they start out as like rivals. Maybe that could be interesting. Like, oh, so what if Yapina? She's like a burglar. She steals gemstones and like old jewelry, and she like sneaks into places. She wears like a black suit or something, and she uses like her keen acrobatic talents. She's always kind of evading Yop Man, and Yop Man's like, stop robbing these places. But she's almost like a Robin Hood kind of character, where she steals from the rich, and maybe she gives it to the poor, or maybe she keeps some of it for herself. She's kind of a gray character like that. And maybe she has like a bunch of dogs or something, and she's like a dog person, and that is like, and when she fights Yop Man, sometimes she'll sick the dogs on him. She's like a dog whisperer almost. Like when she comes across a dog, she'll like sick the dogs on him, and Yop Man has to fight out the dogs. And oh boy, it's gonna be a close one. So there you go. That's another. I've already invented 3 characters. What has it been? We've only been talking for like what? I've only been going on for maybe a couple minutes or so, and we already have 3 characters. That is like a character a minute. Mathematically speaking, that is like a character a minute. And people thought Stan Lee was talented. Yeah, well, he might have invented Batman, but he never dreamt up Yop Man. Not in his wildest dreams could he ever think up Yop Man. This Yop Man is like something, he's something new, he's something fresh. I think that's what the comic industry needs right now, because right now, comic books, they're just not selling all that well. They're just not selling all that well. I have no evidence whatsoever to back up that statement, but we all know it. We all know it. When's the last time you bought a comic book? Nobody buys those anymore. I don't even know where to find them. So, they're just not a thing. But if you make Yop Man, that is going to breathe new life into comics, which would be great. They deserve it, right? So, just something to consider. I don't know. Just me throwing around some ideas. Yup, man. He's gonna have like a theme song. I'm trying to think how it would go. It would go like, you know what? We made up a lot of stuff already off the top of our head. I'm gonna make up the song off the top of my head. Here I go. I'm just gonna ad-lib it. Yup, man. He's flying around down the sky. Gonna take out the bad guy, Skullface. He's gonna stop him. Gonna punch his face in. Gonna win. Gonna be the good guy. He's Yop Guy. I'm gonna change his name to Yop Guy, so that way it works with the song. So, not Yop Man anymore, he's Yop Guy. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that sounded pretty good to me. It would need to be orchestrated a little bit, but you show that to like a record label or something, and they could whip something up. Get some of the big singers to sing that. Is David Bowie available? Get him to sing that. It'll be a hit. It'll be the biggest hit. It'll transcend comic books. It'll be like it'll get awards. It'll get the Medal of Honor, So Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm sitting on $1 million idea. I don't know. Should I cut this part? Should I cut this part from the episode? Don't steal my idea. I'm gonna copyright this. Don't steal. Original character. Yup, guy. Flying through the sky. Ooh, that's pretty good. Rhymes with sky. His costume would be like an orange leotard with suspenders, I think. Like he wears like a leotard, but then over that he wears like orange suspenders. Kind of like Mario kind of suspenders. And he has like curly, long hair. Oh, he has a mullet. Bring those back. The Pod Tower always making fun of Nightwing's mullet. Bring the mullet back. I'm just doing that to spite the Pod Tower. Because I don't like mullets either. But, you know what? Just to spite them, Yop Guy is gonna have a mullet. And it's gonna be the most mullety mullet you've ever seen. Like this mullet's gonna go down to like his lower back. It's gonna be so cool. No sideburns whatsoever. So cool. And yeah, and then like on his orange Mario suspenders, he has like Yop Guy written in like, I don't know, Arabic font at the front. And he wears an orange domino mask and he has an orange cape that says Yop Guy. Spelled very in big letters on the back, Arabic font. Yop Guy, so everybody knows who he is. And there you go. Make your fan art. I would like to see some fan art of this. And remember, he's muscular. He has, I don't know, blue eyes. All heroes have blue eyes. He has a slight overbite. And he has give him a mustache. Give him like a Mario kind of mustache. That'd be cool. There you go. There's your character. I can see the fan art now. Keep it civil, guys, though. Keep it civil, really. Don't get out of hand now. I'm only willing to go so far with Yop Guy right now. Hey, speaking of Mario, did you know that in Thousand Year Door, the bad guys were like unique enemies with unique designs and names? Whereas in the latest games, because the art style has become the game, they fight literal pieces of origami, and the bosses are literally just pieces of like craft supplies. Like you fight a literal pair of scissors. You buy a literal stapler. I'm not joking. Look this up. Like, wow. Really stretching your creative limits there, guys. Because they can't make unique characters anymore, so that's all they're left with, is making these stupid, like, literal design. What kind of game turns the art design into the game? Nobody wants that. Who wants to fight a giant stapler? That does not... That takes you out of the game. That ruins the immersion. That makes no sense. It has nothing to do with the franchise leading up to that point. Early on, they were real characters with real backstories and real direction. Now they're just these mindless, soulless little... okay, sorry. We moved on from the Paper Mario thing. I'm sorry. Just a really sore spot. I think my sugar rush is starting to go away. I need to take another big sip. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna take a big sip real quick. Much better. What else would the Pod Tower talk about if they were here? I don't know. They have like these stupid bits. Where's Clayface? Hey guys, where's Clayface? That's what they'd say. Where was Clayface this episode? I don't know. Clayface in this episode, Clayface was the bananas that are ripening too quickly. So there you go. I can do it too. It's not that hard. You just name a random thing from earlier on in the episode. Literally anyone could do that. Yep. Oh, here's another thing. Okay, here's another thing that they do. Another one of their bits that they do. Oh, I was talking with my friends. Oh, look at me. Look at me. I have friends. Got him. Got him. You know, I kind of hope that they hear this. I really don't think they will, but I hope they hear this because, like, I got him there. Burned. That is a burn, if you ask me. Oh, I'm hanging out with my friends. I have friends. Oh my! Look, I was talking to this person the other day. Look at me. Look at all the people who want to talk to me. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll bet. Who is it? Your mom? Is your mom your best friend? Is that who you're talking to? Okay, yeah, sure. That is so lame. That is so lame that they consider their mom their best friend. Look at me. My mom has sent me, let's see, 5 texts now asking if everything's okay. I haven't replied to a single one. So yeah, who's the loser here? Anyways. Does does Yop Guy, does he need like a weakness? Because all good superheroes have a weakness. Superman has kryptonite, and Batman has latex. Hmm. What about... It's got to tie back to his time at Burger King. Maybe he is allergic to gluten. There you go. Like, if he consumes too much gluten, he becomes weak and vulnerable. There you go. It's okay if he consumes a little bit, like here and there, but mostly he has to stick to a gluten-free diet. But better look out, though. Better watch what you're eating there. That could be like a really good 2-parter. Like part 1. Okay, here it is. Part 1, rough outline. Yop Guy goes to a restaurant. He orders gluten-free bagels. And while he's waiting at the table for the waiter to get back, Skullface sneaks into the kitchen and he replaces the bagels with high gluten bagels. And then they go back to Yop Guy, who eats them. And dramatic sting of music. End of part 1. Part 2. Yop Guy is feeling weak. He's collapsing. He's collapsing on the floor. And everybody's around, oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? And he says, I've eaten gluten. I don't know what to do. It's me, Yop Guy. I don't know what to do. My weakness. That is my weakness. I've eaten too much gluten. More than is the amount that I can normally handle. And nobody knows what to do. And they're all like panicking. And maybe... I don't know, maybe there could be like I don't know, like a flashback. Yeah, there could be like a flashback to like there could be a flashback to Skullman putting the gluten bagels in the basket instead of the gluten-free ones. So that way if you didn't catch part 1, you know what happened. So you don't even need to see part 1, basically. And so yeah, it flashes back to that, so nobody's confused. And then it flashes back forward, and then Yop Guy, he's on his hands and knees, he's dying, and nobody's helping him. And then he flops onto the floor and he dies. He just dies there. And his last words are, I've eaten too much gluten, help me, save me. And then he dies. And then, all of a sudden, sits up in a hospital bed. Turns out the whole thing was a dream. Yep. The whole thing was a dream. Yup, man dreamt the whole thing. It was a nightmare, basically. And then the episode ends. Boom. There you go. Best hour and a half of television you've ever seen. Because it has like a twist ending, you get it? Because you think, the audience thinks, like, oh no, Yup guy. What's happening? What's going on? Is he dead? Is this the end? Nope. It was all a dream. Nothing in the episode even mattered. None of it even happened. Boom. Twist. I love me a good twist. What can I say? I love me a good twist. Oh, love me a good twist. Do we have any aspiring script writers or screenwriters listening? If you want to draft some scripts up for other episodes, go ahead. Just remember that I hold the copyright of Yop Guy. So yeah, if you make any money off Yop Guy, I have to see that. Like I have to get a cut of that. 100% of the cut. Because I invented that. But if you want to make stuff, if you want to like write a script and like make fan art and like merchandise or something, you can do that. But I have to get 100% of the profits. That's the deal. And it's a pretty sweet deal. I'm giving you free reign to make as much Yop Guy content as you want. But any of the money that you make has to be funneled to me. I have a lot of money that I need to earn back after what I gave the insider for this operation. For this Yoperation. See, we're looping back around. We've come full circle. Oh boy, we have come full circle. Okay. Oh gosh, am I really gonna make the call? It's getting so late. Oh my gosh, it is almost completely dark outside. Oh, I don't want to make the call. I don't know what to say. I don't know. I can speak in code. I just like, I don't know how to do it. I've never had to do this before. Oh, what a hassle. What a hassle. Let's wait a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Just wait a hair. Just a bit longer, guys. The insider will be here. And it's gonna be like, I hope I don't get scared. Because I assume that when he joins this call, like, it's gonna make a sound. Like, it's gonna go like, ba-ding. And I'm gonna be so used to only hearing the sound of my own voice that the sound of, like, any other noise is gonna, like, freak me out. So, please forgive me if I, like, squeal like a little girl or something. So, you know. See, now I just have the Yop Guy theme song stuck in my head. Yup Guy, flying through the sky. Skull Guy. Do, 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 do. Oh, I guess it's better than that previous song I had stuck in my head. Never figured out what that was. Never figured that out. That might bug me for a while. Oh. Should Yup Guy become like the mascot for this channel, you think? Because, like, the channel doesn't really have a mascot, if you think about it. Like, I kind of considered myself the mascot, but, you know. Maybe Yup Guy would be better. He is all-powerful. Maybe that would be like a strong symbol for us to look up to. He's like Ronald McDonald. He's just like a strong, heroic figure that people of all ages can look up to and aspire to be. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Draw up some fan art, send it my way, and I'll see what we can do. Maybe I'll make the fan art. I don't know. No limit. We can have multiple pieces of fan art. That'd be so cool. I would love to get into the fan art scene. Because that is something that, as far as I know, the Pod Tower and the Watchtower haven't capitalized on. Like, they're used to, like, ripping off other people's drawings, like Bruce Timm and all those other guys who worked in the DCAU. Like, they rip off their drawings all the time. They make their drawings. But nobody ever makes drawings for the Watchtower. You notice that? Like, nobody's ever made fan art for them. Why don't we can make that like our thing? That can be part of the Yoppie News. We address the Yoppie News, and at the end of every news segment, I'll say, and here is today's fan art of the day. I will do that. I will do that if we get enough fan art submissions. That would be amazing. Cool. So yeah, remember, big mustache, orange overalls over an orange leotard, orange cape. It says Yop Guy on the front of his chest and on his cape in Arabic font, very large, almost like too large. It has to be large though, because he's going to be flying like really high above people, and that's always bugged me about like Superman and Batman. Like, their names are on their costumes, but you can barely see them. They're too small. And if you're like looking at them from a distance, you're not going to know that you're not going to know that's an S on Superman's chest. You're not going to know that. So I want Yop Guy in like huge letters. Like, the letters can be big enough that it like reaches his navel, basically. Yeah, basically that's what that looks like. Oh, and he wears an orange domino mask, and he has a slight overbite, and he has blue eyes. I can see it in my head so clearly right now, and he looks awesome. Very muscular, very powerful, very proud. He stands for truth, justice, and the Yoppie way. That's his slogan that he says to people. And he fights a villain. Like, maybe he has like a villain that he fights called, I don't know, what's like a good name for a villain? He has like a good villain named Scarface. Scarface is the brother of Skullface. But Scarface got his scars because, maybe when Bob Yoppin Man goes, when he spills those chemicals, some of the chemicals splash onto the face of Scarface. And it gives him a big, nasty scar. He doesn't have any powers, though. But, yeah, he's like a good secondary antagonist. You know, a hero, I say this all the time, a hero is only as good as his villains. And I guess in that way I have the Watchtower to thank, because they're some strong adversaries, some very powerful villains, very cartoonish in nature, and it is because of that, perhaps, that I have become a better hero. So, you know what? Thank you. Thanks, Watchtower. You didn't intend for that to be the case, but it is. Your cartoon villainy has paid off to my benefit. And I'm gonna get so much fan art, you are gonna be spinning. Your head's gonna be spinning right off. You're gonna be shocked by how much fan art I get. All of it appropriate, again. But, I'm really looking forward to it. Send it my way. Send it my way. Nobody ever sends anything my way. Send it my way. Like, back of my hand is like burning slightly. Like, earlier today, I was eating some fish sticks. They're one of the few things that I can both afford to purchase and carry home. Just like some fish sticks. And I was dipping them in ketchup, and some ketchup got on the back of my hand. And I was just so into the fish sticks at the time, I was ravenously hungry, that I didn't wipe off the ketchup right away. It kind of sat there for like 30 minutes. And I did wipe it away eventually, though. But now the spot where the ketchup was, like, my skin is, like, burning. Am I allergic to ketchup? Is that a thing? I don't know. It doesn't hurt. It's just, like, a very light, like, sting. I don't know. It might be unrelated. I don't really know. Yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. 5, 8, 9, 0. 5, 8, 9, 0. 5, 8, 9, 0. Sorry. I zoned out there for a second. Ooh, okay. I need to drink more sugar water. Okay, ooh. I'll be honest, I'm zoning out. Okay, I'm gonna make the call. I'm gonna call up the insider and we're gonna get some answers. Okay, here goes nothing. I won't put it on speaker in case they answer. I don't want you to hear their voice. But, here we go. It's ringing. It's ringing. It's ringing right now. Still ringing. Oh, dang it. Hello. Hello. Gray Crow. This is Orange Falcon calling you to remind you that the nest is open and I need you to lay your egg in my hatchery. Put your eggs in my nest. Nestle them in there, snugly. Orange Falcon out. Oh boy. I hope that my message got through. I don't know. I had to speak in code on the fly there. I can't be certain that the Watchtower isn't listening in. I can't let them know what's going on. Or all this is gonna fall apart, so I hope my message got across. I don't know. It made sense to me, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I don't know. I'm not the only one at risk here. Like, I have to consider the well-being of the insider, right? Like, what happens to them if they get caught helping me? The answer is I'm not really sure. The Watchtower is very powerful. They have a lot of powerful connections. And if they were inclined to make someone disappear, they very well could make that happen. Either themselves or they could pay someone to do it. I would not put it past them. I would not put it past them to resort to criminal activities to keep a lid on this whole thing. So the insider really is a hero for putting themselves out there like this. They are putting their life on the line. And I really appreciate that. I mean, we all are. All of us in this Yoppie war are putting our lives on the line because we don't know. We don't know how nasty this war is gonna get. You know, I'm trying to solve it peacefully and magnanimously. Is that whatever? I'm trying to solve this as peacefully as possible by, hiring a building surveyor, like paying him off to locate private eyes locating the building. Then the building inspector is gonna foreclose it. It's kind of complicated. It's a rather complex plan. I don't know. It's a peaceful solution though. Oh, I am so tired. I can barely keep my eyes open. Oh gosh. I have to like hold my eyes open. It's like hitting me all at once. I'm like crashing from the sugar or something. Oh, come on, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Why did it go to voicemail? Oh man. I really don't even want to bring this up because I feel like I'm jinxing myself, but what if the insider was caught? I don't think so. Like, we were very careful not to leave a trace. We covered our tracks well. I don't see how. Everything was fine leading up to this. Good grief. Now it's something else for me to worry about. Because if we lose the insider, then we're kind of at a rough part in the war because I'm kind of hedging all my bets on this. The insider is like the one leftover resource I have from the early days when we had a bit more power and oomph on our side, and without him, I don't know, I feel like we're going to lose a lot of steam. So, I don't know, I don't want to worry anybody. Again, I don't know anything right now. I'm just speculating. But, I don't know, I guess we just need to we have to keep in mind that something bad might have happened. And the Watchtower, they can't be trusted. I don't know. They do not take kindly to traitors. But one man's traitor is another man's hero. The insider is a patriot. What can I say? He's a patriot. I think he's fine though. I bet he's fine. Just need to give him a bit of time. So quit being impatient, all right? Seriously. I am getting a little sick of you sitting there just judging silently from the sidelines. You haven't put in any work to make this happen. You understand that? I have done all this myself, me and the insider. Not you. You don't deserve, you haven't earned the right to be impatient. You don't have anything else going on. You and I both know it. So let's not kid ourselves here. Hold your horses and just let it be, all right? And stop rushing me. I'm sick of your smug attitude. No, okay, no, listen, okay, I'm sorry. That just slipped out, I'm sorry. Look, guys, I'm tired, I'm feeling a little foggy right now, and I don't know, it's just like, it hit me like a brick. I don't know, it was like a ton of bricks. I just feel like my energy has just been drained by like 90%. It's not your fault. It's not your fault that you're impatient and that, you just keep wanting and wanting and wanting and demanding. It's never enough for you, is it? The bottomless, like, pit of a soul that you have that you're constantly asking me to fulfill by putting in all the work in this war. What have you done? People have done nothing. Sorry, it came out again, I'm sorry. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to what I have to say. Look, these are tense times, all right? And I can't let my nervousness and my worries get the better of me. You know? It's not your fault that you're so selfish. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not your fault. Oh, oh gosh. What else would the Pod Tower be saying right now? If this were a Pod Tower episode, this is about as long as a Pod Tower episode now, isn't it? They'd probably be like on their the bald chart. They do like a bald chart every episode. Who was the bald man this episode? I don't know. I don't think that really applies here. I can't really apply that here. I'm not bald, so. I might be balding slightly, but that's normal. It is normal and it's nothing to laugh at. My hair is thinning, okay? That happens to the best of us. And you know what? It's not weird because I didn't mention this earlier. Yop guy, he has a mullet, but he's balding too. Yeah. He, like the front of his mullet, that's balding. The back of the mullet's fine. But like, yeah, he has like he's balding around the front. So it's normal. If someone as heroic and awesome and epic as Yop guy can bald, so can I, and so can you. So it's nothing to be ashamed of. Now, mullet, that's something to be ashamed of. But again, we're just doing that despite the Yop Tower. The Pod Tower. Dang it. Why do I keep making that mistake? Why do I make so many mistakes? Why am I so awful? Sorry. I'm apologizing to myself, I guess. Oh. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I don't know what else. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to fill time here. What else would the Pod Tower discuss right about now? They would. You know what they do? They have this whole bit where they talk about, like, the episode, like they watch an episode or something, and they have this whole bit where they, like, talk about the episode afterwards. And it's like, oh gosh, like, again, once or twice is fine, but, like, every single episode they talk about the DCAU and the episode they just watched. Give me a break. Learn some variety, will you? It's the same thing every time. It's so obnoxious. I don't even think they realize it. I don't even know if they realize that they're doing it. But, like, come on. You're like a robot over here. You're constantly doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. Nobody wants to hear about this. Who gives a hoot about the DCAU? It's like 40 years old now. Let it rest, dude. Wait, what? No. What I meant to say was what I meant to say there was stretching is a scam. Nobody wants to hear about stretching. That's what I was talking about. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss, guys. What would you have me do? What would you have me do? There's nothing left. There's nothing left here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm like panicking here. What do I do? I'm at an absolute loss. It's dark outside. There's stuff that I wanted to do today. It's a nice day. I wanted to do stuff. I'm just stuck here. I'm sitting here. I'm afraid to get up. I am afraid to leave the computer. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm flailing. I'm flailing. I'm gonna check for messages. Do I have any messages? Come on, come on. Oh, oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, oh. Wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, guys. So apparently, I'm just taking a look here. It looks like my text that I sent a while back to my insider. It says that it has been viewed. It didn't say that before. It did not say that before. Last time I checked, I'm almost positive. I'm like 80% sure it did not say that before. Okay, so the insider they're fine. They're not like dead. I thought that maybe the Watchtower was already digging them a shallow grave or something. No, they are apparently fine. They have viewed the messages. Okay, cool. Wow, all right, awesome. So they'll probably be joining us here in a second. I send a few messages. Maybe they're just still like reading over them all and like rereading them to like make sure they understand everything, and then they're probably gonna listen to my voicemail that I sent. So, geez, yeah. See, this is why I didn't want to call, because now that's gonna waste even more time. They're gonna have to navigate all the way to their voicemail box, and they're gonna have to play the voicemail. And who knows how long it'll take them to listen to that, and then they might want to listen to it again just in case they missed something. So, see, we shot ourselves in the foot here. I told you guys that was a bad idea. But you guys pushed me to do it anyways. It's alright. I forgive you for making mistakes, I know. Imperfect, whatever. Seriously though, next time I tell you something, like just go with the flow, okay? You don't have to question me on every single little thing. Because now, that has probably pushed things back like another 10 minutes. But at least now we know that the insider has seen the messages, and they'll be popping in here real quick, and we will get things started. And it'll be water under the bridge. Speaking of water, I'm gonna take another sip. Yeah, just terrible. Just terrible. The taste starts out pretty like solid, and you're really sour to it after a while. I don't know why. Has like a cloying kind of flavor after a bit. It's just like, I don't know. What I wouldn't give for, I don't know, anything else. Anything else to be happening right now. Literally just any other lifestyle or just anything. I would take anything. If a genie appeared in front of me right now and said, I will give you 3 wishes, I would just say all 3 of my wishes would be make the insider join the call now so I can get a move on. That would be all my wishes. I would just lump them all into just that. There's nothing else that I want more right now. I can't even think of anything else that I would want. I don't know, should I play Wordle again? I'm kind of afraid. I don't know if I'm going to be as good as last time. Eh. My phone's a little low on battery. It's probably not a good idea. Gotta be prepared in case the insider sends me a message or a call, and I don't want to be busy faffing around in Wordle. Don't have time for that. Sorry, guys. If you want to play it yourself. But, don't be surprised if you don't get a score as good as mine. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I'd imagine starting right now, the insider is probably listening back to the voicemail a second time. And once they're done listening a second time, we should be getting that call. Get hyped. Get hyped. Put on your hype cap. Somebody here needs to be hyped because I'm running out of hype. That's for sure. And yeah, this is all like, maybe not all, but I feel like a lot of the blame here kind of goes to Yop 1.0 and Yop 2.0, because if they were here, they could have joined me for this. Imagine us doing this call with the insider, but Yop was here. Wouldn't that be kind of fun? That'd be kind of fun to, like, you know, yeah, at least I'd have somebody to bounce off of. Somebody could bring something up. Like I said, Yop 1.0 was a chatterbox. Guy never knew when to quit talking. But that would come in handy right about now. Good grief. I never thought I would miss. I never thought I would miss my best friend as much as I am right now. Because this is what he would be good for. I can't think of much else he was good for, but this, yeah. He would be a godsend right now. You know what? All right. Since this probably won't take too long, I'm going to call up Yop 1.0, not 2.0, never 2.0. We're never going to talk about him again. In fact, that's the last time I'm ever going to say his name. Anyways, we're going to talk to Yop. I'm going to call Yop again. Last time, we got a few rings, then it went to voicemail. I think it is worth trying one more time. I'm willing to let water go underneath the bridge, the metaphorical bridge. That's a metaphor. It means to forgive or something. I'm gonna do it. I'm calling him. Let's see. And straight to voicemail. Okay. He must be in another call. That's Yop for you. That is Yop for you. He always had something else going on. He's probably on the phone, chatting someone's ear off. So, guess I could have left a message. Yeah, well, too late now. Maybe another time. Another time. I don't know, maybe I need to move on from the past. Yop was the past. I need to start looking towards the future, towards Yop. There is going to be another Yop out there someday. And I need to start looking ahead rather than behind. So, you know, I might not be so good at forgiving, but I am pretty darn good at forgetting. I think I'll just do the latter. That seems a lot easier, too. Forgiving someone takes a lot of work. It requires that you go over all the ways that they disappointed you and ruin your chances of making this a quick and easy war. Basically extending everything and making your life just a miserable living hell every day. Yeah. Not so easy to forgive, but I will forget it. 'Cause things are going to get better. The insider is going to call in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 2 1/3, 2, 1, 1.5, 0. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, one. Forget it. Oh my gosh, this is suffering. This is the worst. This is just the worst. I hate everything. I hate everything and everyone. Oh, not you guys though. Not you guys. You guys are cool. You guys are cool. Oh. Oh, I just gotta think happy thoughts, I guess. Just gotta think happy thoughts. Where are those happy thoughts? Can't find them. I can't find any happy thoughts. Oh, I can only think of angry thoughts, really. Just like very angry, spiteful thoughts. Like, just kind of struggling to find the happy ones. They're around here somewhere. Just gotta noodle around in the old noggin for a second. Uh. Oh. Just any kind of happy memory would be nice right about now. What's a happy memory? Thinking. Really gotta start thinking way back. What's a happy memory? Please comment below if you can come up with a happy memory for me. I'm coming up flat here. Episode 19 was pretty cool, I think. Episode 19 of the Yoppie Dudes. That one was pretty cool, I think. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. I think that was a successful episode. I think something interesting happened that time. Maybe, I don't know. You know, I've never really gone back and watched my older episodes. You know, once I release them, they're just kind of out there and they just kind of hang around for future generations of yoppers and historians, I guess, to look into and to research and write about. But yeah, I don't really do any of that myself. I just, again, I try to live in the present and everything. But yeah, someday, I don't know, I guess these videos will be like historical documents, right? People will look back and they'll be like, this was the disappointment era. This last year or two was the disappointment era in the Yoppie War. But of course, the Yoppie War, that's only one part of this arc. There are many parts. You know, there were the pre-war days. Now there's the war days, and there will be the post-war days before long. And but this is like a low point. It's like a low point in any hero's journey. They have to hit a low point, or it seems like all is lost. And then, wouldn't you know it, just when you think things are over, like somebody pulls a rabbit out of their hat, and things really get epic, you might say. So I guess I'm just kind of waiting to become epic, you know? But, you know, a win or two would be nice. So I'm really hoping the Insider gets here pretty soon, because I'm falling apart at the seams, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe you're doing better than I am. Maybe I have a weak constitution for this kind of thing. Am I asking too much here myself? Like, was it too much to ask for the insider to get here within the first, I don't know, 5 hours? That would have been nice. Like, hours 1 through 3, gotta be honest, like, I was still taking it in stride. I was like, hey, no biggie. The first hour, that went by like nothing. Like, you kidding me? Like, sure, I can talk to myself for an hour. I do that all the time. It's 2 hour mark. All right, well, hey, it's kind of like we're hitting our stride now. You know, like if the first hour was like season 1 of a series where like everybody's getting their footing and kind of still figuring out what the characters are like and what the tone of the show is going to be. Season 2 is when like, okay, yeah, we get it now. Now we're in full force. Then chapter 3, hour 3 in my case, or season 3, whatever. You're still in that stride. Like this is probably the peak of the entire show. Like that was like a real highlight. And I think that's probably going to be what most people replay. When you look at this episode and you see, like, what are the most replayed moments, you're probably going to see hour 3. Hour 4, a little hazy on what happened on hour 4, but it was probably pretty cool. I think it was around the hour 5 mark that, I just kind of think the writers kind of lost their way, you might say, and maybe new staff came in, one of the main actors quit. And the show's it's still going, but it's struggling a little bit. And then, when you know it, here we are, hour 6, I think. I don't even want to look. And most of the crew's gone now. Everyone's gone home, transferred to a different show. And there's like 2 actors left from the original now, and it's just sad and pathetic. And everybody just wants to die. So, yeah, that's just the life. That's how the show goes, right? And this is the end of the show. We're reaching the end of the show now. You know what? I think I just gotta put my foot down, guys. I'm gonna give the insider 5 more minutes to show up. 5 more minutes, and then we're done. All right, we're just gonna have to stop and hope for the best next time. I'm so sorry. So yeah, 5 more minutes, and we will see if the insider gets here. Oh. Question is, what do I do at this time? I don't know. Why do I have to do anything? Like, what is stopping me from just sitting here in silence? Why can't we just do that? Why do I have to keep talking? I shouldn't have to keep talking for 6 hours. It's inhumane, it's cruel, and it's unusual. Why are you making me do this? Why? Why do I have to do this? To keep you entertained? Come on. If you want to be entertained, go back to hour 3. That's where the entertainment is. You're not going to find any entertainment here. This is suffering. This is the suffering hour. Okay? You just walked into the suffering hour. Turn back. Turn back now. There's no point. There's no point. This is hopeless. It's a lost cause. 5 more minutes, and if the insider is not here, then I'm putting this episode out of its misery, okay? Oh. 5 more minutes. Oh, I just wish I could come up with something to like lighten the mood. Something to lift our spirits. Okay, here's something. All right, so during my trip across America, again, spent a lot of time talking to myself, and I hit these points of just absolute apathy towards life, you might say. And what really lifted me up was crafting jokes. I would try to think of a bunch of different jokes. I heard one. This one was from Old Man Dan. You guys might like it. What do you call a cow that doesn't milk? a milk dud. You see, it's like the candy, like milk duds. I've never even had one personally, but it is a play on words because there's the candy called milk duds, but since cows produce milk, a cow that fails to produce milk would be a dud. Kind of like a dud if it's like a gun or something and it fails to shoot, it's a dud. This is like a cow that's failing to shoot milk. So it's a dud. A milk dud. So that one wasn't yeah, I mean that was pretty good. But here's the one that I came up with personally. This is a joke that I workshopped for, oh man, I gotta say, probably a month and a half. You know, it started out with humble beginnings, like how do you I was just kind of like challenging myself to like come up with the perfect joke. What is the perfect joke? Like, and what even makes for a perfect joke? And so I had to like research the history of comedy and the comic stylings just over the years of various, you know, countries and districts and writers and philosophers. Of course, I didn't read any of this. I researched it all in my mind. In my mind's eye, you might say. I went through lots of research. I read the literature of my mind. And it really, like, it was, I don't know, what's the right word for it? It was a transcendental experience, you might say. Like, it, I don't know, I feel like I hit, like, the Buddha level. What do they call that? When you hit the Buddha level, when you become Buddha? Enlightenment? Something? Yeah, so I think like a certain enlightenment slowly started creeping up on me over those several weeks. And the joke kind of kept coming together and kept coming together as I kept on like researching in my mind and just trying to craft a joke so good, so powerful, so potent that it could, I don't know, it could get a rise out of even the most stern and serious individual. So, yeah, I don't know, you could tell this joke to a POW and they would break out laughing. I am pretty confident. I've never tried it. If you know any POWs that you want to tell this joke to and get back to me on how well it works, please do. I'd be pretty curious. So yeah. Here it goes. All right. All right. And keep in mind, like, you might not get it right away. Okay? Like, some jokes, they take a second. So just, you might not laugh right away, but if you give it, like, a day or two, it might, like, it'll stick with you. It'll stick with you. Okay, so here it is. Why do bipolar people struggle to walk straight? Because mood swings. All right, yeah. You know what? Even in my rough state, that because mood mood swings because mood swings. Why do bipolar people struggle? I'm surprised I even got that out. Why do bipolar people struggle to walk straight? Because mood swings. There it is. There you have it, ladies and gents. Go ahead. It's yours now. That joke, well, it's mine. Make no mistake. That is my property. But if you want to tell that to other people, be my guest. Be my guest. Tell it to everybody you know. And when they ask you and they say, how did you come up with the best joke I've ever heard in my entire life, you can tell them, well, I know a guy. And that guy's name is Yoppie. Here's his YouTube channel. And you can join the war efforts for a small fee. So, anyways, yeah, it still has not gotten old. It is, I've created a lot of things. You know, you guys know this. You know, I created this show. I created Yop Guy, the superhero. And, I created the Zeta Project timeline video. It's not done yet, but, it is in the process of being created. And on top of all that, I have created the best joke humanity has ever known. Okay, so here, it's like, it's, I don't know. Is that the best thing I've ever created? Like, I'm thinking out loud here. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that. Maybe it's subjective. Maybe it's subjective. Some people maybe would prefer the Zeta Project timeline video over that. Honestly, I mean, the Zeta Project timeline video is taking longer to make, but that joke, again, it took me a long time. It took a lot of brain power, you might say. And I guess it paid off in the long term. You know, if you invest in comedy, you will reap your rewards in laughter and joy and harmony. You can quote me on that. You can quote me on that. So there it is. We'll just drop it there. A good comedian knows when to get up and walk away. So there you go. You see, the joke is that bipolar people kind of struggle with their emotions. Like they can swing from one emotion to another very quickly. They have, like, I think, trouble keeping a handle on their emotional state. And so basically, I was asking, why do they struggle to walk straight? And that's a strange question because bipolar people, they don't have any issues with locomotion that I know of. That's not a problem for them. The issue is, again, emotional. So it's a strange question. You hear that and you're like, what? That's not an element. What are you talking about? What are you getting at? But then you hear the punchline because mood swings. Basically, because they do have mood swings. That's the entire point of being bipolar, is that's like, I know there's probably other like elements of having bipolarism. I don't know. I'm not bipolar myself. But I don't know anybody who is bipolar, so hopefully nobody's offended by this. But you know, it's all in good fun. And but bipolar people struggle with their emotional state and their mood swings. But, you know, that's all it is. It's mood swings. It's an expression. It means that you swing from one emotion to another. But I'm using a, like, play on words here, you might say, because it has the word swings in there. And that harkens back to the initial question, why do they struggle to walk straight? Because of the swings, the mood swings. You see what I mean? You see what I'm getting at here? Is because the mood swings, it is like they are swinging back and forth while they're trying to walk, and that would impede someone from walking straight, you know? So the mood swing, it doesn't, and that doesn't make any sense either, you know? It's a nonsense like answer, but at the same time it still makes sense, you know, because that applies to bipolar people, the swinging of emotions, but they do not, that swinging does not like cause them to like lose their balance and stuff. So there it is. For those of you at home who didn't quite get it, yeah, explaining the joke just makes it like 5 times funnier though. Oh boy. You know what? When the insider gets here, I'm gonna give him another 4 minutes. I think there's 4 minutes left on the clock. When the insider gets here, I'm gonna tell him that joke. And we will see firsthand what somebody thinks of that joke. Because, to be honest, I've never told anyone that joke before. I've been the only one holding that joke in my brain. And now it's just out there. Now it's out in the world, and I am excited for to give it its test run on the insider when he gets here in about 4 minutes. And now it's out in the wild. You can use it on friends, family, whoever's fit to listen. It's a good, like, icebreaker, I think. Like, if you're planning on going on a date or something, if you're, like, going out and, like, a blind date, maybe. You're on a blind date, you don't know a lot about the other person, they don't know a lot about you. You sit down, you look them in the eye, and you say, hey, why do bipolar people struggle to walk straight? And immediately, you have their attention. Immediately. That's what makes it, like, it's like, such a good, like, opening line, you know? It doesn't have to be a date either. Maybe you're a comedian. Maybe you get up on stage and you perform in front of a crowd. There you go. What better of an opening or closing joke could you ask for? That's like grade A material right there. That's amazing. You know what? I might try to find a way to put that into the Zeta Project timeline video. Because I realize that more people are probably going to view that than view this episode. So why not give it an even larger audience to appreciate it. So yeah, maybe we'll work that into the Zeta Project timeline video somehow. I can animate Zeta saying it. That'd be pretty cool. Like Zeta can say it to his pals. That'd be pretty neat. Something to look forward to. I mean, here I am giving myself more work. What else is new? I'm a workhorse. What can I say? It's probably going to take like another solid month or so to add to the Zeta Project timeline video, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it because the joke is worth it. It is a valuable joke. If SNL wants to pay me to use that joke on their programming, get in touch. Get in touch. Remember that quiz that I released like 70 episodes ago or something? I don't know. It wasn't that many. Remember that quiz? You can reach me on the quiz forum. It was like a Google quiz. SNL, reach out to me on the Google quiz that I released on like episode 7 or something. Just go back and watch them all until you find the quiz. So yeah, there you go. Lifted my spirits a bit. You can't be good comedy, you know? And that's something kind of that also bugs me about the Pod Towers podcast. They don't tell jokes. They just don't tell jokes. They don't say anything funny on their show. And, yeah, honestly, that just kind of seems a bit, I don't know, boring, if you ask me. Just got a little boring to just watch a show where nobody's telling jokes. They laugh a lot. Don't get me wrong. These guys they laugh at like every other word, but they're not saying anything funny. There's like hyenas over there. They chuckle away at just the most like pointless minutia that nobody would get. Or they get their yucks out of laughing at the DCAU episode that they watched. And it just makes you sick. You see him you hear him sitting there laughing at your boy Firefly, and you're just like, who do you think this is for? Who are you trying to appeal to here? You're appealing to no one but yourselves. You're just laughing and everybody's just sitting there staring at you. I would be so embarrassed. I'd be so embarrassed if I was laughing at like a joke or some kind of statement and no one else was laughing. And I was like the only person who found any joy in some kind of remark or one-liner or something. Like, it's ridiculous. So, I don't know. Sometimes I pity them, but then I remember all the terrible, horrible things that they've done to me and how they've essentially ruined my life from just about every angle. And then I don't pity them so much after I remember those things. So why don't we like look back? Why don't we point at them and laugh? How about that? What if I go to their website and we can point and laugh at them, at their hard work? If they're allowed to laugh at my boy Firefly, why can't I return the favor, right? So here, okay, I'm going to look up the Watchtower database on YouTube. Don't do this. Don't try this at home. Okay. 1 second. My internet's being very slow. I can't afford a really good plan, so I'm on a senior citizens plan for internet, so I have very little. I have to be very careful how much data I'm using. Anyways, 1 moment. Getting that pulled up. Again, we're waiting about 5 minutes for the insider to get here, and if he does not arrive, then we will go ahead and finish things off, but I think I can visit the website in time. Oh, let's see. Oh, they have so much stuff here. Good grief. What a bunch of sellouts. They have Patreon. They have merch. They have a Discord server. They link to their other channels. Oh, they're on Twitter, otherwise known as X. It's listed as Twitter here. Somebody really needs to update that. It's known as X now, the everything app. Come on, get with the program, guys. So yeah, they're out of date. Instagram, who uses that? Facebook, okay, that one's pretty accessible. And there's their official website. Really fast, I want to look at their Patreon. What's going on over here? I'm like the first person to check this out in like months. Wow, take a look at that. 169 paid bots. Amazing. Very impressive. Very impressive. And what are their rewards here? For $1 a month, you can receive early access to their videos, podcast episodes, their webcomic issues, and more. Yeah, wow. I'm sure lots of people are interested in that. Early access to their videos that nobody watches. Wow, you mean that I cannot watch a video one day earlier than I would have not watched it otherwise? Amazing. $5 a month. Oh yeah, they just increase it fivefold and hope you don't notice. Help us pick our next videos because we are so creatively bankrupt we can't pick our next videos ourselves. So you just pick it for us. Yeah, you tell us what to create. They flat out say that here. That is just shameless. That is shameless. When have I ever asked my fan base to tell me what to make the next episode about? I always know what the next episode is about. Like the next episode after this episode is going to be about I'll get back to you on that, but I do have plans for it. $10 a month. Okay, just increase it even more. They doubled it. They just decided to double it. Participate in a 2-hour-long group video hangout with us. Okay, all right. That joke is almost funnier than mine. Good grief. Come on, guys. Who's gonna join that? A 2-hour-long group video hangout? Really? Really? Okay. Oh wow. Oh man, that's worth $10 a month to talk to somebody for 2 hours. That's like $3 an hour. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous and stupid, if you ask me. I think that's all. No, wait, there's 6 more tiers. Good grief. What are they doing? $30 a month? Who on earth is going to pay that? $30 a month, they'll say your video out loud in a video? Why is that the $30 tier? I feel like that's like the $10 tier, if you ask me. That's ridiculous. $30. Why isn't there a $20 tier? I feel like that would be way more accessible. I mean, none of these are accessible. Don't give them a single penny, but like, good grief. $30 a month and we'll say your name. What, you mean like you already do on your podcast every episode? For free? Yeah. Not well thought out. Oh my gosh, the next tier is $100 a month. For all like one bot who pays for this. We'll create a one-time piece of custom DCAU style art. Oh, right, yeah. Just steal Bruce Timm's art. Steal it. $100 a month for one. Yeah, give us $100. Yeah, give me $100 and I'll make DCAU style art for you. Sure, anybody would. Yeah, pay anybody. Hey, pay my grandma $100. She'll draw you DCAU style art. Why is this appealing? I have no idea. No idea. And oh gosh. Is this, am I reading this correctly? Is this a glitch? For $5,000 a month. What on earth? $5,000 a month. They will fly to your house and cook you a spaghetti dinner. Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding me. Oh, and I love how it's limited. Oh, limited time. There's only 10 of these spots remaining. Oh, you better get in quick. Dude, none of your bots are even going for that. Spaghetti dinner. Get out of here. What if I was like Yop Guy and I was allergic to gluten, huh? But you didn't think of that. What, are you just gonna poison your fan base? Are you even good at making spaghetti? Do you even know the first thing about making spaghetti? Probably not. Most people make very liquidy spaghetti. It's very unappealing. My spaghetti is so thick that you can mortar bricks together with it. It is that impressive. I don't need anyone to stop by here and give me spaghetti. So yeah, that is stupid. Anybody who would go for that for any reason whatsoever is an absolute moron. Absolute moron. Cook you spaghetti and fly to your house. Ridiculous. I guess if my plans don't work out to like close down their warehouse or something, their real database, if that doesn't work, I could go for this $5,000 tier. I could send $5,000 to them, which basically would be the rest of my savings, and they could fly over here and I could set a trap for them. I could like have them arrested. I could frame them or something. So that might be, that's actually, I'm gonna write that down. $5,000. I mean, they would just be flying themselves right into my hands. You know, I could frame them. I could easily frame, or I could tamper with their car like they tampered with mine and strand them. Oh, wait, they're flying over. I guess I could tamper with the plane. I don't know how difficult that would be. I don't know about that. That might violate some laws. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't go that far. That might be going a little too far. Walk it back. Yeah. You know what? I'll keep the $5,000 thing in mind. That's honestly kind of not a bad deal to get them over here. And basically, I mean, am I willing to pay $5,000 to get my old channel back? The answer is possibly. The answer is possibly. I need to see them behind bars, though. That's important. I need to see these criminals behind bars. There's maybe a time where we could have talked things out, like civil human beings, but that's not going to happen. And I'm not going to be paying $10 a month to have a call with them, a virtual video chat or whatever tier that was. Yeah, what a ripoff. That's not going to happen. We're not going to talk things out. No, you're going to get arrested because you're criminals. And I will be $5,000 poor, but I will be rich of the spirit. So there you go. Let's see. That's pretty much all there is to see on their Patreon here. Just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic panhandlers. Well, they have so much other stuff here. I don't even want to see what they're putting on these other sites. I'm just going to go to their official website and we'll see what they've got here. Wow, look at this. Just stealing artwork. Front and center. Just have stolen DCAU artwork. Front and center, it's the first thing you see. It's just something that they stole. I guess that's appropriate, right? Putting their best foot forward. Am I right? Yeah, they talk about their latest video. They link to their YouTube channel. Now, here's what it says. We release new videos on our YouTube channel all the time. Not true. They do not release it all the time. They usually wait like a month or two. Here's the latest one. You should watch it. Yeah, right. It's pretty great. All right, you're a little biased there, don't you think? You think, oh gosh. Well, they're all pretty great. What am I saying? In fact, I don't even know which one I'm talking about because I wrote this a while ago. That's how confident I am. More below. Enjoy. You know what they say, confidence killed the cat. All right? So maybe you should be a little less confident in the kind of garbage you're pumping out every week. Oh, there's their podcast. You can view that on here. And you can just keep scrolling. They have a webcomic that I'm not going to look at ever. But you know, it's okay because nobody does. So I'm not making any new ground here. You know, that's to be expected. Oh, there they are talking about their Patreon. Are they going to mention their $5,000 ripoff tier? No, they don't mention that. They wait until you're like in their clutches before they throw that one at you. You know, you walk inside, you think everything's normal. Oh, look, a $1 tier, and then before you know it, they're forcing you to pay $5,000 so they can make you a watery plate of spaghetti. Personally, I don't like my spaghetti watered down. I don't like to drink my spaghetti. That's just a me thing, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one. Am I the odd one? Don't answer that. Anyways, is that it? Is that the entire site? Oh, here's their shop. Oh, they have an About Us section. This should be rich. Who we are. Oh my gosh. What is this, 7 paragraphs to tell us that you're frauds who steal other people's work? Yeah, wow. That's worth your... Oh, yeah. Is this even worth my time? I'm like skimming it now. All right. The Insider's got 3 more minutes. 3 minutes left. I guess I might have enough time to read this, but if the timer runs out and I'm still reading it, then whatever. Who cares? Here it is. Who we are. The Watchtower database is YouTube's premier DC animated universe focused channel. Okay. Oh, yeah, just completely disregarding my channel. Yeah. Thanks, yeah. Not even a shout out, not even like, well, there's other channels out there too. Of course, they wouldn't put any focus on me though. Yeah, the Watchtower Database is YouTube's premier DC animated universe focused channel. You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. Yeah, who got you to that point, huh? Anyways, helmed by a small team of creators dedicated to filling the internet with videos, comics, and other multimedia that explores aspects of this animated world you've always wanted to see covered. And they could have seen covered if they visited my channel. Whatever. And those you never knew you needed. Oh, so you know best. Is that what you're saying here? Am I reading this correctly? And those you never knew you needed. Yeah, just putting words in your mouth. They are stuffing words in your mouth just like they would stuff their watered down spaghetti down your mouth. Stuff it in there. Our ever-growing catalog of content ranges from documentary-style video essays. Oh, it sounds very professional when you put it that way. Rare trivia tidbits, if you say so, to overanalyzing of in-universe timelines and continuity, good grief, full circle, and so much more. Not much more. That's pretty much it, guys. In addition to our main channel, we also host the Pod Tower. Oh, yeah, there it is. There, you gotta do a little call out for your other rip-off channel. It's a scam. I'm just reading words written by a scam artist. You think they used an AI to generate this? I'm serious. You think they used an AI? People who use AI for anything whatsoever, they just sicken me. You know what? I just want to make that very clear. You should never use an AI for stuff. So stupid. They probably use an AI to make their content. Forget this sentence. They probably use it to make this website. They probably used it to make their podcast and all their videos. It's probably all AI. How do I know that the entire thing isn't run by AI at this point? Anyways, that's a conversation for another day. We don't have time. We only have 3 minutes left. Where was I? In addition to our main channel, we have the Pod Tower, a hub for podcasts and live streams, VODs on all things DCAU. If you say so, here you'll find our original programs. Jump on the Batwagon. They don't even mention Jump on the Superwagon. They forgot their own show. You forgot, hey guys, you need some help? You need some help here? You need some help writing up your About Us section? I guess I can do a better job than your AI. They probably used an AI to design their AI. That pathetic. Where one of the hosts has never seen a single second of the DCAU. Yeah. Why would you want to watch that exactly? That's not really explained here. Why would you want to watch a show where someone is so ignorant? You know? People like smart content. And that's the thing, like, it's easy to be cynical. It's easy to be cynical and say, you know, most people, they just like their brain dead, short form content. They don't want to have to think for themselves. They're just mindless sheep to eat up whatever harsh and, just naive rhetoric we throw their way. So much so that we can just have a person of absolute ignorance when it comes to the DCAU as one of our main hosts. And you won't care because you'll just eat the slop like the little piggy you are. But you know what? I have a brighter view of the DCAU fan base and the internet as a whole. I think that it is capable of great things, and I think that they are beyond listening to your little roundtable discussion with somebody who could care less about all this stuff. At least, you know, I've had my problems on this show, but being a DCAU fan has never been one of those problems. I've always been a DCAU fan through and through. Try to find any clip of me saying otherwise, and you will come up empty-handed every single time. My co-hosts are the exact same way. Both of them, both Yops. They care deeply, deeply about the DCAU, even though they didn't always show it. They cared about it, and they understood it. And, of course, they're not around anymore. Hey, why don't we call up Yop real quick? Give him another shot, right? I almost forgot. Oh, we're running out of time. I only have 3 minutes left. Okay, here we go. Let's call up Yop. And you know what? Now I have a funny story to tell him. I can tell him about the $5,000 Patreon tier. Maybe I'll even tell him my joke. We'll see which he finds funnier. A $5,000 Patreon tier or my joke about bipolar people and their suffering. All right, here we go. Straight to voicemail. Straight to voicemail again. Guess he's still on the phone. That was like immediate. All right, well, or maybe he turned off his phone. Maybe he's asleep. It's very late right now. I mean, it's completely dark out now. But I don't know. In the next like 3 minutes or so, I'll get off of here and maybe I can still do a brief drive. Oh wait, I can't drive. Sorry. Sorry, I just sometimes I catch myself off guard. Brief walk. Yeah. You know, sometimes I forget just how much I've lost. I think it escapes me for a moment. And then all of a sudden you catch yourself saying something and you realize, "Oh, that's right, I don't have a house anymore. I live in a drafty apartment now." All right, your girlfriend left you because of the Watchtower. Your car is gone. It's the Watchtower. Your friends and family have abandoned you because of the Watchtower. Yeah, you can see why I try to, like, hide some of that stuff, compartmentalize it again. Because dealing with that kind of stuff all the time, it would be enough to drive a man insane, I think. So, that is how I stay mentally healthy and fit, you might say, is just by burying a lot of my emotions and a lot of the misfortune I've suffered, just stuffing it down, burying it down deep, deep inside where nobody can see it, not even myself. That's the key. That's the key. It's one thing to like hide stuff from other people. Like that's already pretty good, but you have to like the next level is to be so good at that that you're also hiding it from yourself. So you don't even realize how miserable you are. Takes a certain talent. I don't know. Maybe you have to have a 200 level IQ for it. I'm not really sure. I haven't done the research, but give me some time to think about it, and we'll see what kind of research I can figure out. Confabulate. I think is the right word. Confabulate, as in like it becomes fact when I like confactuate. More like I don't know. I don't know. Running on fumes again. The joke helped out a little bit, but I'm kind of wearing down again. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left for the insider to get here, and then we're done. So, it's going to give him a little bit longer, but do not try my patience. There is one thing that we can all take away from this episode. Do not try my patience. I'm serious about this. Because I wait for no one. I wait for no one. And I pity the fool who would dare have me wait. So I'm not waiting much longer. I'm not waiting much longer. This is almost over. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. No more, no less. If the insider is not here in those 3 minutes, then it's done. I don't even care if they join the call exactly at the 3 minute mark. I want to hear them talking before that 3 minute mark. I need to hear that first word out of their mouth. Sorry. That better be the first word. Otherwise, this is done. We're done. So there you go. There it is. Putting all my cards on the table. Uh, what else can we do to pass the time? On their website, they mentioned a webcomic. Why don't we check that out? Gotta have something to make fun of. What is this? They have like a paragraph here. Legacies of the DC animated universe is a fan-made webcomic feature. Yeah. Yeah, basically, I think what they're saying here is that, like, oh, we're involved deeply with the creation of legitimate DCAU products and properties. Like, they're like tricking people into thinking that they know, like, Bruce Timm and the other creators personally, and that they have their permission to, like, release this stuff as if it's canon. They think this is all canon. They're tricking people. Oh my god, look at all these. They have like all these comics that they made and they are claiming are official. Strange Visions, The Beginning of the End, Destroyed, Destroyed Part 2, Destroyed Part 3, very original title, Asylum, Powers That Be. Can you get any more pompous with this? Like, like, they're so big-headed, they're so egotistical. Oh, Powers That Be. Oh, what a mysterious title. Just like, it sounds stupid. It sounds overcomplicated. What's the next one? Scary Things. Okay, that's a pretty good title. The next one. Anno Domini Prebirth? What? Is that Latin? Alright, I don't care who you are, even if you're my best friend. If you start using Latin in front of me, I'm gonna make fun of you, okay? Nobody sounds cool speaking in Latin. They just don't. They just don't. Don't even try it. Don't be that guy. No one wants to deal with that guy. What's the next one? Anno Domini 2019. So that's horribly out of date. 2019 was like 7 years ago. So horribly out of date. I don't know why anyone would read that. There's no point in reading or looking at old things. Another one. Another Anno Domini Inter. I don't know what that means. Is that supposed to mean something? I've never heard that before. Another one. Anno Domini Chronicles. No clue what that is. No clue what that is. And then they have a bunch of like fan art of just like a bunch of characters nobody could care less about. Scrolling through. That one looks kind of cool. No, I mean, no, they all look lame. These look stupid, is what they look like. Were these drawn by, like, their child? I don't even know. Like, a child drew these. Did a child draw these? Like, seriously. Did a child draw these? A child drew these. Like, and a child absolutely drew these. Pathetic, lame, stupid, generic, been there, done that, kind of cool, lame, stupid, doubly lame, triply stupid. I've ran out of adjectives. I've ran out of adjectives to use. Just take my word for it. Don't look at any of this. Don't look at any of this, by the way. Take my word for it. I'm a pretty descriptive guy. And, I think just by hearing me speak, you know exactly what these look like. And let me just say, none of these are anywhere near as cool and unique looking as Yop Guy. Yop Guy has like an interesting like vibe, like he would stand out in a crowd. I look at all these people and they all have like the exact same body type. Lazy. You don't get that in the DCAU. It's like I'm looking at the exact same person with just like a slightly different color of hair. Like a child would draw it. Again. By the way, where's Zeta on here? Oh, where's Zeta on here? Everyone on the Watchtower is always like, oh, we love Zeta so much. Zeta month. Totally stealing my idea. And then you go to their website and there's absolutely no Zeta. Okay. That's a little suspicious, don't you think? If I had an official website, I would put Zeta on it. That's all I'm saying. Front and center. He would be the first thing you see. Him or Yop Guy. I don't know. Maybe both of them. Maybe both of them, like, they're hand in hand. and they are the poster children of my website. Should I make a website? I've never even thought about it before. That would probably be like a good area to like run the war out of. Like that's like our base of operations almost. Because up until now, the only places where you could really like be a part of the war are this channel and on the Google quiz from episode 8 or 7 or something. Maybe we need a website. I don't know. I never thought of that. And maybe I can beat them at their own game here. What would I change? I don't know, everything. First of all, I would tell the truth on my site. I would lay out exactly, what we're all about, why we are, and it wouldn't take me 17 paragraphs to lay it all out. It's not that complicated, okay? I'm not that complicated of a guy. This war is pretty black and white once you know the details. My identity and content was stolen, and I want it back. Not worthy of like 17 paragraphs. People hear that, and they realize that an injustice was carried out, and that's that. Now off to the war. So yeah, I can lay that out. Maybe I can put some of my own fan art on there. That might be kind of cool. Yeah, I can like post my drawings of Zeta, which I have many. I have more than the Watchtower, that's for sure. My drawings don't look like they were like scribbled by a child in like a minute and a half. My characters actually have different like body types and features. You can actually tell them apart. I don't know. When I look at characters, I actually like to be able to tell them apart. Maybe that's just a me thing. 200 level IQ thing. But I would like to believe, again, I am a glass half full kind of guy. If there's one thing that we all know, it's that I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I would like to believe that people would appreciate a bit of variety. So, yeah. I think I'm going to make a website. Not today. I definitely do not have any more time today. Definitely not. But, maybe tomorrow. Maybe the next day. Maybe next month. Maybe 2 months. I'm feeling a little tired. Maybe 3 months. 3 months, and you probably will have a website. Maybe 4. Don't hold me to that, though. Do not hold me to 4. But 5, you can hold me to 5, though. 5, you can hold me to. 5 or less. So yeah, we'll make a website. We'll call it, I don't know. Here, what's their website called? It's just called WatchtowerDatabase.com. So I guess mine would be YopTowerDatabase.com. Hopefully the domain isn't taken. And I'm going to make that website. I'm going to share it around, make sure everybody sees it, and subscribes to my newsletter. I guess I'm going to make a newsletter now, too. And yeah, the website should be done in about 6 or 7 months. So keep your eyes peeled. And I think you're going to be in for some really fun stuff. So, some people might think that spending about 6.5 hours or more just kind of talking to yourself, that kind of is like a waste of time or something. And in most situations, I think they'd be right. However, we've covered a lot of ground here. And we learned a lot. I learned a lot. And I think we have like new directions for the channel to take. I've never felt so inspired. Maybe it's just the drowsiness speaking, but I have never felt so inspired. We're going to have a movie. We're going to have a comic. We're going to have a novel. We're going to have a superhero named Yop Guy. We're going to have a website. We're eventually going to carry out this plan once the insider gets here in about 3 minutes. And then things will finally be looking up for us, and I won't struggle to find those happy memories. I'll have so many happy memories I won't know what to do with them all. Just be overflowing with happy memories. I'll start giving them out to charity, I guess. Anybody here want a happy memory? Anyone here? I'll start auctioning them off. $30 per happy memory. That's a pretty good deal if you ask me. Maybe it could be like a monthly deal. Like, subscribe to me for $30 a month and you will get a happy memory. I don't know exactly how to transmit memories. I'd have to look into the science behind that. So it might be a little expensive, I would imagine. So maybe $40, maybe $50 a month. We'll see how we're feeling. But you can't put a price tag on good memories. Trust me, I've tried. Oh, wait, I guess you can put a price tag on happy memories because that's exactly what I'm offering here. Um, well, my happy memories are more valuable than other people's happy memories because I have fewer of them. Although I did say earlier that I would have more of them than the average person, so I don't know how that factors in. Maybe by and large, people have probably had happier memories over a longer period of time than I have. But if you just count like a short period of time, short growth, as they call it in finances, I have a much larger quantity than those who have otherwise obtained happy memories through long growth. See, I'm kind of an economics nut. There you go. You got me talking about economics. You happy now? You happy? This is what happens when I'm waiting around for a little bit. No, I'm not gonna bore you with economics. I've kept this episode pretty interesting all throughout. And I don't want to ruin that now by making a boring section, so none of that today. Maybe another time. Yoppie News, that's another thing. Another piece of inspiration that just struck me. A lot has changed. This episode, historians are going to look back on it and they're going to be like, this is the day that Yop changed. Yop has changed. Good grief, this is the longest 3 minutes ever. Feels like it's never going to end. Never going to end. Just going to check my messages here real quick. Oh yeah, stop me if you've heard this one before, but still no new messages. They say that the messages say they have been viewed. So I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I also sent that email. Unfortunately, email doesn't tell you if somebody's viewed it. So I don't know. Maybe that one didn't get through. I don't know if my voicemail was heard. So I don't quite know what the situation is there. What's the sitch, as the kids say. But I'm just going to stay frosted. And we're going to keep our cool and keep waiting. Stay frosted, everybody. Stay frosted. We're almost there. 3 minutes. 3 minutes on the clock. You can start counting down now. Starting now. Maybe I'll read one of their comics, one of these web comics while we wait. Why not? Never let it be said that I don't suffer for my art. You know? I'm an artist. I'm more of an artist than these guys are. I mean, look at these web comics. My voice is more artistic than any of these comic books. Who reads comic books anymore? Lame. Lame people read comic books. Which one of these should I read? I'm gonna read, oh, so many to choose from. Oh, wow. I don't know. Should I draw a number out of a hat? It's like trying to choose, like, you have like a bunch of like dollar store like meals in front of you. Just like the most cheapest, like, I don't know, what's like something cheap and disgusting. The Watchtower's integrity? No. No, really. No, seriously though. What's something like oh gosh, why can't I think of anything? I buy cheap stuff all the time. Chips. Sometimes I can only afford to buy a bag of chips, like just regular, no flavor kind of chips. It's like choosing between a bunch of chips, all flavorless, all cheap, none of them worth your time. I'm gonna click on scary things. Why not? Why not? It's almost Halloween time. Oh boy. Oh, oh boy. That is some artwork right there. That is, wow. Ooh boy. Wow. Did you spend like a whole 20 minutes on this page? It really shows. Every single minute of those 20 minutes really shows here. Oh wow. Look at this. I guess this comic is about Scarecrow. A little on the nose there, don't you think? For the Scary Things comic to be about Scarecrow, you couldn't have, like, surprised people a little bit and made it about, like, I don't know, Riddler? Of course not, because these guys don't know how to write for smart and intelligent characters. Instead, they just like, oh, what do we do? Just write a comic about scary things. Okay, what should we title it? Scary Things. Brilliant! Okay, next thing. Like, seriously, I bet that's their creative process. I'm probably putting more thought into it than they did, to be quite honest with you. Scarecrow, he's sad. He's walking around. He's sad, he hangs himself. That's fun. That's fun for your comic book that only children read. Only children read comic books. And your main character is hanging himself. That would never happen in the DCAU. Have these guys even watched the DCAU? Like, seriously, what even is this? What even is this? Like, come on. I am so disgusted, I'm turning off the phone. I'm turning out the phone. We're done. We're done. We're done with the webcomic. We're not done with this episode. We're still going. 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. And then we're done. The insider better get here quick. Oh. I'm almost out of water. I've refilled the bottle a couple times now, but I'm almost out again. And I mean, I could turn on my faucet for more water, but I don't want to run up my water bill too much, because I'm already kind of struggling to keep up with payments. So that's why I haven't been showering a lot lately. But that's fine because I don't go outside very much, so it all balances out. I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so normally what I do is I put a couple of water bottles outside and I let them fill up with rainwater. And that's like free water. It's just free water that you can just have. And during the drier weeks, there is like a pond somewhat far away from here. And full transparency, I occasionally go to the pond and I have to scoop out some water. Mainly, I just use that for like washing my hands and stuff, because again, don't want to use water too much when I don't have to. But yeah, sometimes I found a pretty good method is to filter it through a shirt. I use one of my old Yoppie shirts from the Yoppie merch experiment. And if you filter water through there, like boom, it is pretty serviceable, I would say. Also, I bet you could filter water through the Yoppie burlap sack. I don't want to give any guarantees or anything. I think there would be like legal ramifications to mentioning that it purifies water or something. But it sure seems that way to me, from my point of view. Try it for yourself whenever we bring the Yoppie burlap sack back. That can be like a little experiment, a fun little experiment you can try at home with the family. The whole family can go down to your local like retention pond and scoop out some water with your Yoppie burlap sack and then you drink out of the sack, and I mean, hey, it's not the best. I'm speaking from right now. I've only filtered through shirts, but again, not the best, not the worst. It could be worse. And when you're in a pinch, when it comes to water's pretty important. Beggars can't be choosers. So, I don't know, something to consider, I guess. Yeah, some life advice from Yop. Is this another new segment? I'm making up more new segments than the Pod Tower ever has. Life advice with Yop. Oh, there you go. Free life advice. Do. Oh. Has it been 2 minutes yet? Has it been 2 minutes yet? I'm afraid to look at the clock. Has it been 2 minutes? I don't know. Comment below, let me know if it's been 2 minutes. Oh, gosh. Oh, my life. We need another new segment. We need another new segment to keep me awake and energized. What's the new segment? Guys? We need to come up with a new segment. Polygon Hour. This is where I discuss my favorite polygons. Number 1, the trapezoid. I think it just has a really unique shape to it. It reminds me of Pizza Hut. I can't afford Pizza Hut anymore. Trapezoid number 1. Number 2, square. Old, reliable. You gotta love the mathematical precision on that. Number 3, triangle. I don't know, the Egyptians were onto something there. It has magical properties. 4, the dodecahedron. What can I say? I love the classics. 4, the rectangle. Back when I used to have friends, we used to play games online, and whenever something cool would happen, somebody would say, "Get rectangled." That's not true. That was a lie. I never played any of the games with my friends. They'd never play anything with me. Number 6, 5 or 6, ovals. Number 7, stop signs. Stop sign, like the shape of a stop sign. That's a polygon. Gotta love it, but sometimes it can be a little annoying when you reach a stop and you have to stop. And, I think that's all the polygons. I think that's every single one of them. We did it. We did it, guys. We won. That's the end of Polygon Hour. I guess it'll never come back because we already did the best that we could. This entire episode has been an exercise in doing the best that we could. And I think I need to go. Listen, everyone. It's not you. It's me. It's not me, though. It's not me. It's the insider. He should have been here 7 hours ago. So yeah, we've clearly ran into some technical difficulties, I think. We need to iron out some kinks. And we will be back, though. We will be back. The Yop always rises. The Yop always rises, and we will, we're gonna iron out these small little glitches in the system. And next time, we are gonna have a talk with the insider. And we will get this ball rolling. Ball. There's another one of my favorite polygons. I'll put that at number 3. So there you go. We did it, everyone. Give yourselves a round of applause. That one is for you, for all you loyal Yoppers out there. Here's to you, Yoppers. You've earned it. 3 cheers for yopping. Hip hip. Hooray. Hip hip. Hooray. There goes the day. Hip hip.